Ladies and gentlemen, it is Championship Sunday for the Challengers Finals. This is what it's all come down to for three regions. Well, hey, we crowned a king in APAC yesterday in day number 1. Now here in day number 2, we need to crown the kings of EU and NA. And to help me do that and kick off the show, I got the experts of the Challenger scene. It's Fox and Spaceman. We'll have Shift a little bit later, but boys, man, we're here at day 2. It's Championship Sunday. Oh, man, how are you guys feeling? Space, you first.
I'm feeling great, man. I'm so glad it's Championship Sunday. It's going to be a good one. We saw APAC last night, and now we take on the two biggest regions, North America and Europe, and there's a lot of heavy hitters here. I'm very excited to get into it.
A lot of heavy hitters indeed, and as you guys probably already know, the action has kicked off, and we're going to get you guys up to date. But Fox, man, how was the day 1 for you casting the matches?
It was good. I mean, we got to see the toughest competition in the APAC region go at it. Now we get to see the rest of the teams go at it for the biggest chunk of change of the $500,000 prize pool.
All right there. Now, folks, let's get you guys up to date on the schedule for today's show. Now, it's pretty high level, but don't worry, I'm going to break it down for you. And simple at the same time. EU Grand Finals, then we have the NA Grand Finals right after, but we will make sure that we cover all these matches up into that EU Grand Finals and make sure that we bring you that entire story. Then we're going to transition over to NA. And if we can get you some of those NA matches that you guys want to see in the process, we're going to make sure we do that. But first, you heard me say at the top of the show that we crowned some kings yesterday. And man, I don't know, kings may be an understatement for these guys. It's Renegades. They come out on top, winning the APAC Challenger Series, man. And Spaceman, they did it pretty flawlessly.
Oh, yeah, I think you could say 6-0 in the finals is pretty damn good, right? I mean, they didn't drop a map. They're the undisputed greatest team in the APAC region, and I'm just so impressed with how the dominance came through in the finals. They looked rough at the start of yesterday, but they turned it around, they showed up, and they made a statement.
Yes, they did. Now, let's take a look at how the bracket broke down. We're going to go to the losers bracket first here. Now, Renegades, they end up dropping to Chiefs early on in the champ bracket, and they had to go up against Lesse. And we had an exciting losers finals. We had an exciting winners finals, as you're about to see with that tight score line. But Renegade says, you know what? Yeah, we made a show early on in the tournament, but these grand finals is going to be quick. And it was a 3-0-3-0, and they walked away with the biggest chunk of that pie there. It was 15K there for the Aussies, and they got it done. But congrats to Renegades. Now, it's all about NA and EU today. Well, how did our teams get here? Well, we had 32 of the best teams in the world get slotted into a 32 team double elimination bracket there. And you know what, guys? Hey, if you didn't see yesterday, well, don't worry. We're going to recap you some of our best storylines. Fox, 5-star, man. Talk about the run in which these boys had.
There's so much to say. Several of the players on the 5-star roster have given us years of things to talk about. Just yesterday, though, we saw them outclassing the competition, running through most of this tournament without dropping a map. And it's just been incredible to watch. Parasite's a beast, but we all knew that. You just get to see it again.
We all knew it. He just doubled down and reminded us one more time why he is who he is. But speaking of some players that we knew who they were coming into this weekend, but FaZe Academy, not the start they wanted.
Look, if you're just tuning into the league and you have no idea what's going on, FaZe Academy were arguably one of the best teams in North America, but there have been some questions about their scrims and whether or not they have been showing their full potential. They come into this weekend, they're highly favorites of possibly going to the grand finals with UIU, and look at what we have. They're sitting in the losers bracket, and they don't look like they're in full form, and it's kind of scary for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, kind of scary indeed. Well, where did Atlanta FaZe fall in that losers bracket? They're currently slotted against the Orlando Reapers, who took down UIU Space earlier on this morning, 3-2. Fox, looking at this losers bracket, man, what stands out to you right now?
Carnage is rolling through. These guys are nice. Nightmare is someone that I'm enjoying watching playing in the Challenger series right now. He's been an incredible M4. Just keep an eye out for some of these players that you might have not heard of before.
Yeah, now let's take a look at our NA winners bracket, because there's a team I want you guys to take note of, and that's going to be Triumph Esports, man. These guys, they had a run yesterday. They were super resilient, got through FaZe Academy, and met 5-star in the winners finals. Now, you see 5-stars run. There's a round in there which you didn't see. They didn't drop a map, okay? Yeah. The question is, can they continue that dominance today? Because we know what these guys are playing for, and if you don't, I'm about to let you know. $50,000 for first place, $250,000 prize pool, one of the largest that we have seen at this level of competitive Call of Duty play. And man, it is a nice chunk of change, boys, right?
It's pretty good. 50K walking away after 2 days of work and playing through some challengers teams. Hey, I'd say that for the challenger scene, this is everything they have ever wanted and more. The dedicated streams, the dedicated production, having an actual league dedicated to giving them money and placings. Like, this is a perfect opportunity for anyone to get involved and win their share of 50K.
Oh man, it is the perfect opportunity, but this is also a perfect opportunity to get you guys updated on the European region and what happened there. Because as we know, the two top dogs that we were giving a lot of love to, Team Singularity and Team War. Fox, tell me about Singularity here. How was their day one?
Singularity's day one, they came through and we saw that they were able to take down BDS, one of the tougher teams going through the losers bracket for the European region. I think we saw some upsets with them with, was it Connect 5? I'm misremembering the team name. Yeah, it was Connect 5. And just being able to take down a team like that that's able to come through and surprise some of the toughest talent is something that's commendable.
Yes, it is. And Team War was on the other end of that one. They had to play against Team Singularity early on today, but Spaceman, War, these guys are the top dogs. Was their performance day one as expected?
Oh, I mean, absolutely not. This was arguably the #1 team in Europe and also could be considered one of the best teams in the world. But they went all the way through the gauntlet to a game 5 with Hyperboom. They squeak it out, but questions arose about their, just their execution in game. Were they going to be able to actually make their way through the tournament? They're now sitting in a very precarious spot, but I got to tell you, they don't look like the same Team War team that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, they definitely don't here. Now, Space, you see Team War here. They drop down to the losers bracket. They got to play against Connect 5, and I just have this inkling that that's going to be a crazy series. I don't know where I got it from, but I just feel that way. But how did they get here? Well, let's take a look at the winners bracket, and we see that War, they played Team Singularity this morning and lost 3-1.
Wow.
So they dropped there. And Fox, you're looking at this winners bracket. What was the big surprise from day one that happened for you?
Several big surprises. I mean, seeing Hyperboom 3-0 train hard and knock them to the losers bracket is surprising. Seeing War struggle to the finish in that series against Hyperboom again in the next matchup is a big surprise. So Europe, honestly, these grand finals are up for grabs.
Ooh, yeah, it's definitely a lot of storylines and a lot of action because we know that these guys are playing for one of the biggest prize pools that we have seen in this region. 200K up on the line right there. Now, I don't know how that's gonna balance out in some pounds, but hey, still a lot of weight in that bag here. A lot of money there to be played for, guys. And when it comes down to those two teams, man, we talked about how they play in the winners finals. And if you guys didn't get a chance to see it, well, don't worry about it. We got the recap for you. It was a 3-1 victory for Team Singularity, Space.
Yeah, no, I woke up this morning and I checked my phone and I got a message from the Singularity head coach. And he said, hey, we 3-1 War. And I was like, you're joking with me. And he's like, no, we actually did. And I was like, oh my God, that's insane. They came out and they showed what they're capable of. There was questions for Singularity because they had issues slaying out yesterday. Their hardpoint looked shaky, but the addition of Gizmo really helped in S&D. And I think that confidence in the game too, especially with him stepping up in game 3s. Just look at the kill feed, right? Chain 20 and 23, 23 and 19 for bids, 22 and 17 for inside. The duality of that AR combo. I mean, Singularity look like they're in final form here today, and they're going to be moving into a grand finals where they should have all they need to take it.
No, they definitely should. Now, Fox, when it comes down to Singularity and War, man, what's the storyline between these two teams?
Singularity and War keep going back and forth as the tougher talents in Europe, right? We're watching some of the more powerful rosters go at it on our final day of the tournament here.
Yes, we are indeed. And as we know, Team War, they're in that losers bracket already, having to go up against Connect 5. And folks, guess what? We're about to bring you that matchup here in just a bit. We're going to be kicking it off there in map number 3, Domination. They already got it started, and we just feel like we need to get it to you as soon as possible when we can. So until we get hopped into that one there, actually, we're hopping right into it because we don't want you all to wait. We want to bring that action to you. You know why? It's Championship Sunday. Make some noise for yourselves in the chat. Star Fox, take it away.
Oh man, well BDS got the better hand of Trainhard and they knocked him down. Or Connect 5, I say, excuse me. And now we sit here. It's Connect 5 versus Singularity. Wow, Singularity. What a great way to start Sunday. I'm messing it up already. Well, Team War versus Connect 5. Oh, it's going to be a good one, Fox. I'm excited to get into it. My excitement is overflowing into my English vernacular, but let's get into it.
For sure. First wave of engagements here. We're hopping into a domination between these two. Space, can you tell me a little bit about what you like to see on the side of War? I'm going to talk about Afro for quite a bit this series, I'm sure.
Sure.
But what about War stands out to you?
Oh, two things, Afro and Denza. I mean, we could talk about Dave as being one of the best ARs in the entire world, but you need Afro and Denza to really step up. Denza is usually the front man in with that sub, and Afro has been the new pickup. He's been very successful thus far for War, but again, you need everyone to pull their weight today. Like, if you're trying to make a championship run and make it to a grand final against Singularity and win 2 best-of-5s, everyone has to be pulling their weight in a game like Modern Warfare, where we know how quickly games like Domination and Hardpoint can get out of hand. Very few games have gone the distance in this season. So it's just going to require everyone to do their part.
Right. And as you can see, we're looking through the eyes of Steve-O for the side of Team War. Currently 3-0, putting the hurt on Connect 5 in the opening few minutes of this domination. However, Connect 5 sit at an 8-point lead at the moment. And is there something about Connect 5 that maybe stands out to you? I know we're seeing some players that have been in the European professional scene before.
Yeah, sure. You look at just the names across the board, right? Nolson, Weeman, Linny, Nasty. I mean, these guys have chemistry, and these guys have, experience at the professional level. But again, one of the things that Europe was surprising, it was kind of the top 4 teams: Singularity, War, Trainhard, and Connect 5. Those were really the big 4 that, other than War being the number 1 spot, everyone was vying for position in the top 4. So any of these teams could turn on at any time and take that position. But I think that coming into Champs Weekend, you can never really predict what's going to happen, and anyone can show up at any time. That's what makes Champs such a special event. So Connect 5 just kind of have to bring the firepower. Take it to War like Singularity did, and don't let up on the gas.
And at the moment, they do have 2 flags. War is looking to answer to one of them on B-Dom as they get the double cap in. They're trying to work through this deficit. They've been at half the points of Connect 5 since this game started. So this is the biggest shift in momentum that we've had in the last few minutes. With just under 3 minutes remaining in this round, they have plenty of time to make a comeback.
We will go to another hard points. Whoever wins this will be on essentially series point to move on. And again, this is the losers final. So again, loser goes home, and winner will have their chance to swing at the Titans of Singularity, awaiting them in the grand finals, where whoever wins would have to win a best-of-5, and 2 of them back-to-back to take that crown. But it's a B flag hold for Team War as they have a 2-cap setup. One player will spawn out, and they're going to grab that D cap possibly. It is Nolson in the back, and I don't think War realizes currently what's going on, but they're about to get split onto B, and they're going to lose map control quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah, it's about to crumble here if they can execute this pinch well. You got 1 player on the western part of the map, several on the eastern part, and it looks like all the combat's going down on A-Dom. Afro still alive, doing damage with the submachine gun. They're able to neutralize. Still a little bit of opposition surrounding them, though, so they're going to need to handle this as they finally turn it over. That's a 2-cap for Team War.
Now, if I read correctly, before this match kicked off, I believe it was Team War that won Game 1, and Connects, I think, blew them out in the S&D 6-2 or 6-3 to that occasion. So that's at least positive statistics. We're going into a Game 5, but going into another hard point, you got to start to wonder about Connect 5. But for the moment, I mean, they have a relatively small lead, and when I talk about small, it's 1 point, as Team War will get a tie, and essentially will probably get the lead back, and there it is. A 2-cap lead for War as they're going to go up, and MC is locking down everything at top L, and Connect 5 just vying for position towards that B flag.
Yes, you mentioned positive statistics. We need those. Taking a look at this lobby, there's actually not a whole lot of them. It's a very close match in terms of kill output, in terms of engagements. We're looking through the eyes of Denza, someone that is known to put up numbers for this team. He finds a double kill with the M4, and this positioning around B-Dom is exactly what they need, as he just cuts down the enemy team in support of this B flag. This warehouse, they're hoping to keep control of it for Team War.
It was highly contested for a moment, but Dave and War hold strong at B. They have the A setup as well. And now we're looking at Connect 5 with 36 seconds left. What are they going to plan to do? Do you send reinforcements to B, or do you overextend and try to get a neutral on A and slow down this war aggression? At the moment, it looks like they're going for the former. They're just going to continue to put numbers onto B if they can win the fights, but they're not able to do so. Thank you to Lucifer and Steve, who shut down 2 and make that 3 in mid-map. You can roam all you want, but Connect 5 not able to really get anywhere near this B flag. And with that said, only 10 seconds left, and Team War have gained a relatively good lead going into second side.
Yeah, just a little soft lead. We're switching sides. They're going to be up by about 20 seconds. Not a colossal hill to climb, but still a tough one at that. Connect 5. They have a few players struggling, getting closer to double negative, but this is a new half, right? This is your fresh start. Map positioning is neutral, but do you see either team having a more advantageous side here, Space?
I mean, right? Hackney is Hackney, right? We've said that all year. It doesn't really. I mean, sure, there's favorable spawns, and sometimes you'd like to hold the A/B setup because it can be a little bit more difficult if you're on bad side, and a little bit easier if you're able to break through mid map. But look, Hackney is one of the most chaotic and clustered maps in the game, so it just depends on who's getting the kills where. And right now, Team War are essentially outslaying Connect 5, and that does kind of worry me. If that trend continues and we do go to that hard point and War look the exact same, they took game 1 already, we could be seeing a 3-1 series win. But hey, it's still too early to call.
Thank you very much. And we saw in the last few minutes of the previous round, the kill feed started to shift in favor of Team War. Steve-O looks to be one of the first few players in the lobby that's going to crack 20 kills. He's got a great supporting cast alongside him with Lucifer and Denza. And as we get into the second half, they already find themselves with a 2-flag possession, and Connect 5 is now on the offense.
Nasty doing his very best to try to pick one player off of that AC. I think it was Dave who was back there, but even the smokes came out, and again, it's still a 2-hold lead. So they've continued to throw numbers at this B flag. Connect have not really gotten anywhere as they lose a player in the back and spawns in favor of Team War. Lucifer's going to be down underneath. He's going to pick up 1, and that trophy will halt any utility that comes through. So these smokes actually favor War because Lucifer can sit in the corner and just wait for players to funnel in. But at this point, like, it's really just up to Connect 5. What is their thinking here? Do they overextend? Do they keep throwing numbers? I think at some point you have to consider overextending with how you've lost a team fight basically every time it's been mapped.
Yeah, and Lucifer right there played it exactly the way he needed to. He had no reason to move. Every second that passed was another point in the books for his team. And those guys, they had to engage him through smoke. Absolutely not going to do that. And the end result is he's still alive on a 3 streak and supporting his team on middle map here. Keeping the enemy at bay. Connect 5, they're all trying to flood towards the A site, the A domination flag now. And let's see how it works out for them.
Sometimes it could just be a situation of you need to outslay the opponent. And at this point, I think Connect 5 needs to start doing that. It sounds very, very simple, but trust me, it's quite difficult. And they are not having an easy time of it. That's 3-4 kills in the kill feed that are all Team War. Finally, Weeman breaks that spree and changes things up. But with how the backline pressure has been, and Dave has been able to sit still and basically rack up a couple of kills. I mean, Afro's on a 7 spree. We have barely talked about this man. Finally gets cut down to top L. That's 3 in a row, and Connect 5 can work their way into the B flag. They now have numbers here as well. They've cleared out the site, and it's such a good retake from Connect 5. The only issue is this took a little too long to develop, Fox.
Right. This 40-second lead has taken just as long to develop. We take a look at how well Team War is doing right now. We're seeing Connect 5 with their first response in this game in this half of a 2-cap. And you did mention that we're not talking about Afro enough, and we can fix that. I'm sure that'll give us plenty of opportunities throughout this series. And right now, it really is his teammates that have most of the shine throughout the past 6 or 7 minutes of Dom.
It's a very quiet 16-9, but man, he's making it work. On a 3 spree again, now 18-9 as he shuts down 2. Team War regaining all the kills, and look how quickly they're able to take B back. So they lose, what, about 10 or so ticks, and that's it. They're going to get the 2-cap back in. They have neutralized C in the process, so no points for Connect 5. Oh, in a very awkward gunfight, as Steve-O will take it, and they should get B back locked down. They do. And Team War up by about 36, 37 points, and they will continue on. And it's looking very, very dangerous with Steve-O shooting like that.
Yeah, they're not touching him right now. Diving through the smoke, they're able to clean him up and finish the job. We're still looking at a minute and a half left in this domination, and it's a 40-second lead from Team War. These guys are running away with it. That should wrap it up. But let's take a look at what's unfolding on the kill column right now. Everyone except one player have surpassed 20 kills. Great objective contribution to every player. Well, not really. It's mostly divided up evenly among Connect 5, probably because they were losing their flag so often.
Hey, I was just impressed right there. Team War just looks like they're beaming, and that's scary for moving into this series. That's scary for moving into the hard point. And if they do go to the grand final, Singularity, I know you 3-1 them. I know you won 3-1 earlier, but hey, if they're shooting like this, oh, that's gonna be a bloodbath.
Ooh, they are shooting straight indeed, man. Team War, map 3 victory. They go up 2-1 in the series here in the losers finals, and they continue fighting there. Man, so you guys said that y'all didn't get enough opportunity to talk about Afro. Well, Fox, I'm gonna give you some time here to tell us what makes Afro so special. What did he just do for his team there to help him win the game?
He's one of the newer additions to the team. We've seen him compete in several COD Challengers Cups throughout the last few months, and he's been an awesome addition as a submachine gun player. You will see him. I don't even need to explain any further his impact on the map. You'll find out very quickly. Just look out for the MP5 and the kill feed.
Yeah, now, guys, it looks like Team War, they're picking up that production, 2-1 victory. This is the Team War in which we've talked about these last few days, it seems like. But Spaceman, as we head here into map number 4, this hard point with Connect 5's tournament life on the line. How do they need to connect together here to win this map?
You got to plug in your controllers and shoot back. I don't know what was going on in that domination. It was kind of hard to really just talk about anything because, look, everyone on Team War was beaming. Like, they were hitting their shots. They were getting 3-4 kills in a row that just led to open flag caps. And every time the Connect got set up, all of a sudden, War just waltzed their way in and backhanded them off the flag. So, look, you're playing the same map. It's Hackney. We just saw what Afro and Steve-O did with the ARs. Dave had a slow game, but he was like +1, and he only had like, what, 30 engagements? This is going to be a bloodbath. If Connect 5 cannot respond, you have to bring your AR presence, and you have to bring it now.
That you do. So we're getting into the second hard point of the series. If you're just tuning in, we've actually only seen live the result of the domination matchup. So this is now our second game being able to watch this team on stream. Team War is just one away from closing out the series after a dominant performance in the domination. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum into the next respawn game mode.
I'm just excited that Afro's already 2-1. I don't know why that excites me, but I'm just wondering what the future will hold for this map. And off the start, a highly contested hardpoint usually, but it's 14 seconds to kick this one off for Afro and crew as War will have, well, I was going to say the favorable spawn. They'll spawn in the back, but Weeman does a fantastic job of rotating around, winning a massive gunfight. He will get cut down, so War should have P2 locked down. They will. And they'll probably give up the last 20 or so seconds if they don't have a full team wipe there, and they're going to get ready for our second set of rotations.
Scrap time going to Connect 5, and now we're seeing the guys in red. Team War look to be set up about the next objective. They're still going to try and disrupt and push out the Connect 5 team, though.
So
too many kills.
There was a decent chunk of time off the start for Connect 5.
Indeed it was, sitting at a 15-second lead, but now it's Team War in control as they did have the early rotation. They're awarded with the initial time. One player close to the action, that is Nelson, I believe, in the back, doing damage with a double kill, and he's still in the way. Steve-O was finally able to put a stop to him, but could that have given his team just enough time to continue pushing in as his teammates are off spawn? Steve-O finds one coming upstairs and cuts him down anyway, but through the window he goes. Lenny is able to finish it all.
You know, it's all Connect 5 with the pressure through both sides of the window. They're able to win a couple of key gunfights, and they do work their way in. So they're taking the fight right to War, which is something we didn't see in that domination. I would love to know how the original hardpoint played out, but to all of that credit, to all of Team War's ability to rack up 2-3 kills, it is Connect 5 who worked their way in, and they found the last 15 or so seconds of the first 2 hills. So now that we hit rotation, you're feeling pretty good if you're Connect 5. You've been able to break in, you've been able to get the late time, and your exit strategy has been simple. Try to win fights in rotation. They're doing it just enough, and it looks like Team War will be set up first for our next hill.
Moving to P3, you see they're getting all the northern spawns on the map. Connect 5 will be coming from the direction of P2 and from Warehouse. most of the time still going uncontested to Team Wars. No one's really been able to cross that 50-yard line until now. Lenny comes through and opens up with a double kill. He has some support from Nasty as well, who is still alive in this engagement. And Wee Man comes through, but it's still not enough. Team War does not let go of their grip. Steve-O's 10-5. They're racking up hill time, and Afro's on a 4 streak.
Yeah, Steve-O's got to make his way back towards mid-map. I know he's going on that long route to lock down green, but at this point, you need help in the front of the hill. They've been able to get wiped a couple of times, and that's credit to Connect 5 and their presence in the front. But everyone else getting shut down. It's Afro on your screen who picks up 2. He was on a 6 spree, and he will drop 12-9 with only 3 seconds to his name, but it does just enough. And now we look at the rotation. Nasty on your screen, going to work his way through the top of green. They're going to try to hunt for those back spawns if they can. But for right now, they do have it locked down, and they'll have early time as well. They still have plenty of time to come back in this game, but it was a good hold from Team War on that money hill. Let's see what Connect 5 can do here.
Nasty in a beautiful position to be in with the MP5 at the moment. He's got great support down low as his team is able to find 3 kills. No one else is even willing to climb up top and challenge him. And it seems like this level of defense is awarding them a large chunk of time as you see that deficit has shrunk. Steve-O and Denza, though, the difference makers. 5 kills as War is able to wipe Connect 5 and start this hardpoint time on their side. The 100-point mark has been broken, and now we see Connect 5 is on the attack.
And they're doing the same thing that Connect 5... Oh, wow, that's a stun. Bye. We're doing the same thing that Connect 5 have done on P2. What do? They rotate relatively early. They lose some of the fights, so now they have to flood in as a team, and they win the gunfights inside. These engagements have been so crucial for War. Those last 4 seconds don't mean much. And now we look at the rotation. I believe War will be there set up early. They should be. And look at where they're positioned currently. One player in the hill. One's going to be rotating towards the top of the attic. Everyone else towards that P3 side. And right now, it's Dave sitting behind the truck, locking things down. And this is great for War. You can lock down so much time when Dave is sitting in this power position.
And that's the AR you want to do it, right? This is just what he's used to. He's got years and years at the professional level of doing this job, being that anchor in the moment. Lots of hill time so far, going uncontested for Team War as they've extended their lead to about a minute. And Connect 5 has yet to respond. They have a split spawn. We got 3 coming in from Warehouse, 1 coming in from P3, another one opting to move to the eastern part of the map in rotation.
And they finally took Steve-O out of that top third, and that means they'll get the last 17 seconds. I'm actually kind of surprised that War didn't elect to fight it. Maybe it's because the far spawns out didn't give them enough time to rotate, but hey, the kills are all in the kill feed. I don't have to tell you. You can see for yourself. Everyone's doing their part. War have been shutting down Connect on some of these rotational fights, but it's Wee Man underneath. Let's see if he can work his way through bottom L and get to P1. Once again, War will be set up early, and they'll have the opening time as they won P1 on our first set of rotations to kick off the game, and Connect 5 was able to break in late. You won't be able to do it here, but numbers still to War. It's only about 1-1 apiece from both sides, but we'll see if they're able to break.
Neutral hill at the moment as the next wave is boiling. The action starts to unfold as Wee Man finds a double kill. He's still able to stay in the action alongside the support of MC's M4. Oh, the MP5 loses the gunfight. He tags up another. Excellent transfer for the double kill. And his teammates off spawn are closer than ever to make it all happen. Hill time goes in favor of Connect 5 as they now have their M4 in position. This is a scary spot to be in if you're Team War.
Look at the top side of your mini-map, Pops. Look at the top side. Look where Wee Man is. He's currently already set up for P2. He's been there for about 10 seconds. I think they realize someone has to be back here. And they're going to try to hunt him down. He doesn't pick up the kill, so Wee Man actually wins a massive one, but I don't think he's done enough to influence the spawns, and War will still have P2 control. Everyone's still from Connect 5 spawning at the first hill. So it was a valiant effort, but I don't think Wee Man did just enough, and War survived with spawns for new.
Yeah, I think for that to work, he either needed to be able to stay alive after that, longer after that first kill, or his teammates needed to come through on the rotation and find some opening engagements, but it all fell apart. Still a great plan in its inception. We're still seeing Team War with a comfortable lead, control of the hard point, and they're on the defense. They're in a pretty good spot right now.
Lucifer will end up dropping, and it's Dave in the back, who's had a bit of a slow game, 11-14, but I mean, when you have a lead like this, surely anything is positive. Not able to win the fight in the hill. It's Nasty again. 12 and 20. I could say the same thing as he gets cut down in the process, takes one with him, so no one will be in for the last 10 seconds. War will grab it. And now we're looking at rotation, and War have some time to give, but how much do you want to burn this rotation fight? Nolson picks up 3 kills. Now you're looking at MC at top AC to lock down stragglers, rotating out towards the island. And right now, it's all of Connect 5 who have the early time in the hole. They need a full 50 here if they want to come back in this game.
MC is so important right here. He's staying alive and being a nuisance. They have to deal with him before they traverse across the map. And even as they try and hunt him down, we see Nasty and Nolson are getting in their face. This is the kind of pressure that you need when you're trying to defend a hill on the rotation.
One player rotated through. That's Steve-O. He actually might be working towards that top third. I think MC knows it off spawn. Well, he gets cut down anyway. So once again, Connect 5 doing a great job of picking up people outside of the hill. Nolson will shut down Lucifer, and Dave drops Nolson. Back and forth these trades go, but all the time for this hill has gone to Connect 5. They should hit the 200 mark here momentarily, but War work their way in. They get the last bit of time, and the scrap in favor of the Reds. And yet again, we continue on 215 to 194, as it's going to be Connect 5 set up for next.
Early positioning, we saw Nasty in the same spot before with the MP5, finding long-range engagements, mostly picking off people off guard, running along the bottom, trying to challenge a subs where they also lose those gun engagements. So this previous hardpoint was definitely not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination, and Connect 5 has again used it to cause a lead change and put themselves ahead of Team War. The next wave of gunfights does go their favor. However, MC, the M4 of Connect 5, is coming through to make a difference.
Now, neither team can win here. Connect 5 might have been able to had it been not for one contest and 1 second difference. But here comes the flood from a full team. It's a full hit inside. They will win the initial challenge. Now Team War throwing their numbers into the mix. They will drop. And it'll be about a 10-second difference before a Game 4 win for Connect 5. But again, we're going to have to hit the rotation. Team War are set up first. Both teams can win it on this hill. Connect 5 need one big team break, and they're going to be able to take this game.
You saw Dave move to the southwestern corner of your mini-map to find the initial spawns for this hardpoint. Let's see how it pays off for Team War and their early rotation. They're being hit from all fronts at the moment. It's most devastating towards the southwest as Weeman's reloading his gun with support by his side. The team is spawning out.
Man.
Connect 5 is taking over, and only 8 seconds separate them from closing this one out. The pressure needs to come. Team War needs to hop in right now, but there's not enough time to do it. They held them off after a very clean break and a decisive finish to that hard point.
Man, what a finish right there. Connect 5 with the comeback right there. You know, I was watching it. I saw Team War. They had the setup on that last hill. They got the spawns, but space, man. It just seems like Connect 5 just muscled their way through there to get us to a Game 5.
Yeah, if we could really pinpoint one thing about that entire game, it's that Connect 5 would muscle their way through most of the hills and they would get the retake. They shot back. Congratulations. That's what we asked for. And look where you are. You're now in a Game 5. That's exactly what they needed to do against Team War, who had been lighting them up in the domination.
Now, Fox, let's talk about MC for a little bit, because he was pretty elusive there with his AR positioning. You know, how did that influence the win there for his squad?
When you got someone that's just shooting laser beams like that and he's in all the right spots, you're going to look good in hardpoint every time. He's right where he needs to be, in support of the objective, achieving the objective himself, and finding multiple kills each respawn.
Yes, he is. Folks, we're about to head into Game 5 to see who progresses on to play up against Team Singularity in the finals. It's War versus Connect 5. Let's get it.
Of course, it comes down to all the marbles. I'm going to tell you right now, I looked very impressed with War in that domination. In that hard point, though, there were some key issues. It's not that they weren't finding the kills, it's they just couldn't hold on to a hard point, Fox. And that's going to be a difference maker if we go to a grand final and they're able to survive. But this Game 5, all of the marbles on the line for Europe. And we'll see what they're able to do.
So we take a look at the offensive push coming from Team War here in first round of our Search and Destroy, as they send 3 players to the A-bomb site. Not too far up, not a lot of utility used just yet either. And they do have one lurker towards B. They had originally 2, and now they're all deciding to move on to the A site. So you see how that player wraps back. The smokes come out. The utility is now in effect as Team War is able to find first blood.
We'll find the second as well. Nolson playing so sneaky. Gonna allow Afro to go up and head and plant. And it'll take him out in the process, dip away, and try to play his life. I love this play from Nolson, but he checks the wrong time, and there's so many players entrenched from War. It's now a 1v4, make it a 1v3 as Lenny is still alive. And he has so much to do with such little time to do it.
Lenny in a 1v3, the bomb goes down, the clock is ticking, and he loses it all in 40 seconds. Unless he can find 2 kills and hit that defuse. He's able to open up on the first one here for Lucifer and get away with his life. But now, you know Dave and Steve-O are going to be on high alert playing defense.
Oh, yeah, and you don't have much time. With how much ground you have to cover, you got to go. And you have to find a pick. Nah, ooh, not going to happen. Well, they know where he's at now. This should be a round win for War. If only one player peeks, that's going to be enough. Yep. And Lenny will get cut down. So much ground to cover, but just not enough time to do it. And Team War hold on.
Just tuning in, the hard point conclusion was an incredible one to watch. We're looking at 2, at least from the hard point that we just saw, evenly matched team players, 2 evenly matched teams, excuse me, in that game mode, and coming into the search and destroy. You know, they have the hot hand, but Team War didn't look bad at all. I mean, we saw several players really popping off. Afro, for sure, finding several streaks. Denzo with the multi-kills. It was an excellent contribution, but Connect 5, when they're able to break those hard points and MC is doing as much damage as he is with the M4, he's going to keep this series competitive.
Well, Lucifer finds first blood on Nolson. Steve-O is out of position on B. They're watching the crossover, but no one's going to be there. Once these nades connect, you expect them to rotate through. Weeman does pick up a kill to even things out at 4 apiece for either side. And that bomb yet to push up to A. Dave with a massive pick. Just back and forth, Fox.
Yeah, not a very well placed grenade, and Lucifer ends up punishing him for it, catching Weeman just out of cover. Dave as well is going to find another snipe. Just one player remains, and MC's got to be a sitting duck at this point with 4 pairs of eyes hunting him down on the map. Out in the open, he's caught. Team War is going to find another win. Dave's presence right there was definitely felt with the sniper. He had A on lock.
Oh, yeah, when you can't push right up to the bomb and you're worried about crossing through that lane, it's going to be difficult. And, you know, credit to Dave. He was hitting both shots. He went 2 for 2 with the snipe. And that allowed all of War to collapse on. So once again, pressure back on Connect 5. Down 2-0. Still plenty of time to bring this one back. No questions asked. But the pressure and the overwhelming force from War on these sites has been clearly palpable through the screen.
So we're looking through the eyes of Dave. Unkillable so far in this search and destroy. He found 2 snipes to his name last round. He's opening up with the same weapon this round too. Tacticals and utilities are coming out early for the side of Team War, as they're met with much opposition on the opposite side. Steve-O and Denzo take down 2 of them on their own. Nasty the sniper for the side of Connect 5. He's able to connect with one as well as MC. So lots of long-range responses coming from Connect 5 at the moment, still sitting comfortably in defensive positions.
And Nasty had the counter snipe to open up the round onto Afro, and your bomb carrier is Dave. He picked it up off of Afro's body, and they're going to wait and figure out what they want to do next. If they push to A, they don't know how many numbers are there, but they know mid-map might be locked down and towards the outskirts of the map. There was some pressure at B. So the question again is, can they get a pick and can they move through? Weeman's going to be there as the front man in. He's going to pick up 2 massive kills in a gunfight he probably shouldn't have won, but great reaction from him. Lucifer caught out of position. Wow, burns and turns onto Nasty. 22
that looked
seconds.
Like it hurt.
Yeah, I would think about what happened there. If that happened
Me
to
too.
me, but good lord.
Very upsetting gunfight loss, but Connect 5 still comes out with the round win as they're able to finish off Lucifer. A little bit of back and forth in the search and destroy here, nothing too crazy, but we are seeing sniper activity on both sides as Nasty was able to open things up, killing the bomb carrier this round, and that translates into their first round win.
I would have loved to know the comms in that moment.
Everything
going.
changes when
Just
you
to-
hear, as soon as you hear the crack of that sniper, even if they miss.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
You're like, bro, he's one shot, man. I'm so tired of this game. Oh, man. Smokes are going to go out. Both teams using utility on the site. Lenny, your bomb carrier, first blood and second to Team War. So man advantage to the boys in red. It's Lenny who's extremely far pushed up. Kind of aggressive. I like the play, but he is your bomb carrier. So if he goes down, that bomb is in a very bad spot.
directly to your left is this player, Lenny. He knows someone's. Look at how terrified he is to turn this corner. He can't see through the walls, but we can,
Not
and
a
he
chance.
knows what's up.
No chance I'm turning left. Well, it's going to work his way through the trench, but Steve-O actually knows the flank should be coming in. Ah, wow, that's
Nice.
not a nade! Oh, God, no. Well, Steve-O, there was an attempt.
Not where you wanted that one to be. Looking at the scoreboard, though, there still is the man advantage for Team War, especially with Lucifer gunning them down like that. MC's the last man standing, and Team War extends their lead to 3-1.
Between Lenny's attempt to move forward and turn left and the hesitance, I don't even think that's a word, and then you just see Steve-O just place a perfect nade right on his forehead. That was an interesting round. Let's remember, both these teams are fighting for a grand final spot, and man, it's looking good. Oh, I love Call of Duty.
I wonder if that Semtex came with an instruction manual.
Well, we know he didn't read it there, so we'll figure out if he's bounced back from that one, but I think Dave's running the sniper again. 3-1 advantage to War. Oh, what a perfect angle. Wee Man, goodbye.
You see the first blood come through. You've seen them translate to round wins, I believe, every time so far. Connect 5 finding their first. They were able to get their first point on the board previously. And you see Team War still taking advantage of that man advantage. No one has yet to fall. It's just going to be Lenny and MC against the world right now, as Lenny does find the first kill for their team. No response just yet. Not what you'd expect to see in a 2 versus 5, but that does give the team some information. With it, they give him another kill, but Denza comes through for the trade.
Yeah, now you can just play S&D 101, just trade out as a team. Just throw bodies onto the site if someone gets close. MC with a big win. There's no way he survives this, as they are too spread out for War. 4-1. So again, if memory serves me correct, which it never does, War won game 1, and then they lost, I think, pretty convincingly to Connect 5 in game 2 S&D. So flipping the script a little bit here, but it's been sloppy for either side. But hey, a 4-1 lead is a 4-1 lead. Can't take that away from them.
Looking pretty comfortable at that. So what are some of the more standout moments that we've seen from the players on Team War in Search and Destroy? Do any come to your mind off the top of your head?
I think that Dave having success at 5-on-1 with the sniper. I think their ability to open up the round with a first blood, and this team trades so well together. I mean, what more can you say from that? They just find a way to get first blood each and every round, and they just follow it up with an additional team trade.
Right, and we've gotten to see them throughout this and previous Challengers Cups, and seeing them bring it all here today as they're all competing for their share of $200,000 is of the utmost importance. Bomb is down in the middle of the map. We're all even here in a 3 versus 3. Team War needs to get on it and find that bomb here soon.
Surely MC should be seen here. Yeah, okay. I was like waiting for Steve-O to react. 4-2, 9-4 for Lucifer, having a great game. Your bomb carrier at mid now rotating back to A. It's Weeman and Nolson last alive. They don't have a lot of room to work. So much ground to cover, but with how far out War has spread, you can see one player crossing to B, and you can see everyone else is just sitting at the back of A. They really have to get lucky with the timing of this play.
2 on site. Lucifer's not giving anything up just yet. Weeman's smelling blood, and I think the pinch is incoming. He's tagged him up through the wall. Lucifer has to know that he can't go anywhere here. As he waits for support from his team, the crack of the sniper rifle from Dave rings through and takes out Nelson, and it's just going to be Weeman left in the trenches. And as he's flushed out, we see a defuse come in.
And once Dave found that pick, the round was over at that point. You literally throw bodies into trench. You just say, get my trade. 6-1 with the snipe. The counter snipe from Nasty worked for one round. I'm wondering, did they put it away? We haven't gone to his POV yet. I would like to know if he still has it out. Because Dave's been picking up first bloods for what? 3-4 rounds in a row? Like, can we get some help, please? I'm wondering.
I think the last time I saw a Nasty kill with the sniper,
it was one round.
Maybe it might have been the one that they won, maybe 2. We'll see what they can do here. It's match point as well. Team War could close it all out here, shutting down Connect 5 in this tournament.
Ooh, that's a big win.
Looks like he's gotten behind enemy lines, but he's been sniffed out. Steve-O, Denza opening things up with kills of their own on the A site. There are 2 more Connect 5 members in the trenches, but Lucifer's not in a good position to stop them, so they're going to hold tight for now, and that's a great position to hold, in the way of the objective and ready for a flank.
So 4v3 still entirely doable, but Nasty has the M4 in hand. They're going to rotate around. I don't think they have dead silence either, so they should hear this, but Nasty gets picked. It's Lucifer trying to work his way to the back. He stays alive and picks up a kill, which is, again, just COD timing at its finest. Finds the second as well. And folks, there you have it. It's a 6-1 win in Game 5. It's a dominant win at that, and that means Team War will go to the Grand Finals to play Singularity.
Team War, your Losers Finals victors. And as you said, Space, they're going to go to play Team Singularity once again to see if they can get revenge. And that's off the back of a man who goes 12-4 there in a Game 5 on Championship Sunday. Lucifer, man, he lit the stage up. And Space, can you talk to me a little bit about the pressure that a player will face here in a Game 5 here, Championship Sunday? What pressures did he face, and how does he go 12-4 on a map like that and just take control?
Oh, I think it's really thanks to Dave. I mean, Dave opened up every single round for War. The snipe was never responded to for Connect 5. And look what happened, right? When you play the man advantage, it opens up the map so much more, and there's less pressure on your teammates to make a stellar play. So when you have man advantage, you're not worried about getting trades because you have teammates behind you. So Lucifer could roam around and play through trench and get kills like that. Like, it's all thanks to Dave. That S&D does not go that way if Dave doesn't have that consistent presence with the sniper.
Yeah, and you was looking at it, and Dave only had 1 death out of the 7 rounds, so you can tell how impactful those kills was. And sometimes, even as a sniper, just controlling sight lines is all you have to do. Just letting your opponent know that you have a presence on a specific area of the map to counter-rotate them somewhere else, maybe into even a trap there. Now, Fox, we just seen Team War. They made it back to the finals, man. What are your overall thoughts of that Losers Final series?
We're still seeing them go the distance with a lot of these European teams, so you have to wonder about their longevity going into these upcoming matches, right? Can they keep going the distance in these series? It's going to be a long day of Call of Duty if that's what it is.
And hey, I hope we got a long day of Call of Duty, because this is the last day of the season for the Challenger Series, man. And we still got to crown 2 champions here. And we're about to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it's time to get our EU Grand Finals underway. We'll see you guys soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Challenger Finals. It's Championship Sunday, and we are about to get underway with our EU Grand Final. To help me break down the action, I brought the experts of the scene with me. It's Fox and Spaceman once again. Guys, we just got done watching that Losers Finals matchup, and we're getting the stage set for the EU Grand Finals. It's another rematch against Singularity and Team War. But Space, would you want it any other way?
No, absolutely not. I think this is exactly what we needed for Europe. Like the two best teams, arguably. And at this point, there's no argument anymore. War and Singularity, the two best teams in Europe. Short Trainhard had their chance. Connect 5 had their chance. But guess what? That's what Champs is all about. And that's what this weekend was about. It's about proving legacies that mean something. And at this point, I'm very happy with what we got.
Oh, I'm with you on that one, especially when the storylines are involved there. Now, Fox, we're looking at this matchup in the grand finals with Team Singularity. They got a series lead over Team War. Do you think Team War can come back and win 2 series in a row, kind of like we saw Renegades there yesterday? And if so, what do they need to do?
They got this pattern of going to game 5 in the last few matches of the tournament, so it's going to be tough to say how they can do against Singularity, who might be able to close this out a lot easier than some of the competition that they've been facing off against.
All right, folks. Now, there's a lot that we want to talk about when it comes down to this EU Grand Finals, but as we get the picks and bans and the stage set for that one, we're going to be going on over to Carnage Gaming versus Atlanta FaZe Academy, map number 1. Boys, take it away and keep these fans hyped till we get to the grand final.
Oh, this is our first time seeing Atlanta FaZe Academy this weekend. So I am very excited because we expected them to make their way through the winner's bracket, and we probably would have seen them on stream, but they dropped yesterday, and now we're playing in the losers. So Carnage, we saw them yesterday. They put up a hell of a fight, but I am interested to see who's going to win this one. I think that, look, Atlanta FaZe should win, but Fox, it's going to be a rough one. We saw what Nightmare and Pure Sama were able to do.
Exactly, and a lot of things should be going differently for Atlanta FaZe Academy right now. If there's anyone that'll add some more havoc to what's been going on to their days in this tournament, it's going to be Carnage. You mentioned him himself. Nightmare with the M4 should be a crucial part of their success on this map, if there is any.
And if you guys watched the LCQ, which of course you did because you love Call of Duty, Sid was memeing a bit. He was using a sniper at hardpoint, and well, he was doing pretty good with it, which is actually kind of sad. But everyone else was doing their part, and everyone was expecting Atlanta FaZe Academy to come into this weekend and walk their way into a grand final. It's not really the case, so the pressure is on Academy at this point. But Carnage, hey, look, they're a good team, and they've proven that they deserve to be here in this bracket. But off the start, it's all the kills for Atlanta FaZe Academy. They picked up 3, 4 in a row, make that 5 in a row, as they're going to have P2 locked down, and they had the majority of the time at P1 as well. Jimbo flying through the smoke, finding 2, 3 kills. He'll finally fall. But all of that making just all of Atlanta FaZe feel good as they set up for P2.
Moving into P2, you see the red arrows surrounding Cave East. They're going to be Atlanta FaZe Academy. Every time they fall, that's where they're going to be spawning up. Nightmare opening with 2 kills, though, should make this a bit more difficult for them. Still, though, the war of attrition in their favor, especially when you have players like Journey roaming and finding kills like this with the M4, pushing them out of the hard point and trying to keep them back because Carnage is spawning so close. They're just going to keep coming back to this hard point.
And I was really impressed with Journey's performance during the LCQ, and he's been one of my favorite players to watch this entire year. Just the way he conducts himself with the sub roll and everything like that, it all works out perfectly, and he finds ways to break in the hills so effortlessly, and that's something Atlanta FaZe really likes about him. But 41-18 still. We're going to take a look at the rotation on the top side of your mini map. You can already see player 7. That's Jimbo, who's rotated out. He's going to get control of Spiral. And as he does that, he's going to try to lock down both the spawns and the back end as they rotate to Cave West for the next hill after we go to Soccer Field. So Atlanta FaZe Academy already thinking 2 hills ahead.
They are. Ryza here is going to be their first barrier to entry on this rotation. He should be able to stay alive and wreak some havoc on the players coming out of Cave. Looks like his teammates are going to pick that one up on middle map. He will take the initiative in rotating to the hard point. Nightmare is right where you don't want him to be if you're Atlanta FaZe Academy. The trophy system's set up. He has a smoke screen support, and he has submachine gun players pushing out for him. That's why you see Atlanta FaZe Academy, every time they die, they're spawning up further and further west on the mini-map and having less of an impact on the hard point. Carnage has just pulled ahead in our first lead change.
And as Jimbo survives that spiral fight, and he's able to work his way into the hill, look at the kill feed. 3, 4, make it 5 if they can find Ryza, who's entirely too weak for a fight, still able to make it work, and they'll cut him down. Atlanta FaZe Academy break in, but the score not reflecting the dominance they've showed in the kill feed. 56 to 56. I was going to say it, but now there we go. The lead change for Carnage, as they will control the last couple of seconds, but they'll lose the rotation, and that's all thanks to their early rotation from Jimbo. He rotated out early. He was able to pick up not only the opening time, but he was setting up for Cave West off of the first hill, and he did a great job of giving FaZe some position.
So Ryza is able to take down the lurking player in Cave East that could have served as an effective pinch for this next push that's coming in from Carnage as they all move west on your mini-map. As they push in, though, they end up falling down one by one as Sibilance, Venom, Jimbo, Gravity, everyone is contributing to the damage in this front line right now, and Carnage has made no progress into the hard point.
Venom has the beamers right now inside the hill. Sib, hey, how you doing? Nice pickup there. He's going to rotate around on a 2 spree, looking for Kursama under the table. Teammates in support, and they'll lock it down. And that means they'll be our first team to reach 100 points here in this opening hard point. And I believe the winner of this will go on to play Wester. Well, we'll see how that bracket actually works out. I think Wester is currently in a match, but still, we saw Atlanta FaZe yesterday beat Wester 3-0, which was kind of surprising, but who knows what will happen today on Championship Sunday. Still a lot of North American Call of Duty to play through as we get ready to hop into our EU finals, but just impressed with Atlanta FaZe's ability to break into these hills kind of late and win the gunfights, but credit where credit is due as Carnage have held on for the majority of this time.
Carnage, they look to already upset that massive lead that Atlanta FaZe Academy had just set up for themselves in the previous hardpoint, slashing it in half, in fact. Even in the face of Venom's 5 streak, they have not been taken off of this hardpoint, so something's got to change. They're going to need some support and some initiative on taking the objective here to get back in this game, as they're all finding lots of kills. Carnage are still able to keep up in all of the chaos.
Nightmare at 11 and 13, 10 and 19 for Kursama. No one other than him really falling behind in the kill count. The trades for Atlanta FaZe Academy have certainly kept them ahead in this game. As Journey will pick up a 2-piece. Gravity on your screen, looking for Gunsy, will get absolutely demolished, but Sib cleans up the trade. So a late rotation again for Atlanta FaZe, back to our first set of hills and our second set of rotations. And they look good in the start, but Carnage putting it to him.
Right, as we get to our next set of hills, you can see Carnage is reeling it in. Just about 10 seconds separate them, and you know, the Atlanta FaZe Academy might be getting lots of great kills outside of the hard point, but when you're not keeping the pressure on the objective, you can let that lead slip, and Carnage, they're taking full advantage of it with their early rotation to P2 as well.
Shots ring out for Kursama, and he wins a gunfight in the back. Gravity should expect that. And he'll clean up the kill. So while Atlanta FaZe Academy and Carnage continue their bloodbath on these hills and trade the score back and forth, I think we are about ready to head into our EU Grand Finals. It's Singularity and Team War. And with that said, let's go ahead and hop over to that match. Fox, it's the Grand Finals time, and guess what? We're going to the same exact map. And Singularity have had a lot of success here with Inside being able to find his rhythm, the AR's lighting up, but man, look, it's going to be a bloodbath. Team War needs to win 2 best-of-5s to become champions. Singularity just looking for 3 maps, and they can take it home.
Moving into the action here, we will keep you updated on the North American matchup. What you should know is that Atlanta FaZe Academy, usually the toughest teams in Respawn, and that's what's carrying them through lots of the tournaments. On the opposite side here, Singularity and Team War, this should be a pretty intense, very close series as we're coming to the conclusion of the EU Challengers Finals.
And I talked to the coach yesterday, and he said, look, everyone's feeling like they're in prime position to take this final. They said that they were going to make their way to the final. They were going to win it. Everyone was feeling like they were shooting at all cylinders. So that's a lot of high praise. But look, if they're able to do it, it would be impressive nonetheless. But Team War is no pushover by any stretch. And with that being said, and all things even, it is Team War who regained control of P1. And they've been able to lock down a couple of outside kills, but Singularity, 3 in a row. Can they make it 4? Not going to happen. And they should tie this game up, and they will have spawns for P2 on our next set of rotations.
Denza and Afro lighting up your kill feed, something you should be used to seeing by this point if you've been watching enough of Team War. On the screen as well is going to be Denza in position with the trophy system, Cozy with the M4, and you know how much damage that can do on the eastern cave of Azir Cave. Most of the teammates falling for Team War. However, with them spawning up so close, the support is already close at hand. 3 players pouring into this single cave entrance. None of them survive. And as a matter of fact, Lucifer forces them out as he takes their position and continues trying to push them back further west on the minimap. This is the kind of pressure and movement you need to protect the hard point.
Yeah, he's like a wrecking ball moving out of the hill, just knocking everyone back from Singularity. And that's what Team War needs to do in this opening hard point. Come out, make a statement, and just bully Singularity off to the point and force them to get aggressive when they don't need to be. But hey, credit where credit is due. It's Team War who hold on to an early lead, and they extend it quite a bit. 70 points, and they won't win that last couple of seconds. That's okay. We look at the rotation to soccer field. It is Singularity set up there first, and they've given up the scrap time. Down by quite a bit, but Fox, there's still so much to fight over, and this could be a money hill should they play it properly.
With the initial time going to Singularity, we still see most of the Team War players on middle map. Singularity finding, would you say that these are favorable spawns for their position at the moment, Space?
I mean, it's relatively favorable if you're winning the fights in the hill, but at the moment, Team War have been able to walk on through, so Singularity's next approach should be bring the team together and let's hit it once at a time, right? You can't throw just bodies after body at the hill. You're going to get picked off by Lucifer. Through the back is Bids. He should take down Lucifer up top, so that kind of opens up that broken side, and now they can play through mid with the spawns. But it was just about winning key gunfights for Singularity after they got kind of an unfavorable outpush. But now they have the last couple of seconds, and again, we'll hit that rotation. Team War should win that back cave west side.
Bit of a team kill here, but all things still lighting up in favor of Singularity now. Just like that, actually, they find 3 kills in response to that man-down situation. So things have actually flipped pretty dramatically here in terms of map positioning as West Cave possession shifts over to Singularity, and Team War is on their back foot.
12 and 10 for Detain. Chain now in the hill at 9 and 10. No one's super negative, no one's super positive. Both teams vying for position currently, as 2 will drop. It's Afro with the utility out. He'll get a connect on the stun, and the teammates are there. The team trades come in. Team War doing a fantastic job of retaking his hard point.
That they are, keeping everyone at bay. Several kills in a row for Afro, the player we've had much to say about, and he's delivered once again. Denza in position with the M4 should be more than enough to keep these guys at bay with the support of Dave next to him. And look at how hesitant those 3 arrows are to move up. They know what they're turning the corner into.
And just a heads-up play for War to back on up once they realize there's not much to fight over and we have spawns and we can move to back outpost. That's exactly what they're going to do. It's War who win the back outpost spawn. They're going to spawn close to it as well. And now Singularity have to work through bottom arches. They're going to have to flood through as a team, but they need the gunfights to follow in as well. It's 2 and 2, back and forth. Team War will respond, and they hold off the first wave of Singularity.
Team War sending some players through middle map to set up a pinch. Denza finds 3 kills from it all, and this is going to set them back once again. If they can send a player up and keep the pressure on, this is exactly what they did when they were on the Eastern Cave, and that would award them a whole lot of time. Insight, though, is going to opt to move. Is going to opt to move through the hardpoint himself, straight to the front line, and be met with submachine gun fire. Once again, Team War is racking up points in the hardpoint.
There's been so many small gunfights that War have won, and just in terms of Singularity throwing bodies at the hill one after another, if War doesn't win that, you're looking at a different scoreline, possibly a lead for War, but it certainly wouldn't be this much. Just impressed with how War have been able to, again, rack up kill after kill, and they have really put Singularity on the back burner and forced them to make awkward engagements that otherwise would not be there.
Yeah, and you see it reflected in the kill column a little bit with some of these players. Dave only has 8 deaths, so this man has just been able to stay alive and milk kill time. He's at nearly a minute. We're seeing Afro being one of the first players to approach 20 kills as well. Singularity still keeping up in terms of engagements, but not the right ones, right? We need these guys to stay alive. We need them to find kills on Denza and Dave, but it's just not happening.
Right, and I think that a lot of this, again, falls on the presence of the ARs. So you have Insight and Gizmo now starting to light up a little bit. Insight's 9 and 12. Gizmo at 14 and 16. Bids is your sub, 12 and 17. Chain and Detain both having relatively rough games. Sometimes it could be as simple as no one is slaying, but I think right now the biggest issue Singularity has had is just that they're not chaining these kills together. They get 1 or 2 or 3. That doesn't lead into any hill time, so they're not swinging the game back in their favor. They're just kind of fighting off the back foot. They're trying to uppercut the ceiling, but it's not working.
So they flood in through the back entrance and the middle entrance of Cave East. Let's see how it works out for them. Detain and Gizmo and Chain all contributing to the kill column for this push, and they're able to overthrow Team War, pushing them out and sending their spawns towards the western cave.
And if you're Singularity, you need all this time to get back in this game. War is on the brink of going to 200 and slowly pushing this one out of reach. And War will be set up first for Soccer Field, so they could elect to give up this last bit of time. I know it's not perfect, but it's better than flooding and losing spawns. And with that said, take a look at the top side of your minimap. Singularity have elected to rotate. They're going to give 2 players the opportunity to hold down the remainder of that time. But he is Detained, who's already rotated to Soccer Field. Dave, a massive player in this position, does get cut down, and he would have had broken control, which gives mid-map pressure back to War. But Gizmo works his way in, and Singularity look in a very good spot to take this lead. Unfortunately, though, for them, Afro is able to work his way through.
We're still seeing some players come in through Town Center from the side of Singularity, flooding in through both entrances on middle map. But Team War has a pretty has this positioning that they need to work through to get to the bomb site, and it's looking pretty tough at the moment. And we have players like Denzo and Stevo that are in such a great position to respond to them. Excuse me, not Denzo and Stevo, Detain and Gizmo, very similar names there, in position with their ARs to stop them from pushing.
Still so much time left on the clock, but at 196 and counting, and it should be 200 should they win these last couple of fights. They will. And Team War on the brink of going into another hard point and winning it on the next hill. Singularity have quite a bit of ground to cover and make up. They will have spawns locked down, and they'll have their position for Cave West as we rotate over for 4 or so seconds. But it's going to come down to holding off the team wipe, right? Like, if you're Singularity, you need to get 2 or 3 wipes against War. You need to hold off these first few pushes, and you can lock down the majority of this time. And I'm talking 45, 50 seconds. But it seems like each time they get a couple of kills, War are in there, and they're ready and waiting to just pick up and get right back where they left off.
Yeah, and that's 3 in a row from War to open things up. They're still defending it well. The submachine guns are keeping pace. However, Singularity seems to be overwhelming them with how close they're spawning. They keep pouring into the hill. Detain and Chain are finding the kills they need. We're at a 4 streak right now for this man with nearly a minute in hill time before he's taken down. And Team War, they keep the fight up. This is definitely a slugfest.
Gizmo has really turned things around. Detain at 32 and 27, so he certainly had a great game, but it has not reflected in the score. 17 and 22 for Denza. Everyone else on Team War just contributing where they can. And at this point, you can't give up any scrap time clocks. Every little bit hurts you, so they have to fight for each and every second. And again, we'll look at rotation one more time as we go back to back outpost. And it's going to be Team War again who win the rotation, and they win the first spawns.
Tough spot to be in when the clock is ticking away at your victory. And Team War, they're ahead of it all. They're on time and in attendance. The early rotation is going to give them a huge advantage in plays like these, where Stevo was just able to lay down and wait, and he finds 2 kills from it. That sets them back, and they have to do a whole other wave of engagements while they're staggered and still losing crucial points of time. Only 10 seconds separate Team War from this victory here, Space, and it looks like it's all going to them.
Well, when you cut off that broken bridge access and you force all of Singularity to funnel through bottom arches, you just nade the hell out of it, and that's what they've been able to do. It's Team War who take game 1, 250 to 189.
Man, Team War, they strike first, coming from the losers bracket. And boys, I was looking at the scores of map number of the first time these 2 teams played, which was a 3-1 victory Singularity there. And they won all the respawns. Now, when it comes down to the score differential between those 3 respawn game modes, it was 20 points or less. When it came down to the hard points and the domination, it was very close. But that one right there, that map that we just watched, it seems like Team War has picked up that production and woken up there, and they're ready to play in the finals. Now, Space, my question is for you, is that from Singularity, who did you want to see more from on that team in that first map?
I definitely need to see more from Insight. He usually has a field day on Azure Cave with the M4 in his hands, and he's probably their best AR when he starts to get going and starts lighting up the kill feed. But he was kind of quiet. At some point, we tuned in, and he was like, what, 8 and 14? You need more from Insight, and Gizmo finally picked things up. But the ARs from Singularity certainly weren't there in Game 1, and just credit to Team War for shutting them down.
Okay, yo, so Fox, now tell us this real quick. How is that AR meta really so important when it comes down to that series? When it comes down to that map, yeah, how strong is the AR meta is what I want to ask you.
Yeah, when you have those long lines of sight on Azir Cave, especially on P3 sitting in that hut, you can set up a trophy system and watch some really important lanes to fight.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Space, when you have a team, full of dominant SMG players right there, and you have to have them kind of switch off to that AR, how do they have to adjust, if they have to adjust at all?
I mean, surely you could talk about tempo and pacing for a team, and they can't maybe take gunfights as quickly as they'd like to, so you have to play rotations different. You can't just flock to the hill. You have to wait and set up for your teammates. But again, we're at the latter part of this year. We're literally at the end of Modern Warfare, and with how the meta has changed in like the last 2 months, it's become another 3-4 AR setup. So at this point, I know we can always say that the subs are having issues, and that is what it is, but you should be adapted to this new AR meta. At some point, you have to just say, hey, we didn't come out with what we needed to. We've had a month or so to figure this out, and that's what it's going to take. You're in the grand finals, baby. You can't make excuses.
The grand finals, you can't make excuses whatsoever. So Team War, they strike first in map number 1, folks, but we're about to head on over to the S&D, and as we know, you're going to need a different set of skills to win this. So Team War, they won the last S&D 6-3 that they played against Team Singularity. Now, as we get here, Fox, who's going to have to step up here in this matchup for Singularity if they want to come out on top and even this up 1-1?
Well, Space did mention Insight. I think I want to see him bounce back now that he's able to play in a game mode that's a bit slower. You can find your rhythm, get your footing for the rest of the series.
Yeah, now you're definitely going to need to get your footing in the rest of the series here. Now, when it comes down to Team War in this S&D, they won it last time. They take it now. They can go up 2 on this series, which would be a great feeling, seeing as they're coming from this losers side of the bracket there. Right. So we'll see if they can do it. What do you expect to see out of Team War going on into this map Space?
Look, you have to do the same thing you did in the losers finals. You need Dave to have the sniper, and you need to work through him. I think that's something that if you're Singularity, you should expect. Dave always runs the snipe, and if you're Singularity, you need Gizmo to counter snipe. He had a phenomenal day yesterday. I mean, he had 3 or 4 opening rounds where he was able to find first blood. So the counter snipe thing should be there for Singularity. I'm excited to see this battle go down, but War look very good in S&D right now. And if I'm War, I'm just sticking to plans. We have done everything right. We are here for a reason. You could go up 2-0 in this series very quickly, and I think a hot 3-0 is exactly what War would need to take this grand final.
Yeah, a hot 3-0 can do them justice, especially when you have to knock one series out the book. You want to get it out the way as soon as you possibly can here. But the question is is Singularity going to be able to come back in this one and tie this all up 1-1? Hell, well, we're about to find out, folks, as we head into map number 2, S&D. Boys, take it away.
I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but if you're a Singularity fan, you have to be pretty worried right now about what Dave was able to do last time we saw him on this map. The sniper was disgusting, 6-1. I believe he ended the game. It doesn't sound too impressive, but all 6 of those kills were first bloods. So,
and when those first bloods, when they translate into round wins, that's exactly the kind of person you want on your team, right? Let me find me a Dave.
I wish the pub players I played with could be like Dave. That'd be great.
Where is my Dave to win me thousands of dollars playing Call of Duty?
Well, he's currently right here in the midst of a extensive grand final, what could be an extensive grand final. As Denza is going to try to work the back line, and once again, we're going to see a bit of a stalemate as both these teams have played each other time and time again in S&D. They know each other's tendencies. It's going to come down to just making fewer mistakes. That trophy keeps Denza alive for the moment. Your bomb carrier is Denza. He's going to rotate back, and maybe they're thinking about a B hit now.
Yeah, losing a player. It seems that they've decided to abandon all ships. All four of the 5 members of Singularity sitting cozy on top of the A-bomb site, and they are pushed up in the trenches. That's definitely been given away. Chain finding another kill right there. With Chain finding the first kill right there, that's going to be a bit difficult.
So the collapse from Singularity will start to come in. Lucifer has rotated all the way back to watch people overextending into the side of the window. So Very hard to retake this B house, but oh, Detain might be able to make it work. He's so tagged up. Loser finds inside in the process, 4v4.
Loving the movement by Detain up top with the submachine gun there. He's playing his life and waiting for support. It's come, Jar Jar Bids. We see Bids on your screen with a hero play to save Detain from that building as he's also able to take down Denza.
Well, that's all 5 dead. They'll get the defuse. I don't know if Gizmo has the snipe, but that kill on the outside certainly looked like a sniper headshot, so we'll get an idea of what he's rocking, but a great retake from Singularity after starting the round off. I believe they did get first blood, but still, it was a hard retake into the B house. They're able to make it work, and that's thanks to the collapse down the steps from Detain.
And that was coordinated beautifully. Detain played his life well. He communicated to his teammates. They came just in time to support him there. He understood the importance of his position. He couldn't give that one up. So the first round win will be awarded to Singularity, who still find themselves trailing one map in the series if you're just tuning in. So in this opening push towards the A-bomb site, we're seeing a bit of hesitation as they wait out some of the utilities. Smokes are in effect, and you see the stuns popping up over towards trenches as well as they push onto the site.
Well, Dave picks up first blood on the chain. Gizmo, I believe, is running that snipe at trenches, but here comes the flank from Team War. Look at your mini-map. It's Denza and Stevo working their way around. If they pick up Gizmo, which they will, now Inside and Singularity are pressured and trapped onto this A site. A phenomenal flank. Stevo with the beams and Dave with the follow-up. All of Insight crumbling. I say Insight, it's all of Singularity as they all crumble onto the site, and a 1-1 tie from War.
War knots it up, 1-1. Push towards the A site, looked well coordinated. They were waiting patiently. We saw lots of utility coming in. I think it was Detain that threw out a trophy, and it just bursted immediately from the incoming tacticals. And you see why it's so favorable to stack so many players on the A-bomb site, because it works out that way.
And once they took Gizmo out, so that snipe's deleted, and it was so easy to retake the site. So the battle of Dave and Gizmo will surely be one for the books, as this one could go down to the wire, tied 1-1. Bomb making its way right through the trenches. And it looks like Singularity is expecting a B hit. And there he should be right. The smoke comes out, it's going to cut off the angle at the top, and Afro will work his way in.
They do have two up top. They're giving it up, though. Afro catches him in the back. The timing on Detain, who decides not to look through window in that moment, is tough. And now Afro has this all-important power position of top bedroom. You see just why it's so devastating to have an SMG player here now that the sides have switched. Again, hopping out onto the roof. Oh, he fails to connect on the player just underneath him, and Bids takes him down.
35 seconds, that bomb now making its, I was going to say back into B, but never mind. It's rotated all the way to A. And they're playing through mid-map. I kind of like this strat, right? Just poke out at A, see what you can find. Not sure where you want to go yet. Leave it up to the defense to make a decision for you. Lucifer going to work his way in. Should know there's a player somewhere around. He's going to go for the challenge, and Bids wins all 3 gunfights.
I can't wait to see this again, but in slow motion.
He shut down the entire push from War. He should not have won the second nor the third. Oh my God, what a heads-up play.
Yeah, and this is following 2 kills that he'd gotten previously in the round. One on Afro, who was just above him in a power position. So round ending and round deciding kills coming from this player for sure.
Back and forth these teams go. If you guys are just joining us, this is the EU Grand Final. It is Team War with a Game 1 win. Of course, they have to win 2 best-of-5s to take the title. Singularity are in the winner's bracket, so they just have to win 1 best-of-5. But up 1-0 is Team War. Back and forth in this S&D we go. Smokes are out. No one's going to push through trenches just yet. Inside's going to be the first person forward. Detain following closely behind.
So they do take down Bids, who was on a big streak up until this point. So now we're going to find Singularity in a 4 versus 5 situation. And again, Detain knows what's coming to him if he turns this corner. He understands the threats to the left and the potential threats to the right as well. That's going to be Afro, who actually found first blood this round so far.
Dave still has the sniper at 5 and 2 at the top of the house. He's been perfect so far in this S&D. Afro with a great read, expecting the flank, takes out Gizmo, who is the snipe. Oh, not able to take down Chain, but you have teammates there, but all of a sudden the numbers are crumbling. Teamwork collapse in. Insight will pick up Stevo. Numbers quickly falling for both teams.
All up to you, Insight, in this 1 versus 3s. Tagged up and finished off. Team Ward ties it up again at 2-2. Back and forth as these two teams are trading blows in the finals of our EU COD Challengers series.
I know Dave hasn't been explosive with these first bloods, but with Gizmo not having a great start to this game, and he's running your sniper, if you can't work through him, you're trying to play around Dave. And if Dave cuts off so many different angles, it's going to be difficult. So Singularity not having the best start to this S&D. I know it's 2-2, but at 1 and 3 in Gizmo, you're looking for him to hopefully get a first blood.
Looking for that advantage to start off the map for sure. Dave brought it to him in previous Search and Destroy matches, but here we see that he's opting to run the M4 in the face of a smoke grenade on middle map. There's not a lot of progress to be made, but Gizmo and Detain are looking to set them back with 2 opening kills as Denza realizes it's time to retreat. You're outnumbered. So we're playing defensively on the A site here. There's not a whole lot of action going on at the moment.
Afro gets tagged. Guy has absolutely no idea where he's getting tagged from. It's Gizmo in the back with a sniper. Here comes a challenge. He'll win it in the trenches. Stays alive somehow. 3v3. Gizmo shuts him down. Big gunfight win.
Ooh. Gizmo, the warden of the A site right now, finds 3 crucial kills that close out the round and find another win for Singularity. You see the impact of these long-range engagements you can find with the M4. This opened up the opportunity for Detain here to get aggressive on middle map as well.
And what do we say? As soon as Gizmo's able to find a couple of picks, look how it opens up the site.
Gives freedoms to players like Detain to make use of that movement and that space that you've created for them.
Exactly. So Singularity able to bounce back in that round. 3-2. What a lovely view of the map. 4 and 3 for Detained. Your bomb carrier is Bids. It's going to be a full man hit all the way to B. A 5-stack right inside. Only 2 players here for War. And as soon as it gets called out, we should see the rotation on the minimap. Chain does find first blood on Denza. And they're not going to stack the house. I like the spread from War, but the numbers might be too overwhelming as they move in.
Moving in, they do. We see that Stevo is able to find the first headshot onto Detain. And with that first blood, that's going to spell trouble for bomb carrier Bids. He's outdoors and does not want to break in alone just yet. We saw excellent coordination from them in the opening rounds in this building. Let's see how they work on the attack.
Lucifer's just hanging out in the back, just chilling, having a great time.
Minding
35 seconds. Yeah, just just in case anything shows up. If not, just happy to be here.
And
Insight
now he's
with
dead.
a pick. Insight with a pick. They're gonna move their way to A. They should get this bomb down in the next couple of seconds. And we're waiting for the collapse from War. Here it comes.
4 players
Gizmo.
on site. War's got to respond. Gizmo opens up with a snipe again. How many times have we seen that from this man's space? Afro and Lucifer looking to respond as well as they're able to get the bomb down and get out of sight.
2v2. They're gonna smoke that. I would imagine. I was thinking he was gonna stick it, but nope. Coming from inside a little too strong. And they can play time here. It's Afro with the challenge out to the right. Doesn't actually know that he's around. They don't clean up the kill, and finally they do. That was weird and sloppy, but hey, it works. Singularity, I would say hold on to that round. It looked kind of interesting for a moment, but Insight in your final kill cam will help out his teammate, and Afro had no chance.
We saw the first blood that came from Gizmo right there. Really set the tone for the next set of engagements that occurred. When you get that long range first blood, you just simply have more maneuverability on the map. That's all it is. You have more options that open up to you, and they took full advantage of that.
Well, Gizmo went from 1 and 4 to 4 and 4, and that sniper has helped. Look at the score, 4 and 2. We'll see what they're able to do. I'm not trying to ram on purpose, I swear.
You got bars. Pushing up on the trenches, we see Stevo overlooking the shoulders of his teammate. Not met by a whole lot of opposition as Denza cuts him down. Chain is the first to fall for their first blood. That's great for the offensive team as they continue their aggression to the A site. Several opponents of Singularity pushing up into Broken could be a problem, but we do have a player lurking in the back watching for the flank. The bomb carrier should have cover should he decide to hop on the objective, but there's still simply too much long range opposition, and you see it all unfolding right now as Insight was able to take down Lucifer.
Position to Singularity. Denza can pick up a kill on Detain. Oh man, he could find both. He finds one in the process, but War is able to funnel in, and the numbers are there. It looked pretty good for Singularity. I mean, they had control of the site. I guess with that opening kill from Steve-O, it loosens the back lines, and then Insight tried to funnel in. I don't know. I mean, it looked like it was just kind of an awkward collapse for Singularity, and War just capitalized.
That it was. I mean, War was just very proactive in that moment. They got the first blood. You know, they played their positioning well. Despite the M4s being aimed at them at range, they were still able to work through it. So we're seeing Singularity push towards the B-bomb site. Chain finding the first kill is going to be huge, but Dave pulls out the sniper, and we saw how impactful he was the first time we saw Arcloud peak from the team today. We'll see how it plays out this time. Insight looking to answer. He's cut short as well. The B house is closed. They are shutting this down in the face of Singularity.
Detain will pop dead silence. Oh, just awkward angle and awkward timing. No trophies out of mid-map, and Singularity get caught with their pants down. And with that said, everyone got stunned up, so the bomb will not advance. 45 seconds.
You
It's
hate
a
to
full
be in
hold
this
from.
spot.
Yeah, you do, because it's a full hold from Team War. They're not going to move up until Singularity make a play.
Absolutely. They have no reason to go anywhere. Great wide open spaces to catch you should you decide to change your mind. But Chain, amidst it all, is able to find a headshot onto Steve-O. And this could open things up for them as they can now commit to a bomb site with just under 20 seconds left. It's just going to be the one they're standing next to.
It is a 3v2 for War, so numbers advantage, but if Singularity play this right, they could have their angles and play through their house. Well, Denza takes out Bid, so that's all that she wrote essentially for this round. Bearing a miracle from Chain in a 1v3. Now make it a 1v2. Bomb down. Here comes a fly-in. Oh, just God timing. 1,000% unfortunate. He actually escapes. He's able to win the gunfight. Underneath, doesn't have his gun out, and he'll get taken down. The God timing was there for a minute for Chain. He's able to make it a 1v1, but at that point, don't blame him for trying to run away and play life. And Dave with a heads-up play to go ahead for the challenge.
For sure, right there. You're just looking for the nearest bit of cover because you know that trade is coming in. These are some of the players sitting at the highest level of gameplay. This was the swiftest reaction to come down and support his teammate on the bomb site, and that's going to happen every time. So as we're looking at this slugfest of a search and destroy, you see just how competitive it is in the score. We're 4-4, and these guys have been going back and forth from the get-go.
We'll see what happens in this next round. Again, tied up. Could be looking at around 11. That would be fun. Gizmo at 5 and 6. Dave's 7 and 4. I think Dave is elected just to put the sniper away, but it's working thus far. Oh, Dave again, caught timing. We love you so much. Gizmo finds first blood.
Dave has his vision blocked from the smoke grenade. As soon as it dissipates, though, he finds one on the Chain. If he's patient, he might be rewarded with a second as well, but the pressure from his team moving up onto the bomb site. We're looking to the eyes of Afro. He turns the corner, catches one. The trade comes in because of Insight, that long-range M4 again, holding his position like a statue.
Oh, God, I was going to say that actually isn't a horrible weapon to have, but Dave pushed up pretty far with that bomb being down. A tremendous Kobe nade. And Detain will shut him down. So it looked good for a minute. I was actually expecting Dave to possibly clutch that, but Singularity have a heads-up read and make it 5-4 match point, which they could take their first game here in this grand final. And this S&D has gone back and forth every single round. This has been a very long S&D.
It has, and throughout all of these round wins from Singularity, you can point to some impactful play coming from Insight, whether it's on offense or defense. He's been huge in their positioning on the A-bomb site and the B-bomb site. So I'm looking forward to see what he does here as Singularity finds themselves at map point.
Well, it's opening pick for Detain and Singularity. And the trade from Lucifer, now 4v4. Lucifer again finds a kill. The numbers start to drop for both sides. Bids is entirely too tagged up. But Singularity are pretty spread out right now. So this could favor them. Should they elect to make a rotation to B, or should they find another pick, they just play the team trade. But numbers are neutral, and that bomb is yet to move.
Like, oh, so slowly and so quietly. The later you get into a search and destroy round, the longer these rounds last as both teams pick up on tendencies. They pull out the snipers, and you see Dave representing that beautifully here as he finds the first blood on an unsuspecting Bids. The bomb is down, but Dave doesn't know that. He's just finding kills. Chain hops out as another flying duck here, and he takes him down.
2v1. You have a bit of cover from Dave, but not enough from the rest of War. And once again, what did I say before coming into this game? The reason that they took that last S&D in the Losers Finals is because they played through Dave. Dave takes out 2 players on site. Denza can back up and watch the cross. And that sniper has been deadly today. Round 11, here we go.
This series has been nothing but back and forth since we loaded into the first lobby. Singularity and War looking to end it all here on the Search and Destroy, and this map here on the Search and Destroy after a hard-fought battle to the end. No more mistakes. This is your last chance as we see Singularity. They've had so much success in the A bomb site. They're now going to commit all 5 players, all their tacticals and utilities. It's a smoke screen all over the side of the map.
Dave is 11-5, and he's worked his way up towards the attic. They have to be careful if you're Singularity. You would love to get the bomb down right now and force War to rotate, but they just don't have an angle. Chain does get first blood on Afro, but you're worried about Dave up top.
I don't know if they saw Detain sneak up into this corner right here, but hugging this spot so close could spell
look at
trouble to the
Stevo.
players playing defense.
They're predicting Stevo to rotate and flank, and he's doing just that, but the timing might have worked out perfectly for War. It's just up to Stevo to come through. 4v4, Stevo picks up a kill on Bids. That's massive.
Huge kill right there as he's still behind enemy lines. This pinch could be the end of the Search and Destroy. Dave finds a kill. Lucifer as well. They need to close in and shut it out here. It's just one player standing. 20 seconds remain on that bomb, though. And Gizmo's still alive to defend it.
He's still alive!
Oh, no!
He's worked it out! He's gonna get there in time. Are they gonna get the defuse? I think he might. I don't know.
Hold on, let's see. Oh! Round 11 bomb defuse from Team War.
Oh.
What a spectacular finish.
Holy what? Guys,
Family
yo,
show.
talk about an ending to a series. Getting down to a pistol battle between 2 players, Stevo and Gizmo. And man, yo, it's a lot that I want to talk about this series because we go into the earlier portions of it, right? And it's Dave kind of setting the stage, and then you guys call out Gizmo and say, hey, you need to step it up. Dave is picking you off over here. And Gizmo did just that in round number 4. He started making plays. Talk to me about some of the plays in which Gizmo was making there, Fox.
Gizmo was delivering with the sniper. It ended up provoking Dave to pull it out later on in the game and then continue to bring us to that round 11. I really liked seeing how all the strategies unfolded and developed, and players like Gizmo and Insight made Team War get creative.
Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, around like round 7, they started to focus Gizmo back there at that A site. You said he became the warden of the site, locking it down. They had to even make some strats around him. But Spaceman, then Insight starts to pick up his production as well. You called him out. How influential was he in this one as we got into the later portions of this map?
I mean, he was big. He started finally finding kills, and look what happened. It opened up the site. He was able to pick players off from the trench, and it gave Singularity perfect opportunities to retake A. But the issue, again, is that Singularity is a little bit too late to the fight. They couldn't get Dave out of position. They couldn't respond to it at all, and we saw that in round 11, right? Like, they were worried about Dave being up top, and they kind of gave up sight control. And once that happens, as soon as the flank came in from Steve-O, that round was done. I don't care how good your chances are in the 1v2, you're not clutching that.
Nah, it wasn't. And, you know, it was like Dave got off hot. Then Gizmo was like, nope, I'm about to respond here. We're not going out that way. Then Dave was like, hold up, I'm not done yet. Then his stat line just went through the roof. He made some great changes throughout his weapons. He was able to get aggressive towards the front line. He was able to get the picks with the sniper towards the back and got him that round 11 win. So now, folks, we have War up 2-0 in our first series of the day. Well, our first series of the grand finals. Now, hey, Team Singularity, they can come back and make the reverse sweep, but we don't know that just yet, and we're going to find out right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is Championship Sunday, and this is your Challenger Finals. We already crowned one champion yesterday in the APAC region. Shout out Renegades. But now it's time to crown another in EU and NA. We are currently deep in our EU Grand Finals here. So let's bring on our experts, Fox and Spaceman. And I've coined them Star Fox for the weekend if you've been watching, okay? The real CDL fans out there know that one. Now, Spaceman.
Yeah.
Coming into this series, okay, we're 2 maps in. One, what was your initial prediction, and is it living up? Is it living up to that one? Okay, what's going on here?
My initial prediction is none of your business. No, I'm kidding. It was Singularity, of course. I thought Singularity was going to win. I honestly thought they were going to have a pretty easy time with War. I'm not putting shade on War at all, but from a 3-1 win, now down 0-2 in the series, it has certainly not gone the way I predicted, but that just means we're probably going to get another series, and hey, I'm all for that. But this is a must-win. This game is a must-win at this point. You don't want Team War to win 3-0 and send this to a second best of 5. You need to stop the bleeding if you're Singularity.
And Singularity moves on to be Dom here on Hackney Yard. They had a little bit of opposition at the start, but were able to keep Team War at bay until, not Chain, we saw Bids come through with the M4 up top.
You know, Lucifer gets cut down trying to be a little cheeky and overextend to A, so a 2-cap set up to kick this one off for Singularity, as we'll flip the names for you guys, and they continue on forward. These points can begin to rack up, and just off the start, for both teams, what have you seen thus far, Fox, as we have a bit of lull time? What have you seen from War that's impressed you this series that has carried over from that Losers Final?
So War, what I think I've liked from seeing from them a lot is the consistency out of players like Denza and Afro. These guys continue to contribute time and time again to not just the objective, but the kill column and slaying when the team needs it. They have such a high tempo of play that I think that their pace, they're able to keep up with the best of them.
Will Singularity have a good chance now to get this B flag back under control with Denza on the point, able to rack up a couple of kills. He'll make it 2, and Lucifer will be there for the 3rd. And they have B locked down in the process, working the way through the back. Can Denza find another on a 3 spree? And yeah, he'll make that 4 all day long. Trophies out, everything working perfectly right now for Singularity. They're going to decap A, get it back in their favor. And boy, they look good coming into this point. Denza has just lit up the scoreboard. 5 kills in a row on a 7 and 2 kill count. And man, this guy looks good.
Yeah, man, just with this team, you always have an AR going off or sub going off. Denza and Afro just trading back and forth. When they go off at the same time, it's a crazy thing to see. Team War currently currently trailing by a few seconds. They find themselves in possession of 2 flags.
It's not a massive lead for Singularity, but sure enough, it will work just for the moment. Now Chain will make his way forward, and they're going to get B back in the process. So once again, both teams just kind of vying for spots on this flag, and no one really throwing any haymakers just yet.
All right, we're all tied up now as we see our first lead change. War is able to pull ahead 37-36. Seeing kills go in favor of Singularity, though, in response. It looks like they're trying to hop onto that A flag, and they might just be rewarded with it. Only really one player in range to do anything about it at the immediate moment. Not a lot of support from his teammate down southeast, though. The rest are flooding in from mid. They might be able to take this flag cap unless Steve-O and Denza have something to say.
Well, Davey in a great spot to help out his teammate, and he doesn't need any help. They're able to get A back under control. One will overextend. It looks like Bid's trying to work his way towards that forklift. Insight with 2 massive kills, and Detain will take down Afro. So as players from War begin to drop, that means the B is now opened up. They have to stay alive on the point. Detain, okay, dies to utility. Sure, that works too. And they will get B back under control.
Lead change as Singularity plays defense in the B flag here. Team War is looking to push through and break it. They do just that. The cap is coming in, and they're again in a possession of 2 flags, still trailing behind by a few seconds. Again, this series, since the hard point, it's just lead change after lead change. These guys are not giving it up.
We should have expected this. I don't know why I thought it was going to be like a hot series for Singularity. I mean, these are the 2 best teams in Europe for a reason. They're here for a reason. And both of them are showing up. It's going to be a bloodbath all the way to the end. And boy, what an end it might be. Chain inside. On a 2 spree. 4 caps to his name. Working around B, using the smoke as cover, and stunned up out of his mind, but still moving forward, able to find a kill in the process. But it's a collapse from War now inside. Singularity able to hold strong on the front line, but Afro wants something to say about that, as we're going to try to work their way up towards top L and see if they can get a couple of picks into the site.
Submachine gun push begins. We're smoked out in this room, but one player up top still falls from the shots of the submachine gun. Denza from the top rope is able to survive it all, and he's rewarded with the capture of the B flag. The opposition still pours in from middle map, though. Singularity, they're able to stop him just shy of it. Let's see what they do with this positioning.
Denza has really stepped up for War in this series. I mean, look at the hard point. You can even just look at right now. I mean, I know he's only 12 and 8, but the dude has been finding kills left and right, and that's opened up so much for War. Now, as we end round 1 and the first side of this domination in this game 3, remember that War is up 2-0 in the series, and it's been a bloodbath of a domination. And the final couple of kills will fall in favor of War. Let's see if they can get a couple extra ticks as they decap and cap A. They might be able to actually get it and make it a 1-point game. So a great last-ditch effort from them And yeah, of course, it would be a 1-point game going into round 2.
Yeah, man, this has been the story so far in this series. Grab a friend, tell them we're going the distance here as Team War and Team Singularity hop into the second half. No one's giving up anything for free here in this series.
And a couple of things I noticed off that first round. Singularity very good with holding down B flag, but also very bad at losing their own base, and they've been having to flip A and C a couple of times. So credit to War for being able to use that against them, but wow, the nades come out, utility everywhere, chain and detain, both working together. Going for the decap on B if they can swing it. It looks like they're going to be able to grab it as well. Only one player in a position to actually make an effort. It's Evo. He gets cut down thanks to Gizmo's 2-piece. 81 to 80. They're going to get B flag back under control. I was just going to say that, but slowly the tick surely will come in. Yes, it will. Afro now working the back line. So mid-map control, sort of to Singularity, but they're far spread out and few between.
Yeah, and I think Afro here is just waiting patiently for someone to come out and give up their life on the B flag, or he's also waiting for some support from a team. He knows he can't push in alone. The submachine guns come. Actually, the M4s come to save the day as Lucifer finds 2 kills. Afro pops in to help as well, but Bids is able to respond with the support of Insight and Detain, clearing out B domination. Now, it looks like Singularity is going to make moves onto the A flag to at least get a neutralization of it.
I love that play. Even if it just buys you a couple of seconds, that gives all the time in the world for Singularity to push up and put more reinforcements onto B. They're losing the team fight currently. A couple of trades do go down. It's Davey who shuts down Insight, so that AR battle won by Team War. Can you find the second kill? Not going to happen. Bids picks up 2 massive kills. And once again, War will hold strong inside, but Bids wants something to say about that. Make that 3 in a row. Insight makes it 4. Singularity starting to light up the kill feed, but somehow, some way, War have not been pushed off the point. Finally, Steve-O realizes, hey, I don't have numbers here. Maybe I should back up.
Bids finds the triple kill. His prize is the B flag. His team has been leading by a few seconds for a lot of this game. Of course, we've seen lead changes, but Singularity seems to pull ahead consistently. Now, as we see through the perspective of Singularity, they start to fall in their attempt of holding down the C domination flag. Team War is set up for a split cap at the moment, Space.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good, but again, it's just how long can they hold on to it, because with how far out these flags can be, it's going to take a lot of time to rotate over. And I believe that Inside just won a massive gunfight on A, which he did, and they can play this A-B setup because they've been able to win the B flag a numerous amount of times, so they're not too worried about being pinched out. But it's 2 players from War trying to rotate through. They're going to take down Insight. Lucifer looking for the extra kill, not going to happen once again. Singularity holds strong in the kill feed, and they're just shutting down everything in mid-map that War is able to throw at them.
Wow, and that was great defense on the A flag. They were able to maintain their control and map positioning on the A flag and the B flag. The next attempt comes in from Team War, and it looks like one player does slip into the warehouse, but I'm not sure that it'll amount to much as he falls, being outnumbered. Now they're just staggered, right? So Team War, they're at the 2-minute warning. They're down by 20 seconds. This is the worst the score has been all game, and they're running out of time.
136 to 115. Yeah, like you said, Fox, so you only have 1:50 left. At some point, you're going to have to start wondering about a 2-3 cap, but it's, look where Inside is. Oh, okay, never mind. He's dead. Okay, that works too. He was in a power position and make some damage, but hey, it all works out as War's able to survive that first hit. Now they can funnel in. Look how far out they're spawning. You have 2 split spawns, one towards that B flag, one towards green. They needed to win that gunfight. Dave had an opportunity, and now the resources are split up for War. Biggest question is, can you overextend A? Not going to happen, but Lucifer, with heroics, will make his way in.
That should be the B flag right there.
They can neutralize and get B as well. The trip cap, a possibility, a big win from Lucifer as well. All of a sudden, War making it look scary, and now Singularity have to play off their base.
Oh man, this is the time. They bought themselves the time that they needed, but look at the spawns. They're spawning up right on top of the C flag, and they're going to take it right back. All of the hard work that War just put through unfolded in that instant.
Wow.
And with just a minute left, that might be the curtain.
Well, if they can hold on to this 2 cap, I don't think mathematically they'll have enough. I mean, well, wait a minute. Well, they need about a minute.
This is math I'm not doing right now.
They would have to decap C, I believe, in order to be able to actually get the lead.
Right, so we need to see them push through for this 3rd flag, and it appears that they've made that call as they gravitate towards the C side of B. They're going to have several players to match up with in the southwestern corner of the mini-map there.
At this point, they would have with around 45 seconds mathematically, they would have had to decap C for around 15 seconds to even really have a chance. But at this point, yeah, the lead's just a little too much.
Yeah, very tough call to make in that moment.
War just got hackney yarded if I've ever seen, but hey, that's just credit to Singularity having a heads up. Hey, let's decap C and hold B strong while we can. If not, we're just gonna play off a 1 flag lead, and that's exactly what they did.
Well played from Singularity.
Man, Singularity. Even though it says War on your screen, guys, it was all Singularity who come and get their first map in this series. And boys, it's been a close one, yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's hilarious, Blaze. Yes, it's been close. It's been a little too much. Yeah, they've gone down to the wire. It was a 1-point lead for Singularity going into round 2, but man, I know, Blaze, I said I thought, you know, Singularity was going to come out and have a pretty easy way with this, but I didn't mean disrespect to War. I just didn't think it would be like this, and all of a sudden, man, it's just been back and forth.
I don't think anybody took disrespect towards that one. Yeah. You know, we saw the first series, right? Like it was 3-1. Now it was close there in some of those respawns, but still, one team is in the winner's side, the other is on the losers. Now we know when it comes down to making loser bracket runs that you know, sometimes when you take that energy into the grand finals, that sometimes the team that's been waiting on the wings and you know they get kind of, you know, they get pushed through a little bit, you know, they get caught off guard because they have had some time waiting for the series. So now, Fox, when you are a team on that winner side of the bracket, how do you prepare for a hot team coming from the loser side?
When they're coming in from the loser side, you just gotta stay warm, right? Shoot some bots, play some games, pull up a stream. They're probably streaming their match, and you can see exactly what they're using and what they're running. That can give some useful insight.
Yeah, no, that definitely can give you some useful insight there. You need to be putting in as much preparation as you can, especially if you're in the tournament at this given point. Right. Now, boys, we're about to head into another hard point matchup. Space, are we gonna go to a game number 5?
I mean, any prediction I have for this series is out the window. I think that right now, I think we are, Blaze. I think we will.
If we do, who is going to be the player that gets us to that game number 5 from Team Singularity?
I think it has to be Insight. Like, he was quiet in the first hard point, and clearly his presence not being there was felt. Like, they had no AR presence on Azure Cave. Look what happened. War ran through them. So I think right now, Insight's your main guy. You need him to get going, and when him and Gizmo start feeling it, and your subs and Detain and Chain are doing well, we know what the team can do. We know what they're capable of. So you just need Insight to step up. That's been the biggest key.
Yeah, Gizmo, one of the newest members of that squad, man, and the latest members of that squad. And, you know, you can already see the production in which he puts out on the map and how it kind of contributes to those wins there. Now, Fox, on the other end, when it comes down to Team War, if there's going to be one player that gets them to a second series as we get to this hard point, who are you looking towards?
Denza. I know I've talked a lot about Afro, but Denza is someone that we have to mention as well. It's honestly just the tandem of these two players performing well together for this team. It's a great set of guys, but when these two are firing, they're not dropping maps and respawning.
Oh man, you know, and we've seen them kind of light it up there so far throughout the day there. Now, Space, if you are a newer player here and you have never been to a finals before, what should you expect? Because, you know, we got some aspiring CDL players out there watching saying, hey, next season is gonna be my year. Okay, I will be up here, there's gonna be Space and Fox casting over me, and they're gonna walk away with that change. But if you've never been to a finals before, what type of pressure is that gonna bring?
Listen, I think it helps that they're playing at home and maybe they're not in a LAN environment. So surely, like, that's it. Well, like, seriously, that pressure gets taken off your shoulders a bit. But if I can call back to the greatest Call of Duty player of all time, Mr. Matthew Nadeshot Hague, there was one moment in, I believe it was Nadeshot. Let's remember the greatest of all time. I believe there was one moment during X Games when Optic Gaming was playing Evil Geniuses, and they were down in domination on Strike Zone. And it was one of those greatest, you know, listen-ins of all time where Nate said, hey guys, we're making a lot of small mistakes that we don't normally make, and I want to feel like we're at home. Let's just play calm, cool, and collected and do our thing. That's kind of where you have to be if you're a rookie or a young gun coming into this league, coming into this grand final. Just play like you're at home because, first of all, you literally are. And second, don't make small mistakes that you know you shouldn't be making. Just play your game and have trust in each other.
For sure. And you know, years of wise words from Nadeshot, years of also some outbursts that come with it. He's someone that has so many quotable moments like those that that affects everyone in the community that he's able to play alongside, and that's the way that everyone communicates with one another when they're trying to find success in moments like these. Take a look at Team War as they come into this next map. They're still at series point, but Singularity is giving them a run for their money here, Space. It's been a completely competitive series up to this 2-1.
Yeah, if you're Singularity coming to this hard point, just hit the hard regain, say we ain't going out like that, bang, bang, and we're all good. Everything's good in the world. So moving on forward, Singularity 18-12 as Team War will find themselves in the hard point for now. And they have lost a bit of a chunk of time, but that's okay. You know why? Because they have P2 spawn locked down. You can see on the bottom side of your minimap, everyone is set, ready, and waiting. And they're going to fight the fight of Singularity up front. A lot of Fs in that sense, but yet again, we move on. And 30-18, a good chunk of time for Team War.
Several players inside the sliding submachine gun. They're able to take down Denza there in the moment, but Afro is able to respond and collect 3 kills of his own. The rotation comes in. The initial time is going to Team War. Dave, your AR player, is in position. He's got lots of Singularity players that are about to be running out in the open. You see the smoke grenades being used to cut off these choke points.
Well, Dave has been uncontested in the hill for quite a time. Chain comes in, picks up 2 kills. He can work his way right up the steps if he's lucky enough to catch a player off guard. Oh, just caught timing at its finest. Welcome to this series if you haven't been watching already. That's been kind of the story thus far with both teams. But Team War, uncontested, 24 seconds left to fight over, but no one from Singularity getting close.
Definitely one of the bigger leads we've seen at all in this series, and in hardpoint at that. This Team War is leading by about an uncontested 60 seconds on P2. Moving over to P3 here, do you see anything that you like unfolding on the minimap just yet, Space?
I mean, I like the fact that Singularity is set up first, but you have 3 players currently inside a warehouse. So one on top AC, I think that is Bids. He's your sub. Then they lose 2 fights in the back. Containing Gizmo, doing a good job, and Dave with a 3-piece, so he starts to light up a bit. 5 and 4. So Singularity, I mean, they're doing a good job of holding down the hill for now, but I was kind of worried about their spread on the map. But it's a close spawn in the back for Team War, and they can really funnel this one through as Afro is just absolutely snapping on everyone.
Yeah, Afro with the submachine gun, he's really heating up here. The 60-second lead is what he's trying to maintain in the hard point. He's finally dropped, and it looks like the push is still ongoing. Dave's defense not enough as the ARs of Singularity are able to shut him out. Build time now not in possession on either side as we're still slugging it out to see who can grab the scrap time.
Chain with the beamers, making it 2. Able to drop Denza in the process, and, well, slowly but surely, Singularity working their way back in this hard point. Chain almost did something disgusting at bottom L, so thanks to Denza, they'll hold that one off. War finally find themselves some kills, and they should have the early time for our next hill, and they will. They'll reach 100 points quickly. And now it's up to Singularity to make a play. It looks like it's going to be 2 in the bottom and 1 on the cross behind. Inside should be the guy in the back. He's going to pick up a big win on Dave. Now the flood through for Singularity, but Lucifer will hold strong in Team War. Not letting Singularity walk in just yet. Still finding the kills where they need to and fighting over this scrap time with plenty of kills to do so.
Look at this. Every kill that Team War gets, you see the bottom portion of that map start to populate with green arrows. That's what Team War wants, is to keep forcing them out of the hard point and staying inside, but they end up getting moved over to useless spawn and have to make a little bit of a journey to the hill. Hill time's now back in their control, and they still have the colossal lead that they had set forth from Afro's spree a minute ago.
Singularity are set up first for our final hill in this first rotation. It's Team War actually out in front who could work their way in should they pick up bids in the process, and maybe they actually might get blessed with some close spawns, but if not, I do love where Denza is sitting. So he is trying to just hold down this mid-map lane. And should they find the opening couple of kills, then he'll come in for the collapse, and that's exactly what's going to happen. But Insight and Chain respond with 2. Bids makes it 3. All the trades going down in the front of the hill. Detain not able to hold strong as Dave will work his way in. But Gizmo and Chain combined for 3. They're going to slow down this War push. They're going to hold on for the moment. A break from Lucifer gives War the advantage, and they're also going to work their way inside. A beautiful retake from War.
So we saw that War, both of these attempts so far for the hill, they opened up with a double kill from Lucifer. The first time it ended up falling apart, but this time we're now seeing Stevo take full advantage of this positioning he's been awarded. So a great hold right there to get the last 30 seconds or so of the hill time for Team War. And as the rotation comes in, you see the fight going on in Warehouse in front of your eyes. Dave tossing down a trophy system, hoping that that's enough support. And all the tacticals on Lethus are coming out before he dies here because he knows he's about to get swarmed. They come out on top in the engagement. Insight with the M4 is to thank for that one.
Insight's 12-8, Detain is 9-17. Your sub pressure really isn't there for Singularity. And look at the score, down by about 100. They have to make the long crawl back. You would need at least 30 seconds on this hill. It can be scrappy, but hey, anything is possible. They do have spawns for P2 as well. Now we're looking at War to go for the break, but Singularity have so much time they need to grab both here and as we move over to Tire Shop. Right now, it's Insight inside the hill. Gizmo opens things up. Afro gonna cut down one, and Insight will clean up the kill. So great job from him, but caught slipping and caught switching weapons. It's War who are able to work their way in. They hold strong for the moment, but Insight needs to essentially think about backing up and playing towards the top of Tire Shop if they want to hold down the majority of the next bit of hill.
Bid's looking to catch someone off guard here. Instead, he's caught slipping. 4 fall for the side of Singularity. Now it's Team War. With the scrap time, preparing for the rotation for our new hard point. We are looking through the eyes of Chain for Singularity with the MP5. He's not super close to the action. He should be pushing out to try and find support for his team, and instead he ends up getting caught long range by an M4. But spawning up so close to the hard point, Singularity is going to win that war of attrition all day.
Detain and Chain are just doing work at mid-map. I mean, they are just flying and roaming and gunning everyone. And this is what you need if you're Singularity. You need this chunk of time, and you need Detain to start stepping up. 15-19 on a 3 spree. He has to start getting comfortable. Once he gets comfortable in at mid-map and starts roaming around with Chain, I mean, we know what Singularity can do. They've just been relatively quiet in this game, but man, they have brought themselves back from the brink. They were down by 100, now down by just 38. And it's been a great hold thus far, and it's up to Chain to make the play on the next hill. He will get cut down, but Singularity do have some mid-map pressure. Now they can start to work their way out. And if you're a Singularity fan, you're hoping for a good hold at next.
They're reeling this game in. The scrap time puts them now in about a 20-point game. The initial time does go to Team War, though, so that's a very threatening situation to be in. So we're looking to see how Singularity attacks this one as they're spawning up on separate parts of the map. This does open up the opportunity for a pinch should they get close enough. But they find all their kills at range. Look at these M4s cracking down on them. Insight, Gizmo, again. We've been seeing that from them throughout this series, and it's been so tough for the side of Team War to deal with. However, they do maintain control as the Singularity spawning so far out.
Stevo is just single-handedly just held down that hard point. He picked up 2 kills that broke things open, and look what he's been able to do. Just kind of sit quietly as his teammates find the rest of the kills. And it's wins like this, with the help from Dave, that have kept War in the lead. Dave in a phenomenal power spot finally gets cut down, but Singularity have gotten nowhere close to this hill. They finally get their feet in, just wet for a moment, and Detain will be the last guy in for a bit of scrap for about 7 seconds, but that's it. That's all they were able to grab. And I don't think they actually won spawns for the back. Well, I say that, but here we go. They rotate. It's Gizmo up top. He has to come down and win a couple of fights. This is going to be the first big one. Lucifer, amazing prediction. They hold on. And Team War, just time and time again, find themselves breaking in easily.
Yeah, they were ready for that one, for sure. They were ready to hold the defense, but Singularity spawning up so close to the hill, you see they just continue flooding and flooding. And this congestion, this pressure, it's still not enough for Team War to relinquish their hold of this hard point. All red in the kill feed from the submachine guns, putting Singularity down, forcing their spawns out to the southwest, and it looks like they're potentially able to close it out here unless Singularity can respond in the next few seconds.
Well, if they're not able to do so, I think that should be it. And guess what? The European Grand Finals is going to a second best of 5.
It's going to a second best of 5, folks, okay? We wouldn't want it any other way. Team War, they reset the series, and now Singularity, man, they gotta strike back. They got another opportunity, and so that's gonna be their saving grace coming in from the winner's side. But boys, let's recap this whole series and let's talk about it. I'll kick this one off with you, Space. What did Team War do a little bit better in this series they didn't do in the first?
Well, seeing how the first series was essentially pretty much, it was closer, right? And some of the hard points and the downs were closer, but this series has been back and forth, and we've been watching it, right? Like, it's been 1 point, 2 point differences, and at this part right now, like, I don't have much to say. I think that Team War just looked better.
Yep.
I think that they've figured out their rhythm. They're clearly outgunning Singularity, and what they've done is they've shut down the ARs of Singularity, and that's put so much pressure on the subs of Detain and Chain to overexert themselves on the map. If they can't single-handedly carry this team to a victory, Singularity's looking kind of rough right now, and War look like they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, nah, it is going to be looking kind of rough because you look at it like this. The first time that they played, Singularity won all the respawns, the hard points, the domination, but in the end, it was only a max 20-point difference between all those game modes. It was very close, and that was indicative of this last series that we just saw. It can honestly go either way as we get prepared for our second series. Fox, what are your thoughts?
It's such a tough call. We haven't had a match like this in the entire tournament, it feels. I mean, these guys, they are right there with each other. So I'm going to go Team War. Just because I respect the consistency of some of the players we've gotten to highlight just in this last series alone. But I would not be surprised to see Singularity just close it out at some point in this best of 5.
Yeah, all right, folks. And we are seeing two powerhouses about to get geared up for their third series of the EU Finals. The first one went to Singularity. The second one went to Team War. But hey, who do you guys gonna think is gonna win this one? Tweet it out, let the fans know, come on through, and we'll see you right on the other end of this one for our third series. It's War versus Singularity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Challenger Finals, and I'm your host, Blaze. We just got done watching our second series against the two biggest powerhouses in the EU region, and we're getting geared up for a third. I would like to bring on my experts of the scene. It is Fox and Spaceman. Now, boys, we're getting the picks and bans done going into our third series, but before we get there, we're going to be watching some of Atlanta FaZe Academy versus Carnage Gaming. We're about to go into map number 3, Domination. It's all tied up 1-1. And boys, how important is this matchup?
That's a loaded question because it's very important, Blaze. It's very important. This is a big one. I got a second to check Twitter for a moment, and I saw Arcity's tweet. He said, "Man, I love this FaZe Academy team, but they are tilting me right now." And I was like, "Oh God, that means we have to check them out." So here we are as we get ready for the EU Grand Finals again, the second best of 5 to kick off. We're now back over to Carnage Atlanta FaZe. Carnage is no pushover. Can we force that point into people's heads? Carnage is no pushover by any stretch of the imagination. But this domination is a big one.
Right, they've made it that far. They're going to be able to put their money where their mouth is here shortly. Lots of damage so far from players such as Nightmare. We've seen how impactful he can be with the M4. Still, though, on the side of Atlanta FaZe Academy, you cannot doubt these guys in Respawn. They come through time and time again and show you why they outclass so much of their competition in the Challenger Series. Still, though, Carnage this weekend has proven to be a force against teams that we would put in a similar ranking.
A little bop on the head and a thank you very much as they're going to get onto the B flag. Siblings does it all. This is the self-proclaimed best team in North America. I know these guys feel like they should be in the grand finals, but right now you got to go through a Carnage team that is very, very good off the back of Nightmare. 2 kills to light this one up, make it 3. You can't take them down. You can't even try thinking about it. They're just going to flood their way in. Venom with the Ram 7. Oh, okay, that works too. 3 kills in a row, and all of a sudden, the flood from Atlanta FaZe Academy as they push their way towards the top of apartments. They are shutting everything down.
Yeah, the submachine gun pressure right there was just too much to handle. We should see a flag cap on the B flag come from that here shortly as tacticals come out. Journey looking to test the waters and make sure it's safe. He knows just how highly contested this part of the map is, and that's why you see the smokes come into play now. The gunfights are going down to the ground level, and Sib is able to find one on crates. Big stop right there, big defense right there as he's pushing into C flag. Maybe he could be trying to attempt a triple cap or a neutralization.
Well, Jimbo will try to get the neutral if he can. Thank you very much, Venom, and they will get it just in time. As players from Carnage trying to funnel through back to mid-map, it's Gravity up top. In a bit of a power position, and once again, Sib's gonna roam around underneath and pick up kills left and right like he does so many different times. There's another one to add to your feed, 2 in a row. Can he make it 3? Oh my goodness, well, he tried to, but it's not gonna work. That's okay, the damage is done. Gravity and crew, while they're doing everything right. 2 caps for Atlanta FaZe Academy. 38-22, still plenty of time in this round 1 to fight over, but they are getting the kills where it matters most. Speaking of which, Gravity locking it down, Sib in there for support. They're looking very, very good as they lock down mid-map.
Yeah, Sib and Gravity right there working in tandem on the staircase to shut things down near B-Dom was definitely huge for their map control. And a player like Gravity, we've had him on here for an interview on the show for the COD Challengers Cups prior to our finals this weekend. And he's such a friendly, lovable guy, such a confident dude too. You know, he comes to this competition just ready to play and ready to move on to the next match with his team. This guy wants to see Atlanta FaZe Academy in the grand finals.
And right now, it looks like Atlanta's just trying to play to get to the next game. Like, they look like they just want to go right to the next hard point. Look at how they're smoking all of Carnage. It's consistently 3-4 kills. The beams from Venom on a 2 spree. 10-4. That's a damn good stat line. I'm just going to put that out there. 4 kills in a row. Atlanta FaZe Academy looking very good. They have a 2-cap lead. Some questionable decisions on that A flag. They weren't able to win the fight, but I love the overexertiveness, trying to get the 3-cap. It's working all of the dividends right now. Gravity just beaming, disgusting turn, and he's just making everyone look stupid.
Such a crucial part of the map, and you see why he's not leaving there. We got to stick on board with the Atlanta FaZe Academy on defense, or B flag defense. They've been holding it down there. Looks like the pressure has moved towards the A flag though, as they seek neutralization. The defending Carnage players are able to keep that at bay. They're still spawning up in such a poor part of the map though, and it's going to be tough to work through, as Guns is still able to find 2 kills in it all.
Once again, the speed from Atlanta FaZe is just a little bit too much for Carnage to handle. Journey went for a cheeky challenge. That was hilarious. Doesn't work out, but the damage is done. A minute 10 left in this round. They have a 2-cap, and they've had it for the majority of this game, Fox. 11-1. He's 11-1 to start off this domination. I mean, finally does get taken down, but that's all you need to know about this team.
Crazy.
Just
Excellent start to this domination. This is just the first half, and Atlanta FaZe Academy has been able to deliver a serious blow into the armor of Carnage. They've been running through the losers bracket, performing so well, and we see them take a series so far in this map. As we come into the second half, they have a big deficit to work through. The series isn't over yet. We're still tied up at 1-1, but this is a rough way to start it.
I've seen Venom run that Ram 7 like it's an MP5, and I have not seen many people do that other than Parasite. So the fact that he's making it work like that, Sid, with the cheeky challenge, not going to happen. They're going to close out this first round with 15 seconds left, just absolutely smoking Carnage. Carnage is a great team, by the way. Gunsy, Ryza, and Nightmare were standouts yesterday, but once again, it's the Allen shift strat. Hey, sometimes the other team's just better than you, and they're going to show you that they're better than you, and look at how they're just commanding their way onto these flags. Jimbo just will not let himself die. And with all of that said, they're down by 43 points. Man, what a round one from Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and this is just some of the best things about Atlanta FaZe Academy Respawn on full display here. They find that rhythm, they catch it, and just keep going. And you see Carnage is dancing to their tune. FaZe Academy is in complete control right now.
FaZe is just vibing on the map. 11-1 for Gravity to kick things off. I mean, talk about just having a very good start to the game. Casual, chilling, having a good time. Championship Sunday, it's the losers bracket and semifinals, but you're making it look like you're playing through a pup right now.
Just a casual 15-2.
Yeah, just everyday things for Gravity, apparently. 4-10 for Journey, who we haven't talked about a lot, but he hasn't had much to do, right?
Yeah, not a lot of work to be done. Lots of flags to be captured, though, and I'm sure he's been in support of that. Gravity still the last alive from the last wave of engagement as the B domination flag does shift over to Carnage. They also take control of middle map. Now it's going to be up to Atlanta FaZe Academy. You see all 5 of those arrows flooding in from the top portion, losing those crucial engagements. So we'll have to see what Carnage does with Hunt's progress.
Gravity going to work through Hazmat, and he's in a dangerous spot because Rise is going to go for the challenge. And big win. Unfortunately, a player in the back will cut him down. It's Journey back there. And Gunsy cleans up Venom. So a good ult from Carnage as they pick up a couple of kills, and those flurries then lead into a cap on C. Well, it was for the moment, but they actually get taken off it in the process. They lose both home hills, and, well, now Hunt and Gravity both in a battle for position as they vie for first spot at C flag. Hunt will win the challenge for now, but it's FaZe who are on that B dom. Can they get it capped? Well, they've neutralized it in the process. They're also on A, so a complete flip from Atlanta FaZe Academy. They're doing a good job of just getting themselves back into this mid-map pressure.
Carnage securing B and C yet for the flip here, and it's going to be up to Atlanta FaZe Academy to come up off their back foot. We saw poorly they lost those gunfights around Statue and how much Carnage was able to get out of it. We'll have to see how it goes this time around. Submachine guns seem to be losing pretty decisively to Nightmare and his M4.
I think Pure Sama just shot his teammate. I mean, hey, that works too. Can you find the second? Yeah, sure. Why not? Goodbye, Journey. Journey at 8-14, not having the greatest game, but on the other side, Gravity is 20-5. So a 4 KD, yeah, that's pretty good, I think I would say. 89-121. Carnage doing a very good job of flipping the script here as they have a 2-cap lead, and they will continue on forward with mid-map control. It's up to FaZe to play off the back foot and try to funnel through Water Street if they can, but all the kills falling for Carnage as they have held on strong.
Water Street has been so tough for Atlanta FaZe Academy. That and the area around Statue has just been so highly contested, and in the last maybe 3 minutes, it's all been going in favor of Carnage. So things have turned around pretty heavily from what we saw in the first half. There's still a deficit to be worked through here. Carnage does need to keep that pressure up, and they still have 2.5 minutes of Call of Duty left to be played, but they definitely kicked it into high gear this time around.
So Ryza is essentially doing what Gravity was able to do, but now FaZe make their way on to the point. Sib will get the neutral, and should time be of the essence, it will be. He'll get the cap as well. 130-106. They have a 2-cap lead. Sib has to go big and train. Challenges wins 2. Not able to win the 3rd, but the damage is done. Jimbo's going to be in the back line. 1, 2, 3. Shut him down. It's Atlanta FaZe Academy who take complete control over train tracks, and they have locked down the middle of the map. Gunsy with the smokes out. Utilities there, but completely too weak and tagged up. Here comes Venom. Gonna knife him in the process, and Yeah, sometimes that will happen. Credit where credit is due. Atlanta FaZe Academy retake mid-map.
Retaking mid-map is everything for them right now. Carnage knows that, pulling away the 4 standing players so they can try and regain control. Pure Sama, that roaming submachine gun, he's such a nuisance, such a threat. He's got a high engagement game so far in comparison to his teammates. Top 2 in the kill column, also up there in comparison to the opposing team. Atlanta FaZe Academy, the only players to surpass him are going to be, or the players to surpass him will be Sib, Gravity, and Jumbo. With all of the kills, you want to see them. You want to see them just remaining consistent, hold this game out. They've always had a flag this half. They've been gaining points, and their advantage hasn't really slipped at all.
I believe they might actually get close to taking the lead should they hold this 2 cap, but I'm not going to do math on the fly, so we're just going to say they need a trip cap at this point or a neutral. Now it'd probably be beneficial. You're down by about 30 points or so. And right now, you're looking at Atlanta FaZe Academy to possibly hold on to a 1 cap lead. They're back on B. No one's contested them for the moment, so this neutral just favors FaZe. If you're Carnage, you need to start sending numbers towards mid.
FaZe has appeared to be pretty content to what most of what has gone on this half. Of course, the first maybe minute or so was pretty heavily favored by Carnage, but since then they've been able to tread water and maintain that massive lead they built up for themselves in the first half. They haven't done anything drastic, and it looks like they might be rewarded with it here.
And it looked like for a moment, Carnage was just kind of debating where they wanted to go. Did they want to commit numbers to B? Did they want to go to C and just go for the trip cap? Sometimes you just got to be a little bit quicker than that. And as you can see, the lead just never stopped increasing. And FaZe will take game 3, and they will move on 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, you gotta be quicker than that. Well, we can see that Carnage was super quick in leaving the lobby there. You know, Atlanta FaZe Academy, they shoot out to a 2-1 lead there. Now, Space, tell me, what do you feel like the swing moment was in that map for them to really build such a lead in which Carnage really could come back in map number 3?
I mean, we have to look at Gravity just roaming, right? Like, Gravity's ability to stay alive, pick up kills, so it locks down B in case there's ever pressure there. And then the resilience from the rest of the team. Venom found a couple of big key gunfights on the B flag. They locked down that A-B setup for the majority of the game. And Sib was roaming through tracks, just picking up left and right. Like, again, FaZe play at a tempo that's very different than most teams. And when they start killing you off of flags and getting you out into your spawn, you either have to just wipe them off the map and go for a second team wipe and a third team wipe after that, or you have to pray to your lucky stars that make a mistake, which they won't do. So it was just FaZe playing the way they do.
FaZe doing FaZe things. Now, folks, what is the importance of this matchup? Well, this is a loser semis, okay? At minimum, these teams got 20 grand in the banks, but whoever wins this one, it's a $5,000 matchup, and they're gonna have to progress on and go play 5-star. But the thing is that Fox, when it comes down to it, Carnage Gaming, their life is on the line. This is it. This is everything. Do you think they can do it? What do they need to do?
This is, you know, that's what people have been asking themselves all season long up against Atlanta FaZe Academy, right? I mean, in something like this, you gotta pour cold water on them. When someone like Sib is able to go on so many kills in a row of a streak like that, that's gonna be something you have to surpass in the middle of a respawn game mode. Hopping into our grand final here, though, we have Singularity and Team War facing off in the first map of our grand finals in our second series for the EU regional finals.
Then Fox, the first time we saw this, it was War who came out. They kind of smoked Singularity off the point each and every time, and they took that game 1 win. We're in our second best of 5 now, so this is do or die for both teams. You either win 3 or you go home empty-handed with the chip. Right now, it's Dave inside, and once again, War have the early time like they did in that first best of 5. They've been able to lock it down for trying to work the back of Outpost to lock down spawns for P2, but credit where credit is due, is Singularity holds strong, and they have the spawns for new, but they're still worried about the fact that they've given up such a decent amount of time to War.
Yeah, this is a huge lead to start with, and as we get into KV, so you don't want to give that up to them either. Take a look at the spawns, though. Singularity will be coming from that direction. We're still forcing the issue for the remaining time on this hard point, though, as now it's Team War that has a lot of work to do.
And right now, if I'm Bids, I'm backing up to go help my team at Outpost, because you have 2 players from War pushing through. That's Afro and Dave, I believe, who are working the back. And this could be dangerous for Singularity. They do have the early time, but the pinch should come in momentarily. It's Stevo and Dave opening things up. A big 2-piece, but Singularity holds strong at sandbags. They do a phenomenal job of stopping that first wave. Inside under arches, War do have some pressure. It's slowly taken care of. And Bids has to win a gunfight, not able to do it. War just walked their way into the hill once again, and they increase that lead.
Stevo and Lucifer just did so much, outnumbered, to break through that hard point right there. Their support from down low, from the back entrance of East Cave, hadn't even gotten there yet. They still have to deal with Singularity off of the respawn, though, and it looks like that went in their favor. They're spawning up so close. Again, that war of attrition, it's in their favor. Dave looking to make a difference with his double kill, but I think it's time for him to back off, and it seems like that's the call for him as well.
And Singularity's got to go. I know you want to hold on to these last 3 or so seconds, but it's really not worth it. We have to look at the rotation. We have to look at the minimap. Team War are already set up for soccer field, and they're going to have the opening 15 seconds or so before Singularity gets anywhere near that point. That's 4 kills in a row, 3 for the nade. Thank you very much. Singularity can now work their way in, but bottom broken, it's Denza. He's been an X factor in the hard points and the respawns. His domination play was phenomenal. He has to go big again for this team. 5 and 6 to kick this one off, but Singularity winning the numbers advantage and doing their part as they absolutely wipe War off the hard point.
Yeah, I think those 3 separate grenade kills is what really shook things up here. They had that initial setup, and it was just so easily trumped from a distance with those grenades, and now we see Singularity in a defensive position with their M4s, and Team War has to work through that. We've seen how well players like Detain and Insight will shoot with that when they're able to pre-aim, waiting for you to come up off the spawn, and that's why you see we're building up towards our next lead change. Singularity, they're knotting things up on this hill and pulling ahead.
And that's a smart rotation from War. No need to fight over those last couple of seconds. Afro starting to heat up at 5 and 8. He gets a couple of kills under his belt, and that means War will get the time and the early hold. Exit strategy past couple of rounds has essentially been, we'll fight over scrap time and we'll win the rotational battle, but at this point, with how War has played, your exit strategy for Singularity has to be break the hill, get a hold, and then leave with 10 seconds left. You have to win the rotation next time.
Being rewarded for their positioning for this rotation is Team War as they find themselves on the defense. Afro with a triple kill. The M4 so vicious in this position. Several of them running by and getting shots in their back. It seems like we have Singularity spawning up from East Caves. That's going to be the next front for this war. Bids opening things up with a double kill spells trouble. Afro is going to be all on his own here on the front line. Can he survive it? No. Chain wins that gunfight. But again, the spawn's so close. Team War, they fill in those gaps, recharge, and they get lots of hill time here. That's a 50-second lead.
Feels like a bit of empty kills sometimes, and we just saw Singularity light up the feed with 4 kills, but no one was able to get into the point, and it just left War by themselves to rack up the rest, and they have mid-map control in the process. I feel like a couple of instances Singularity get lucky with a couple of breaks, but since then, they haven't converted it to any hill time. Finally, they're in here first, but that's because they had the spawns early, and they gave up the last 20 or so seconds of Cave West. We're back at Outpost. Singularity do have the close spawns, but it's the flood from War at the front. How can they work their way in? You have one cut down, inside. Bid says, hey, here's a nade, eat that one. 2 kills for him. They're trying to work under arches, and it's a big win from Afro. Slowly but surely, War have tons of numbers to throw at this, but credit where credit is due once again. Singularity holding strong into the hill.
Fireworks are coming into play from the side of Singularity. Not just the many that we've seen get kills so far, but I mean, even just the disruption from well-placed stuns is clearly working in favor of Singularity. Looks like they're working towards our next lead change once again as they remain in control of this P4 hardpoint.
If he can get broken control for Inside, of course, that would be so perfect for P1. But War, we saw them in the first rotation. They're able to lock down, what, 32, 33 seconds before they worked back to Cave East? The opening kills for the boys in red. Denza just ready and waiting for anyone to push. Singularity are already thinking about P2 and thinking ahead, but you still have to worry about the actual hill that's popped. They're giving up quite a bit of time to War off the start. Yeah. Not a massive lead, but still anything is bad at this point.
Look like they're playing the long game here, but the short-term war is being won by Team War. So for P1, you want to see Singularity get a little bit aggressive just to force them out here. Afro puts them back instantly with another triple kill on the M4. This man, this map, these multi-kills, highly impactful for sure.
You know, what Afro is doing on this map is exactly what Insight used to do a couple of weeks ago. Insight is currently sitting at 8 and 8. So everyone else is near 20 kills, 15, breaking that 13 mark. Insight has had 16 engagements, so I would like to know where he's currently at on the map, what he's rocking, because that M4 presence has been quiet for Singularity, and you can see it. Afro has been lighting him up. Insight has not responded. You put a lot of pressure on Bids and Chain to step up. Insight's currently sitting in the hill, but man, it is looking kind of dire for Singularity, though they do have the early time.
Yeah, I think it's been Bids finding a lot of those kills, and Insight has just been able to sit pretty in the hill and grab lots of hill time so far in this game, with 20 seconds separating these two teams, and Cave East being in full control of Singularity right now. Team War has quite a bit of work to do. The entry kills are there. The trades for the side of Singularity not in effect. We see the control switch over to Team War for just a brief moment, but the fight's not over. Singularity still spawning up so close.
War's just bullying their way in, and with Denza sitting on the outside, and then he came into the hill. I mean, Dave is now taking over the spot where Denza used to be, and they're going to have set up for soccer. So, again, War have just walked their way in. They've gotten the break. They've gotten the last couple of seconds. And Singularity, they are stacking this left side, the bottom of your minimap. They have had no pressure when it comes to rotational fights. And at this point, War can just soak up the remainder of the time. 53 seconds, they can win it here. Couple of contests will push this to another hard point back to Cave West. Steve-O going massive at bottom broken, able to survive a couple of nades. He's going to bounce out and try to check his corners. But at this point, War are knocking on a Game 1 win in the second best of 5.
They are, but Chain is knocking on their front door alongside Gizmo with these opening kills. Insight there to support as well. You see the M4s and their effectiveness in these gunfights, carving open lanes for their submachine guns in the form of Detain to push through. And that's going to give Singularity control of this hard point and leave Team War on their back foot to respond. With just under 20 seconds left here, we're going to see some players from Team War opt to rotate, while some sit on middle map to cut them off.
Yeah, and it's a hard battle to be in because you either have to commit numbers here and try to fight scrap time, or you got to go. And at some point, you just got to go. And here they go. It's Singularity working their way through the back. Team War are set up early. A couple of key gunfights from Detain could open this one up. But they can win it here again, and that's going to be the issue. That's the win condition for Singularity. They know that War can win on every single hill, so you have to challenge. There's no other place you can go. And with only 12 seconds you needed to take this Game 1 win, you have to throw numbers. Singularity taking too long on the rotation, and they're spawning so far out, Fox. They're not going to be able to get here in time. It's a 5-man wipe all of a sudden. Only 3 seconds needed, but Singularity hold on. They hang on to a couple of points, but you just need 3 more if you're War.
Yeah, just in that last moment, they were able to snatch all 5 players away. 3 seconds to separate War, but look who's in control. It's Singularity. Not enough control to hop into the objective, though, because that Team War onslaught does not end. As they
the margin of error is so small.
Right. And there's not a lot of time to work with here. Singularity should be awarded that scrap time, but it looks like they're still flooding in. They're contributing 3 and 4 players to this at the moment, and they're just getting mowed down at the cave entrance.
War should have just given this up. I mean, I like the aggression, but all of a sudden, Singularity have woken up quite a bit. The kills are falling in. 27 and 26 for Bids. It's inside in the hill with a minute 50. Hold on a second. They can win it here. They have been able to find and rack up a ton of kills, but pressure from the back. At the back of Outpost, it's a sandbags push from War. They're able to pick up one. Lucifer to stay alive. I wonder where the spawns will come in. Detain has so much pressure. He's not able to win the fight. Singularity, they don't get lucky, and War gets the close spawn. They can throw numbers at this and continue to fly on in. They do have a bit of a lead to work with, but it's slowly crumbling.
Lead is, in fact, slowly crumbling. We see Singularity still sitting in control. Bids with the M4. He's such a problem. You have to take him down before hopping on the hard point. Denza realizes this alongside Lucifer and Steve-O, and they're pouring in. And we're having a bit of a technical issue at the moment. As you can see, the score is so close. We're coming to the conclusion of the matchup, and we will keep you updated on the result of that one. Again, that was the second best of 5 series between War and Singularity. The first one was won by Team War.
It was
the fans,
so good.
I was with y'all. I was like, what's happening?
Team War won.
Oh
Team
my
War
God,
came out
we
on
just
top.
get it
They
in.
got their last 3.
Zordon let us know Team War won in the end. And man, we saw they got the back spawns at the end. Insight and Chain made a fantastic rotation. Gizmo and the boys held off last. They watched Cave East. But in the end, at a high level base, man, what happened? Because how did they get those spawns back? Was it just the luck of the draw?
I mean, I think it was a win. I don't remember the player who did it, but they won a gunfight at top sandbags. I think the Tate lost that fight. And as soon as he did, he just waited. He stayed up, he waited, and they got blessed with a close spawn. And at that point, you have 3 seconds, you have to win. You just throw bodies. You say go, go,
Yeah,
go, go.
you just go.
And that's what they did. They just ran, dude. Like, that's what you got to do.
Man, I thought Singularity, they were set up in such a beautiful position, but
do it,
just one, like it was that spawns, right? Because if they still hold from the original side in which they had, we saw Insight there with his M4 locking down that curve. You would have had to get through him, had some great nades, and the boys was already behind them. But hey, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's a little bit of hindsight there. And War, they strike and they take map number 1 of our third series between these two powerhouses. Now, Fox, as we go here into map number 2, what are you expecting here? Can you do you think the Singularity fans are going to be able to get this one tied up 1-1?
If this is going to go all the way to a round 11, and I still think War is going to edge them out. These two teams are so closely matched, but War, there are these moments of brilliance where they just end up closing it out, right?
Yeah, no, it is. And you know, I'm looking at and just looking back at this series and thinking about the first time in which they played. It's just Wars like just edging them out just by a little, because every single map has been close outside even the first series, and now it just comes down to Singularity coming up short that many times on that many maps. It has to do something to your team confidence. If you was the coach, Spaceman, what do you tell these boys to bounce back?
Look, I kind of give them the blunt reality. I say, look, I know that we beat them 3-1 earlier and we've been sitting for a while, so sure, there may be some rust, but look, we're down 0-1 in the series. We could go down 0-2 in a second best of 5. There's no excuse for us to not be playing our A game. I know it's hard. I know that this is not the situation we want to be in, but at this point, we just got to nut up or shut up, and we got to go in and do our thing and play our team game. You can't really make too many excuses, right? Like, yeah, sure, things could have gone this way or that way. We could have gotten lucky with a couple breaks. But that's all hindsight. The current situation is you're down 0-1 in the second best of 5. There's no more room for, we could have done this, that. You just got to come out and play.
And you know, us on the desk, we're looking back at some of these matches in which they played these other maps, trying to figure out who may have the edge coming into this next map. But if you've ever been in a situation like this where you've kind of been in a match with a lot of money on the line like this, you know, as a player, what just happened, what happened yesterday and the day before in the season really don't matter. You are in this moment and you still have an opportunity to turn this around, to bounce back, to get the boys together. But man, it takes a lot of cojones to just leave that negative energy back and just be able to be that guy that your team needs to get you back in the series. Now, when it comes down to it, who do we think it's going to be for Team War to possibly get them up 2-0, Fox? Who's going to get them to that series point?
Team War, it's looking like Denza right now. This man just doesn't stop, right? The M4 is hot right now, even in the face of how strong we've seen the M4s of Singularity have been. He's been able to remain consistent.
So that's the matchup. That's the M4 matchup there. It's looking like it's Denza and Insight. But when it comes down to our dominant submachine gun players in the lobby space, man, who is the matchup that we should be looking out for?
Oh, man. I mean, if you're talking about subs, you want Detain and Chain. Like, you need them to really do their thing. They're a duality, and the dichotomy of them on the map can always bring Singularity over the hump. I think they have to pick up for slack that Insight isn't bringing right now. So we move into a very, very unusual S&D on Azir Cave, which we have not seen in a very long time. And we'll check to make sure that's actually the right map. And actually, I believe we'll be moving back over to Arklov Peak. So I was like, wait a minute, we haven't seen this in months. And okay, yeah, back to over to Arklov Peak. Here we go. Game 2, War versus Singularity. Everyone looking good, nice and comfortable. And here we go.
In this Arklov Peak S&D, we're seeing Afro as your initial bomb carrier. Looks to be that they're moving towards the A bomb site with it. However, they're playing so far back. Maybe for some more information. Singularity, they get a little bit greedy, moving up the trenches. They're rewarded for it as Chain is able to find Afro. Bomb carrier falling. It's never a good sign in the opening moments of your search and destroy offense. They haven't made a lot of progress just yet, but they did even the score with that kill from Denza.
One rotating around behind, it's Lucifer. Gizmo with the snipe, but Lucifer is going to try to go for the hunt and take him out. He can work to the back of the barn if he is so lucky to do so. And Lucifer just on the long rotation. I'm glad we can hop over to his POV. He's going to get behind a couple. Takes down Detain. Front man down. Gizmo in the trench. They know where he's at, but he's tagged up from every angle. Has to stay alive, not able to do so. The trades for Singularity are there. It's Denza last alive with your bomb. Able to pick up one. Now a 1v2.
Denza, Insight, Gizmo, last players standing on the lobby. In this 1v2, it's going to be so tough because they know good and well where he's at, and they've got him pinched from both sides. Insight challenges and takes it.
Unlike the losers finals for Team War in those S&Ds, Fox, I know damn well that these first bloods don't really mean anything because we have gone to round 11 every time these teams have played. The first bloods usually get traded, and then it's a 4v4 for the majority of the round. So no matter what Dave is able to do or what Gizmo is able to bring to the table, we should expect this one to be a nail biter all the way till the end.
This is a real fight. This is a very real fight. Lots of back and forth here, and I don't think that there's going to be one thing that just carries a team away with success, right? Even the snipers think that they're going to be evenly matched on both sides, as you mentioned.
These teams do not like each other, and this has been a battle for quite some time. So, you know, the bragging rights are on the line, and much more than that, a trophy is on the line as well. A couple of stuns do ring out. Here comes the nade, so that will check, but no hit marker for the moment. They're going to push their way up through trenches, try to avoid some fire. Insight sneaks by one. They have to know that at least one is pushed up. I think they have realized. And the
so you see how
bad angle for Insight.
Gets taken out there. You saw how far back Team War was playing. It was for that reason. They were able to catch them as soon as someone decided to peek. Couple kills in favor of Singularity. We do see that Gizmo tags up and finishes bids as well. The bomb is now down the side on their side of the map, and it leaves Chain in a 1 versus 3 without the objective in hand.
So much to do. Bomb down on a very bad spot.
And not a lot of time to take care of any of it.
Nope. I mean, you're lucky if you get a pick or two, but with how everyone's spread out and how Dave will not relinquish this position, it's not going to be good enough. Team War will take round number 2 and tie it up.
Right, and so Space, is there anything that we're 2 rounds in, both teams have gotten their opportunity at offense. Is there anything that stands out to you in this matchup at the moment in terms of weapon choice? I know that we're not seeing snipers early. Do you think that that's a deliberate decision?
I mean, I think both teams are trying to figure each other out. We just played a very intensive round 11 in the previous series, so look, we know what everyone's going to throw. Gizmo has the snipe out. I think Dave might have it out as well. It's a standard setup for both teams, but nothing too unusual off the gate. Just, again, back and forth like we expected. They're both incredibly good S&D teams. Still too early to know what's going to happen, but the smokes, the stuns are out. It's a mid-hit from Team War. And Steve is going to work his way inside.
Steve-O creeping his way through Broken. He knows what awaits him just around the corner. That's going to be Chain. And in the far back, you see Gizmo from downtown waiting in trenches. Singularity plays a bit more further up than Team War has so far on this map. We do see the sniper come out from Gizmo. Fails to connect. Steve-O and Lucifer taking full advantage and gaining some ground on the A site. But they're still going to be met with Singularity resistance around the corner. Stuns come out into play. But again, they're so far back. This is such a tough fight to win.
Lucifer really just kind of pinched here. He's got nowhere to go. Steve-O is there to help him out. And the trades from Team War are making it look so damn easy. Detain flies and picks up a kill. A cheeky challenge, not going to win that one. Probably 10 times out of 10. 2-1. Team War will take the lead here in this S&D with 2 rounds back-to-back.
I think they're finally starting to get used to how far we see the likes of Singularity play back in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's only so many different ways you can throw looks at your opponent, right? Like, the tendencies are going to get picked up regardless of how many rounds you play. And with these teams just playing 2 S&Ds prior in the best of 5, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough for both sides, but War always find a way to edge it out, and that's been kind of the factor here today.
That we are. However, we're looking through the eyes of Singularity. It looks like an aggressive 5-man push towards the A site. The tacticals all coming out, but this smoke in middle map might be what pumps the brakes on this play, as well as the positioning of Dave with the sniper. He's got trenches on lock. This is not a sight you want to see. Connects with the first shot. He's able to find a kill onto Insight. One more player jumps out to peek, and he falls to the same thing. Dave's re-peeking and finding every kill on his screen. Who's the next victim? Dave retreats.
I don't think Dave has missed a snipe today. I don't think he's missed a single bullet. 3 kills in the round for Dave. Always finding the first blood. He has not missed a snipe today. And that's where Gizmo can kind of learn. Gizmo missed a couple of opportunities and chances on a challenge, but When Dave is doing stuff like that, what do we talk about? Being able to facilitate players through him on the field.
That poor
It's
soul
so
in trenches
easy.
actually re-peaked him right there, but Dave did back off. I would not have been surprised to see him collect that 4th kill should he have gone for it. Now
I'm dead serious. I don't think he's missed a snipe. Like,
yeah,
I don't think he's missed one.
He's killing it right now.
And Steve-O is 6-1 quietly, because he's your bomb carrier.
They put a bomb in this man's hands?
1-4 for Chain. Gizmo at 2-3. And detain, spot, lockdown, goodbye. Dave can do it with everything. Sniper, M4, doesn't matter. First blood to war. Evened out by Singularity. That bomb will go down at B. It's a hit from Insight. He needs numbers to hopefully rally in and help him out. But no one moving just yet.
Post-plant positioning coming into effect. You see player number 4 way back there. That's Dave. The long-range line of sight should be crucial for them on this side of the map. Gizmo pushing in with the pistol, though, is stopped. Afro still playing defense. He was the bomb carrier in previous rounds in the search and destroy. Now he's in a fist fight. He comes out on top, and Afro with 3 kills in a row. It's just going to be Chain left alive to face off against the remaining war players.
Man, once again, I mean, this one's a little bit less close than the last S&D we saw. Game 2 of our first series, but man, just Afro working his way into the site, picks up 2 kills, and then Mike Tyson's a 3rd. Like, there's not much more you can really do if your war have success in S&D. Like, Singularity at some point has to slow the bleeding. The trades haven't really gone there. First Blood's gone to war for the past couple of rounds. Dave is lighting you up with the sniper.
Just a menace with that thing.
The dude doesn't miss. And you're on brink of going down 0-2 in the series should these rounds continue in favor of war, which would be quite interesting, to say the least.
Looking to scope with Gizmo. He's overlooking trenches of the A site, but no one's home. They're all going to be up top, as he is also alone in that portion of the map. You see most of the efforts from the side of Singularity being made through Broken towards the A bomb site. And now that's where the gunfights are all going to go down. They've taken control of the A bomb site, and it's going to be up to the remaining 2 team war players to retake. At this man disadvantage, you see how difficult that is, though.
They've shut down the 3 biggest and 4 biggest players on the map for war. It's a little bit easier now when Denza's the last alive. 3v1. Bombs down. Absolutely no way they should throw this round away. I say that now, but we'll see what happens. Denza picks up 1. Time to work with. If he finds bids, it's entirely doable. And he's worried about
someone ticking, and they're running away. They have an idea of where he's at, and they're not letting it happen. They sniff him out. He's not able to win that gunfight. Singularity puts a number on the board to stop the bleeding. Team War still leading by 4-2. This is one of the bigger lead, the 4-1 lead, I should say. It's one of the bigger leads that we've seen in this series so far. In the first search and destroy, it was all back and forth, just 1-1. Both teams trading blows. Here, though, that hot start seems to have been cooled off a bit.
Other than essentially the very first hardpoint we watched against these 2 teams, what seems like 2 hours ago, this is probably the biggest lead, like you said, we've seen in any game mode. And it's only 2 rounds. I mean, it's by no means a blowout. But War are currently having their way. Singularity looking to at least get within 1. Gizmo with your snipe again has not been successful a couple of times. It's misses like that. You have to be able to hit that. Dave picks him off with the nade. Singularity able to sort of even things out, and a couple of kills do come in. 2v3. Singularity somehow survive. And they could probably make this 4-3 if they're lucky enough.
You can thank Insight for that. He's now on his 3rd kill in a row. This trenches side of the map is such a great spot for him to be in. Just as I say that, Afro was able to take him down, but not without the support from the rest of Singularity coming through to finish the job. That's now 2 straight rounds for the side of Singularity in this match.
Look, I know you want to counter snipe, and I know you want to have that presence, but Gizmo has not hit much. And I mean, he might have connected on 1 or 2. I think he maybe has a kill, but there's been a couple instances where he's had an open shot, and he has just kind of missed. Like, I don't want to be too mean, but man, like, at some point, if I'm Singularity, if this happens again, I'm saying, hey, put the sniper away. It's not working. We need you to have an M4 in your hand. He's 4-5. Look, he's 4-5. I don't know how many of that is actually contributed to the sniper, but we've hopped onto him a couple times, and he has just flat out missed a player.
We'll have to see how they work through that throughout the rest of this S&D. Right now, it looks like they're opting to move through middle map with the bomb towards the B bomb site. You got to imagine that wherever they get a pick is going to determine what comes of this next. At the moment, Steve-O is just mowing them down. And when you're out, this is the worst spot to be in. This is actually like worst case scenario when you're moving towards the B bomb site with the bomb. You're still stuck outside. You've lost players, and you have no map control. There's no good position in here.
Nope. You can't cross because Afro is watching you if you go to A. You have to just work through B, or you have to work at the back. It takes too much time to do so. Steve-O, Denza, they clean up everything. Gizmo's last alive, and he's not last alive for long. Team War now on match point to go up 2-0 in the series.
Again, this is it right here. This is our final series for Europe for our COD Challengers final. If we get map number 2, they're going to be at series point here and close it out with 2 best of 5 victories against Singularity. Singularity still has time to answer back.
I'm not calling anything just yet, but we saw yesterday what happened in APAC. Renegades came in, win 6-0. It was a 3-1 series win for the first best of 5 for War. Right now, they're on match point to go up 2-0 in the series. This is not how we expected these grand finals to go, but War has been proclaimed the best team in Europe for a reason. Dave with a snipe, just barely not able to hit the top of the head.
I think he took his hat off.
Bids does get first blood. Lucifer evens it out like we've seen so many times. And the numbers hit onto the A site. Gizmo picks up 1. Insight will shut down Afro. Gizmo hits a snipe. There you go. He hits 2. What universe did we hop into? Gizmo gets a double kill with the sniper. All of a sudden, the thumbs are working.
Stopping the show on trenches is Gizmo with the double kill from this sniper to end the round right there. And we saw it might be the first round where Dave has not gotten a snipe where Gizmo has, and you see the difference that it made in the control on trenches.
Once again, first blood didn't really matter much in that round, but credit to Gizmo for hanging in there and finding 2 kills. Again, the sniper can be so beneficial when you hit the shots, like we just saw. 5-4. Smokes are out. Another A hit once again.
Lots of smokes to slow this push. They can't move up through that. They're going to get set up with... Oh, they're going to...
That's what you think.
They're charging straight through it. They are wild. So, it ends up working out for them. Detain is able to catch Afro behind the rock. He must have gotten caught up by a stun. We're now seeing the rest of Singularity proactive, hopping on this opportunity and preying aggressively onto the A bomb site.
I think bomb's going down right now. I think Bids, just got it off. Only 2 players left alive. Once again, Singularity in a spot to take this to around 11. Detain picks up the kill. Dave, I don't know what you got in your back pocket, but okay, an opening sight might be it. 1v3. If he clutches this, we are talking about one of the most insane clutches in the history of competitive Call of Duty.
1v3, Dave.
Oh, don't do it. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Singularity, hold on. I thought for a minute I was going to have to lose my voice, but Singularity take the round. Detain slips by this sniper bolt. And it's a 5-5, round 11. Game 2, here we go.
So my prediction was for this to end in a War victory at round 11.
You did call round 11. Yeah.
However, again, I did make mention, don't be surprised if Singularity takes this one. I mean, this is a good team. They had that rough start, but you see throughout the rest of the series how competitive they've been able to keep this game. Now it's going to be another offensive attempt. And they've been favoring this A bomb site, as most teams do on Arclov Peak. They're sending all 5 players. Let's see how it works out.
Well, 1 far pushed up. That's Afro in trenches. And it's Detain pushing up first. So weak, so stunned. But that bomb's going to slowly make its way forward. But a War player is around the site. 3 will hit through trench. Very, very awkward spot should they get caught by a nade. No trophies around to help. Oof. The utility is connecting on everything, but no one's dropping.
Yeah, they're all tagged up. Really, all Team War did was just spend a little bit of time there. Now the gunfights unfold as the bomb is planted. Gizmo cracks off 2 with the M4. That big double kill is going to be huge for post-plant positioning. Afro and Lucifer are engaged, but they're all falling. The M4s of Singularity shutting things down on trenches.
What the hell did we just watch? What a comeback from Singularity! Was that like 3-4 straight rounds in a row? yo, guys, I can't even lie. I was all geared up to gas Dave up, and I'm still gonna gas Dave up a little bit because that man's stock is hot. If you don't know, and if you don't think it is, you ain't watching the same league I am. Once again, I gotta give love to Gizmo and Dave because both snipers have lit this stage up and put on a show for us, man. But especially when it came down to it, Dave early on, Spaceman, talk to me about getting those. He got so many first bloods with the headshots and just being able to relieve that pressure for his teammates. What was his teammates able to do for him to have that much success early on in that map?
I mean, they opened up lanes for him, and I'm sure the comms were pretty hot where he was looking. But normally, I would say, yeah, the first bloods were great with the snipe because it opens up the round. But we have seen these teams play S&D together, and every time there's a first blood with a sniper, it's immediately traded out by the other team, and they go back and forth. So there was a couple of times in S&D you heard me say, hey, this really doesn't matter because once again, it's a 4v4 near the site.
Yep.
And finally, Singularity get a break their way for the first time in this series. Maybe that's the catalyst to push him forward. I don't know, but dude, it was a weird round 11.
It was, and I gotta now give some credit to Gizmo because the thing is that when you're getting out sniped in the finals, it's only really two things that you can do. One, you change your gun, you switch strategies, and you gotta do something else, right? You gotta put the scope away. Or two, you try it one more time, okay? You bring it out and you gotta go for that challenge. And we saw Gizmo have some big rounds and kind of get his mojo back towards the back end of that S&D. And even so, too, as well, we saw Singularity with a few strategies there, rushing that trench. Wanted to rush that sniper towards that left side of the map. Also, even allow Gizmo to kind of funnel those players into him for him to be able to still make some plays there. Fox, when it comes down to the last portions of the match for Singularity, what do you think they did so well for them to come out and get the win?
I actually think it was mostly in the hands of Gizmo. He was just a very impactful player in the later rounds of that game. His M4 presence was felt. We had some round-ending snipes, and he was just a great asset to have for the A side of the map.
Yeah, man. Singularity, folks. They tie it all up 1-1 here in our last series of the EU Grand Final. So you guys hype at home? Hell, I am. Yo, tweet out the stream. We're about to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it's map number 3, Domination, Team Singularity versus War. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challengers Finals. It's been a crazy weekend. We've had some exciting matchups and some upsets as well. And this is one of them. Atlanta FaZe Academy versus Carnage Gaming. We are watching the final few seconds of this matchup, boys. And as we see, it's a lonely Jimbo, and he can't get it done.
God.
FaZe Academy has been eliminated at top 4. Wow.
Wow. I did not expect that, dude. I know this match just finished, but we don't get updates because we want to keep everything as raw as possible. Wow. So Carnage stunned him in game 5, which is FaZe's best mode. And little birdie named Alan Schiff told us that apparently FaZe had been scrimming. I think it was either S&D or Domination. They were losing a majority of them during their scrim. So the supposedly best team in North America no longer there. Oh my God!
And you know, and that's the question, right? When it comes down to their S&D struggles, Fox, any indication why you think that may be?
I think it's just because Carnage is a strong team. I don't think anyone expected them to come through and do the amount of damage they've done, right? They've been stacking up very well against some of the toughest competition in the North America Challenger Series.
Yeah, man, the North American Challenger Series, man, that EU, hell, all regions, EU, APAC, all of it has delivered this weekend if you've been watching. So, Carnage Gaming, they progress on to have to play 5-star in the Losers Finals. I believe that's going to be about, that's a $10,000 matchup, just so you guys know at home. That's a $10,000 wager those boys are playing. And, you know, 5-star lost 3-0 to Triumph early, which that was the biggest surprise to me, based off the 5-star team we saw yesterday. In Triumph, you know, their play, you know, their finishings were kind of going based off their matchups, and we just saw more consistent 5-star yesterday. But Carnage Game and 5-star, how you guys think that matchup is going to go while we get our EU Grand Final set up?
I mean, look, if 5-star look,
I'll
tell you real quick.
No, save that later. Save that for
later.
Okay,
we'll get back to that question. Don't worry. Okay,
take it away, boys.
Let's keep understanding the situation here. It's tied 1-1. This is the second best of 5. If you're just joining us, well, shame on you. You've missed quite a bit of Call of Duty, and at this point, this is for all the marbles. Whoever wins this goes up 2-1 in the series. Then we go to another hard point. A squeaky clean finish, not so much in that S&D as Singularity were able to squeak on by, but we've seen these dominations go back and forth. I am very excited to get into this game 3.
Yeah, these games have been fought to the finish. If you've missed most of the action so far, this is our second best of 5 series, and if any of these maps are any indication, there's a whole lot more to be played. It's an intense matchup between the Titans of the EU Challenger Series. Team War facing off against Team Singularity in game 3, and so far, Singularity's in driver's seat.
Now, the last time we saw these two teams play on Domination, which was essentially an hour ago, during that first best of 5, it was Singularity holding the AB setup on this exact map. They went on to win that game and then lose in the hard point following. So I'm interested to know if they want to continue that same setup here. I mean, they were winning the team fight on B flag each and every time. But Team War surely looking to rewrite the script and go up 2-1 in the series. It's detained, open things up, and a couple of kills for Singularity. Everyone getting involved. 4-0 for Insight. All of a sudden, Insight on a 4 spree, and it looks like, hey, he might actually be here to play this time.
Yeah, Insight has really been showing up in the last few maps, I think. And the 4-0 start is certainly an indication of that. They're playing defensively here on B-Dom. It's all they have to do. Look how many bodies they have stacked in the warehouse. That double kill could spell trouble, but they still have another front to fight once they dive in. Chain here, the first line of defense, getting players tagged up, but not able to contribute to the whole fight. He still has a submachine gun of Detain over his shoulder, and you see he can't do it either. The team kill, Insight, bringing the squad down in this moment, but he's hoping to make up for it as he comes down from the top rope.
I was going to say Insight might be a little bit too late to the party. Whenever people start flooding in, it's great to have 2 subs down there on the B flag, but you need an AR to look over you because that pressure can be so overwhelming coming from top L. Well, Insight wasn't there, and neither was anyone else from Singularity. We're able to break on in, but it's Singularity holds strong for the moment. 36-19, that B flag will get neutralized in the process. Dave trying to work the back line. Can he pick up a massive win? Well, Steve-O will do his job for him. Insight in the back, gonna lock down his home flag once again. Steve-O now applying pressure. going to go on the hunt. If you can find Insight, that maybe opens up the backside of the map, but Singularity holds strong on their base. Now they just have to worry about finding mid-map once again.
Very disruptive. They did keep Singularity on their toes. They had to back up and deal with pressure approaching them in the A domination flag. Now that they've been able to reset the game, they can come towards middle map and get headshotted by Dave. Big double kill in defense of the B domination flag. You see the submachine gun players just underneath them as well, showing their support, and they've been able to maintain control. And they're on the prowl again to try and tackle this A flag space.
You know, with Insight starting off 8-3, I was going to say look out for the Singularity squad when they're starting to feel their ARs light up. But it's almost a 3-cap lead. They have 2 locked down. Now the flip comes in from Singularity. The retake from Steve-O is going to continue to work this top side. And Afro will hold strong on B. So while they lose both home hills, it's not a terrible situation for War. As Denza will come in onto A, they're going to neutral in the process. And now Singularity is spawning out. So they're going to grab C. They're going to move towards B if they can. They have back green control, but look, we're in a pretty good spot right now. They get AB back under their possession, and this is actually not a bad situation to be in.
Great spot to be in. We do still have one straggler. That's going to be Bids, as you can see, lurking just outside of the A flag. These 2 players on Team War, they're not fooled. They know that there's someone nearby, and that's why they haven't left their base yet. They don't want to get snuck up on. He finds them, catches him off guard. The trade has to come in. That it does, but another one-on-one engagement happens here between Steve-O and Insight, and Steve-O is going to be the one to clear out the base and come out on top there. Now, efforts need to be focused towards B-Dom, as that's where the remaining Singularity players are active.
Dave wins the fight in the back, so they have C and Denza going big on B flag. They could have a trip cap here and completely flip the script of this game. It was Singularity with a great hold to kick things off, and they had 2 flags under their belt, but here comes the push from Singularity. Can they work into A? Yes, they can. Another bad nade. Bids has had a couple of those, trying to find the fight if he can. Then the knife works as well. It's Shank City, but Steve-O shuts him down. 2 flags split currently in your score, and Team War hold on to the lead.
Yeah, despite all of these fights, we're still seeing Team War able to eke out an advantage in each engagement. The next fight's going on in B-Dom as the subs pour through that front door. They still have to get through the M4 of Dave, as well as the subs running around beneath them. You see Lucifer taken to the front lines right there, helping with the damage. Dave is taken down, but they're still maintaining control because of their positioning. Singularity was never able to gain any footing inside of the warehouse. They were fighting from the front door.
With about 30 seconds left, it was Singularity who started on bad side, but on Hackney, there really is no good side, in my opinion. Because they've had a decent lead, but it's been War who's been able to flip. And as we close out round number 1, for War to be able to hold on to this lead, and not only that, but propel it forward the way they have, with a couple of big wins of holding on to what looked like a 3-cap for a while. War looking in a very good spot as they move into round number 2, and now pressure on Singularity as they will have the C flag off start, but you need to have more wins on B flag. I think that's really just what it comes down to.
Indeed, indeed. And you mentioned War. I think something that stands out to me about their performance so far, maybe you can share more insight into it, but they seem to be a very well-coordinated team. Their ARs get into position, and it appears that they communicate very well with trading one another with their submachine guns.
Yeah, they move very methodically between gunfights. It seems like sometimes Singularity get a little too hectic and they just try to play engagement per engagement. But War seem like they have, you know, a couple of things up their sleeve. The dimensions to this team has been one of the reasons why they're the #1 team in Europe. It's one of the reasons why they're currently in this grand final in a second best of 5. The nades ring out, the trophy a little bit late to the party, but it all works out in the end. Bids will move in, cleans up a kill, and they'll get the neutral for a moment. Lucifer shuts down part of Singularity's attempt. But Detain and Crew, they'll hold strong on this flag, and they should get it back.
And you see the office spawn coming in from War. They're all going to move southward down the map towards B domination. Singularity, of course, were able to capture it in time. You're going to need to do this as a unit. It looks as though they send one player number 8, that's Dave, all the way over to C domination. Sitting in the flag, you'll have to see what he can make of it, but Denza and Steve-O are looking to be disruptive on B-Dom, towards A-Dom, excuse me.
Steve-O actually spawned all the way back out at C, and as soon as he did, his first instinct was just to go for the neutral. He actually got decap and the win as well. So that forces Singularity to commit resources back where they didn't really need to, and now, again, you're wasting time, which all favors War. They have A and B locked down. They've wasted about 10 seconds or so. That's forced Singularity to play for the home cap. This is all of War's plan. Just get them uncomfortable in the back and split the resources so they can't commit one team wipe at a time. They're doing it perfectly. Denza wins a gunfight in the corner, a 111 to 85. Finally, Singularity worked their way onto B, but numbers from War slowly trickling in.
And it works. They shove all the players to the doorway like a little clown car, and they're able to stack the flag, pull it into their favor. That's flag B and C in possession of Singularity. And now it's going to be up to Team War as they are on their back foot spawning up in A. But look at that. The players spawning up behind them at C, and they now have a split spawn. C has been neutralized, and they're making moves towards B Dom to completely upset the positioning and positional advantage that Singularity had.
7 and 14 for Detain, 7 and 15 for Chain, 6 and 5 caps apiece. But man, they are just not pulling their weight when it comes to slaying. They lose that gunfight in the back of A. So once again, Singularity able to hold on to the C and B cap, but as soon as I say that, B gets neutralized and War will take it back. And what was kind of a favorable side coming into round number 2, they've been able to lose for the majority of the time. And with 2 minutes and 38 seconds and counting left, it's only a 20-point game, so surely not out of it yet, but with how quickly they've been able to lose B-Dom, you have to wonder, what's the next play here? Do you overextend to A and try to go for the neutral? Or do you keep putting resources and committing your efforts to B?
Looks like they're doing both. So far, they failed at the A portion. The remaining players are pushing into B. One of them is able to survive and stick it out. That's Insight. He's still remaining inside the hard point, but he's soon to be outnumbered and overwhelmed. No, his teammates spawn up closer. Team War comes in just a little too late. It's neutralized and now in the favor of our green team, Singularity. Another double kill cracked off from the M4 of Insight.
There's no reason Bid should push out anywhere near from here. He's just going to chill out, have a good time, go for the challenge, wins it on Lucifer, 2 headshots in the feed, make it 3. Singularity looking very, very strong all of a sudden. But that lead has increased for War. Now you're going to be looking for at least a neutral onto A, possibly a 3 cap. Chain thinking about challenging. Dave with the shots, Dave with the angle, and Dave with the win. Here comes follow-up from the knife. Not going to happen. Too fast for Singularity. But they have to worry about C in the process. You need a neutral onto the C flag. You're running out of time. And at this point, you have to be looking for at least a cap.
Yeah, about a minute and a half left. We're well past that 2-minute warning, and Team War have been able to maintain their lead. Can they remain consistent and close it out here in the face of Singularity's 2 cap? Seems to have been going uncontested for the past minute or two. Submachine guns really showing up to play now in the later stages of the game. We've also seen Gizmo putting a lot of hurt on the side of Team War. And now efforts seem to be shifted towards going to C flag. You see player 2 and 4 for the side of Singularity. That's Bids and Detain looking to make a difference, but they do get shut down and spawned out.
Well, they might have actually had a chance to take the lead. I think that 2 cap just barely might be mathematically too much, but I could be wrong right now. They're going to hit the 140 mark, down by 14. They need to think in a full minute to make it 12 points, so they might just barely be out of reach. But Singularity, look, you need a 3 cap here. It's got to come through C. Your numbers are falling quickly. It's 4 kills for Team War, and with 28 seconds left, they might have done just enough with a 1 cap, and that should be it. 10 points left. It's gonna be so close.
It's gonna be very close. We're seeing them still putting efforts towards the B-bombs, the B-dom flag. Afro out in middle map, trying to keep the enemies at bay, and it seems to be enough. They were able to hop on it and neutralize it. And Team War looks to be able to close out this domination to go up 2-1 in the series.
It was gonna be close if they didn't neutralize that flag. I'm talking maybe a point, possibly tie game, but that neutralization on B at the end. Heads up play from War to give up. Basically, we no pressures here. We're going to overextend and get to B as quickly as possible. And they take the series up 2-1.
With all this green and red on our screens and how this series has been going, it's looking like Christmas out here for the CDL fans, man. This was another close matchup, you guys.
Yeah.
And I heard you talking to Spaceman about how when it came down to that B control, War was just a little bit too much when it came to locking that one down. What is it that Singularity would have had to do better to get some more reps there?
Look, you either have to continue to find ways to win a team fight on B, or you have to say, okay, we're going to split our resources and we're going to send people to A, because they had favorable sides spawning up in part 2 of that domination, but they could never get onto A flag for about like 15 seconds or so. They couldn't get a good chunk of time. They had a couple of neutrals here and there, but ever since that, it was essentially it. So I was basically saying, look, you either have to overextend and play for a 2 home base cap setup, or you just have to continue to put resources on to B. That decision-making is what kept War ahead in the game. They knew what they had to do. As soon as they had pressure at C, they said, hey, we're going to overextend to B. We'll get the neutral. We'll win the game with 1 cap only, and they did it. So Singularity, again, just looking like they just didn't really know what decision they wanted to make when they needed to take it.
Yeah, you know, you can't get that neutral, overextend towards those home hills. I know a lot about that one there. But when it comes down to holding an A to C setup there, Fox, how difficult is that on a map like that? Because it's one of the smallest maps we have here in competitive play. Or does that make it easier? Yeah, Fox, nice intel. But you got me muted again, okay?
We're back. We're back.
Yeah, now come
it's
on.
So
What were you saying?
When you hit that split cap, though, right, you have so much ground on the map to cover because you have those players spawning up at that middle point, that focal point of the map, and they're able to spread and fan out in so many different directions. You have a lot of lanes to watch. That's a lot of responsibility on your players. And you kind of see that's why players opt to go towards A, B, or C.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that is a long middle lane there. Well, folks, map number 3 is in the books, and now Team War is at championship point is what I'm going to say, because that's exactly what it is.
That's what it is.
Space, how crazy would it be for us to see 2 teams win from the loser side of bracket? And when NA being stacked up the way it is, oh my God, hold on, I just saw something. I ain't even gonna tell it to you guys just yet, but the way it's stacked up, man, do you think we can see it 3 times in a row?
Look, it's not entirely crazy to say that this could have been predicted. Like, War is arguably the best team in Europe, and Renegades was the best team in APAC. So it's not like this is out of realm of possibility. I think we just all expected a little bit more fight from the teams they're going up against, right? Like maybe Chiefs could have put up a better fight than getting 6-0'd. Singularity, I know for a fact, I expected a little bit of a closer game with however close these games have been. It was a 3-1 series win to start the thing off, and now we're in a 2-1 situation. I just expected both series to either go to game 5s or go to, be really, really close. But look, reverse sweeps are not uncommon. I know people like to say they are. They're really not an amateur Call of Duty. These things happen all the time.
They're not that they're not that common at all there. Now, my question is that we didn't really get a chance to see the winners matchup between these 2 teams. We got the highlights there, but you've just casted 7 maps between these grand finals so far between them. What does Team Singularity need to do to close out against War?
Remain consistent throughout the whole map, right? They're too wishy-washy throughout maps where they have these lapses in their ability, and then they come back and end up playing like they're actually in the grand finals. And that's great for the few minutes that it lasts, but they end up working themselves into such a hole that it's not enough to come out over top.
Fox, here we are. We're on the precipice of greatness for War. We're on the precipice of a rather disappointing finals performance for Singularity. No chance they're not out of it yet. Absolutely can't say that. But man, I will say this is going to be an uphill battle. And right now, Insight looks very good. He looks very good in that domination. But I was told by the coach, Singularity feels like they're firing in all cylinders. We need to see that in this hard point if they want to have a chance to send this to a game 5.
For sure, they showed it to us quite a bit in our first series and the several maps in this series where they've been able to remain competitive for Team War. Let's see if they can make it last from start to finish. We're looking through the eyes of Chain, who's been able to sit pretty uncontested in the hard point just yet. We're going to see some competition here soon from above.
And War was going to be very timid to push on in. Once they get opening a couple of kills, here they come. That's 4 in a row, and War will make their way forward. They want to hold on to those back spawns, so you can see Dave sitting behind, ready and waiting, and should numbers drop, he's going to go ahead and back up, give up those last bit of time, and allow the rest of his teammates to come in and set up for P2. That's exactly what's going to happen. The numbers begin to drop. Dave was in a good position, and it's all up to Singularity to go for the break behind, but, well, a good start to kick this one off, but War, again, will find themselves in the hill first.
Yeah, we saw right there to be awarded the scrap time. It was off the back of a double kill on the entry frag from Bids. We've seen quite a bit of that from him in Hardpoint in these 2 series. Now as we get to P2, as you said, Team War, they have the initial time, they have the advantage. They're able to play these corners that Afro just found a double kill at. And now that's going to spawn Singularity so far out to the northwestern of the map. They have a journey to make. And every second that passes is another point on the board for Team War.
And I love the speed that Singularity is playing with thus far. Just the flying, Gizmo, Detain, working together in tandem, able to break through the bottom. They should be able to get up towards the point. War has taken the lead for the moment. Singularity look like they might just do it to trick each other out, so actually no one's going to touch the last couple of 20 seconds. Singularity get the close spawn, so they will send Bids up there. He's going to be the anchor for the moment, but now it's about the next rotation. Now it's about the next hill. Who's going to win the battle? Well, War is already set up. They've won a couple of key big gunfights. Steve-O and Afro combining for 3. And I believe Davey is already set up for the next hill. So we're going to rotate all the way over. And War doing a good job of just giving up that last bit of time.
Yeah, letting them have it so they can get on to P3 here. And you see Singularity, they're all going to be coming in from P4. 4 players coming in from up top. Dave is the lone player in the hard point. He's going to need some support here shortly as players 7 and 9, Bids and Detain, surely know what's up.
And as you can see, Singularity on the minimap, they're very, very slow to move into this hill. They're just playing for picks at this point. I mean, sure, that works, but a little bit quicker might be better as they're able to fly on in. Detain picks up 2. One more pushing towards top L. Detain doesn't have that info, but he is staying alive, which is important. The trades, though, come in for Team Bars. They're able to lock down a couple of kills. One will fall. Detain will be the second to join him. And Davey gets cut down in the process. So another bit of time on the hard point that no one grabs. And once again, we're going to be set up first for the next hill.
And we saw War get the initial time on P2. So far, this has just amounted to a slight lead over Singularity. We'll have to see what they can do with P4. Singularity still fighting so close for the competition on this hard point, though, as it's spawning up around P3. So the pressure is not going to let up just yet, especially when you have players like Insight firing like that. He's still alive. Don't be fooled. 3 kills in a row to his name. Denza's sweating bullets right now.
Well, Denza's lighting up. 5 in a row. Make it 6 in a row. Make it 7. Not going to happen. Can't work with it, but he might have done just enough. Here come the numbers from War. They're going to follow in through the front. Afro will play the top. He's going to cut off reinforcements and anyone straggling in, like Bids. Bids wins a big gunfight, and Singularity have an opportunity, but they elect to give up 20 or so seconds. You can see 2 players hopping back. They want to lock down spawns, and Chain's really the only one going in for a test. An interesting play call, and I understand why. You want to lock down the spawns, and you want to hold on to a big chunk of time moving into P5. But questionable is you give up about 25 seconds, and that lead extends for War.
They got to be confident about this setup. We'll see how it pays off for them. Chain, the poorest performing player in the lobby so far, is their front line, and he finds 2 kills before he falls. We'll have to see how the rest of the team picks up the slack, comes off a respawn for the next wave of engagements, and Team War is still opting to flood in the northwestern corner from P4.
You know, even if he's having a slow start, shots like that will quickly turn that one around. 14 to 14 for Gizmo. Makes it the same thing. It was an assist from Detain. Trades going down back and forth. It's absolute chaos in the point for the moment. It's War who are able to walk their way in. They get a couple of kills. Chain trying to find more, but he actually flies in to the lower half of Afro, who shuts him down. And War again win the battle of attrition. They walk inside. They gain the late time. Their egg strategy is we'll just win kills on the fly. Shaky shots. Lucifer able to work, find a kill, but I guess I'm just kind of surprised. It seems like Singularity set up early for some of these hills, and they lose the mid-round fight. They give about 20 or so seconds, and they elect to not fight for scrap time. So far, it has not paid dividends.
Yeah, and Space. Now that we're at the top of the list for our next set of hills in the rotation for hardpoint here, this is their last chance.
You have to get money
closes that out on this map. The tournament's over. That paycheck gone. Right?
Yeah,
so
right now.
This is a tough matchup. Everything's on the line, and Team War, they're taking point.
Fox, you got to treat each hill like a money hill. Like, you have to continue to fight for scrap time. It's Bids trying to open things up in the front. Can he work his way in? Down a kill. The awareness is there, but the angle just is not. 2 players will be sitting inside. He will be traded should he move in. Never mind, he walks his way through. He finds 3 kills. Bids, all of a sudden, Singularity riding their hopes and dreams off the back of Bids. Can he find a horse stunned out of his mind? But hey, it's working dividends. Singularity worked their way in. They've done just enough, and Team War will have to fight for spawns from the back.
Insight is at the head of so many of those plays. Every instance of that happening for Singularity has been a part. He's been a part of that action. Still, though, control did shift back over to Team War momentarily, and now Singularity with the early rotation. They're set up on P2. This is a money hill. Being down 70 seconds might not be all that bad if they can hold this one.
Hold on a second. You got to treat each and every hill like a money hill, and I think they heard me. Singularity are starting to light up a bit. It's Chain at 11 and 20, who's sort of lagging behind, but everyone else is contributing at mid-map. Sure, Denza splits up the feed, but Chain and Detain working together. Now comes a hit from War. Chain will get the close spawn so he can funnel back into the hill, but the teammates are there for the trade, so all of that pressure that War just put on is essentially nullified by the guns from Singularity. Now you're looking at a rotation for War to hit it on out, and we're looking at the long rotation as they set up for spawns. They should give up this last 15 seconds. Take a note from Singularity, read from their playbook. You don't need to fight for 12. You need to fight for the next hill.
Yeah, all of this time going into the pocket of Singularity. You see that gap has shrunk. It's only 20 seconds to separate these two guys, and Team War, they're hoping to make up some of this time in an early rotation. With how far away Singularity has to go, expect to see the lead extend probably towards the 200-point mark. But with how this fight is going, Afro's hoping to have it extend even further.
Now, you put so much gas in the tank to get you to this point. Singularity, the last thing you need to do is let up by any stretch of the imagination. You have to continue that same formula. Every hill is a money hill. The closer they get to 250 is closer to your dreams being crushed in this game 4. It's Attain up top, who is incredibly weak, trying to work his way back around for the spawn. So they're thinking ahead, but they're not thinking currently about hill. They have to get in. It's now 212 to 158. Attain working back around, able to find the third. He is finding everyone necessary to lock down this time, and they have the spawns, or just for a moment, as War will spawn all the way back out towards Green Alley, and they should just lock this down. Yes, Gizmo has 2 kills. Right now, War, you have to start worrying about that rotation.
Big play out of Detain right there. Respect for that one. They lost him in the communication. He slipped their mind when he got tagged up on that roof. He played his life, got the kills he needed, and hopped on the hill for the scrap time. Now, though, it's Team War with the initial time again, and with them having such a big lead and being so dangerously close to closing out this hard point, we'll have to see how Singularity responds to it. Insight and Detain finding some crucial kills for the pressure on the hard point, but again, Afro responds so well with the submachine gun, they gotta stop him.
If Dave doesn't leave that position, maybe he finds a couple of kills, but here comes the flood from the subs of Singularity. They're able to shut down one. Bids trades it out, so the team trades are there. It's a bloodbath currently in our hard point. Afro picks up 2 kills.
Top there. Insight responds with kills of his own. They're still keeping the pressure up despite falling. We see Insight time and time again breaking the hard point with multi-kills. Only a few seconds separate War from winning, but Singularity's not out of this fight yet.
You gotta go.
They should be awarded the scrap time, but as we rotate to P5, take a look at your mini-map. It's still up for grabs.
You gotta go to the bottom. You need help with Bids. You need some people to show up. Finally, Bids is flying on in. They're able to pick up the kills. Bids has 4 in a row, not able to make it 5. Insight comes in for the cleanup, but it's War. They're inside. They're 5 seconds away from taking the title. Can they do it? It looks like the numbers are gonna be there for Singularity. They finally hold on with 40 seconds. They can't win here. You only need 2 seconds if you're War. It's Chaos in the point. It's Lucifer in. He's looking for the final kill. He's gonna get it. War, they walk away with the win. War have done it. They did all they needed. They funnel in. The kills are there. War get the final few seconds. 250. They're your EU champions.
Woo! We now have 2 teams coming from the losers bracket to lead as champions. Team War, get it done there, and talk about a fantastic series here. Overall, we got a chance to watch these 2 squads play 3 times, and they delivered each and every map. In the end, Team War, they came out victorious, man. What a series, man. Fox, what are your thoughts there? How do you think Team War is feeling in this moment?
Man, they gotta be feeling relieved because at every point in that series, it was still Singularity's game to win, right? That was such a competitive matchup. I'm looking forward to see future games again with these guys. You know, we got to see the best of the best in the EU Challenger scene face off, and it was a show.
Yo, Spaceman, what was the winning play there on that last map that locked it in for War? If you had to pick one moment, what would it be? What would be your star player there?
Oh man, I think it was the contested P4. I think when Dave rotated from that heady and he gave up kind of that line of sight, they lost a couple of numbers, but the flood in from Afro, he wins a big 2 kills. They keep contesting, and while all of those fights were happening, War went from 220, 230 points to 240. As soon as they hit 240, every bit of scrap time in the entire game is now up to War to grab. And Singularity had to play perfect hardpoint. They can't do that even with a good contest. We go over to P5 for our final hill. They're not able to make it work no matter how many bodies throw. War just needed 10 seconds, and they chipped away, and they chipped away, and they chipped away, and they were finally able just to get numbers in. And they get it. And I think it was just up to Afro, that clutch 2-piece. You heard Fox say it out loud, like, oh my God, Afro's big 2-piece gave them the extra little bit of boost they needed to get to 240. And at that point, it was all up to Singularity to play perfect hard point. That's almost impossible to do against Team War.
And you know a team, as soon as they get closer to that championship point, they reach another level that kind of is in there towards the back end. So it just got harder for Team Singularity to kind of match that intensity. But man, what a finish to the EU Challenger Series. That finals is crazy, folks. Our top 4, as it stands, is going to be War, Team Singularity, Connect 5, Team Moon, in that order. Then you got a Hyper Boom and Team BDS rounding off 5th and 6th. As a whole, this was a great weekend of EU COD. Can you agree with that, Fox?
Oh yeah, and it all ends up with Team War sitting on the throne. What an awesome show to watch. I mean, honestly, these guys are so incredible on individual level. Love seeing a player like Dave, who's had so much experience at the professional level of Call of Duty, to come into the Challenger scene, build up a roster like this, and paint a story this way for Modern Warfare.
Well, folks, if you're a big fan of Dave, don't you worry. We're going to be having him here for the PlayStation Instant Reaction in just a bit. That's going to do it for our EU Finals. What a year it has been for the scene in the Challenger Series. But when it was all done, the one team that was ready was War. Congratulations to them. We'll see you guys here in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your Challenger Finals. This is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. And no other player, which we won't hear from this Team War Squad, they all played great. But you know, we gotta talk to the man, Dave himself. My guy, how are you doing? You're just coming off a big win there.
I'm feeling pretty decent. Very stressful year, but I mean, it's good to end it on a positive note. So I'm happy overall.
Man, I would be happy too. You guys walked away with first place. You know, I gotta ask this question, okay? Because I was watching you on S&D all day behind the scope, lighting up everybody, and you are filthy, mate, okay? Can you give me some tips on how to be better?
I mean, to be honest, it's the first year I've been sniping since, well, Black Ops 3 maybe, so... I mean, to be fair, the people I've teamed with for the game, I started off quite stiff with a sniper, which ain't good, and then as soon as I got teaming with Byron Nasty, he told me I just need to start ego challenging people, and it made me a lot better as a sniper, so... I mean, you just gotta hit your shots, mate, if you want to get better at it. That's all it is.
Yeah, right? So at the end of the day, you gotta take the shot, and as you get more reps, you know, you're gonna start to figure out what your opponents can do. Hell, we saw some great battles there between you and Gizmo, but as we know, who came out on top in that one. Now, you talk a little bit about your teammates and how they get you into the flow. You watched them make some great plays all weekend long. Give your teammates some gas. What were some of your favorite moments throughout the weekend with the squad?
Oh, to be honest, I don't really have a great memory to what these games happen. After I play a map, I hardly remember anything. Maybe if I've made like a 3-piece or something like that, I'll remember that.
You played a lot
but
of
anything
maps.
My team is, anything my team is, I don't really. I think if we win or lose, that's the only thing I remember. But everyone's just been playing so well. But bit of inconsistency here and there, but playing well when it matters, and just calming down in crucial moments is the most important thing that we worked on going through that tournament. So. I'm just overall pleased with everyone. I'm proud of the boys.
There you go, man. Hey, yo, that's a big congratulations there to you guys. You say that when you guys get into those hectic moments, hell, you guys just won from the losers bracket. When you find yourselves in those difficult positions, how do you guys battle out of that?
I think we're used to it by now. Like me and Steve-O did it at LAN at Birmingham like 2 years ago. We did it against S&G at LAN at Paris. And we've done it about four times online in these tournaments as well. So it's a long grind. But I mean, once you get the momentum's flowing, you could burn out, but most of the time, it'll push you through it. And if you start putting hills together and winning their maps, it's not much of a problem.
Well, it wasn't much of a problem for you guys at all here as you closed out that series. Dave, what's your last minute shout outs, man? Who you want to give some credit to out there? Who you want to show some love to?
I think Team War for supporting us most of the year. They've been good friends to us, and also the teammates who were with us, Pete, Moose, Nasty, who aren't with us now. Not because they're dead, obviously. We dropped them, but if we didn't have them at the start and growing as a team, I don't think we'd be in the position now. So a quick shout out to them, our current teammates, and Turtle Beach for supplying me with this tasty headset so I can hear everyone's footsteps this tournament.
Well, all right, Dave, it was awesome talking to you. And once again, congratulations to Team War. Folks, that's going to do it for our instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. But when we come back, we still got to crown a champion in North America. So don't go anywhere. We still got plenty of CDL action.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your Challengers Finals. What a weekend it has been. We have crowned Renegades the champion of APAC. We just crowned Team War the champions of EU. Now, we need to figure out who's going to play Triumph in the finals here to become the kings of NA. Well, I got some boys here to help me figure this one out and break down all the action. We got Spaceman back with us in whole shift for the first time today. How you doing, man? You just got done watching the EU finals, man. Give us your thoughts.
I had to change my shirt at least 4 different times, brother. That was one of the more intense series that I think I've seen. I just am so happy to see that the European region culminated with the storyline that started it all off at the beginning of the year. Singularity, War, such an intense series. Big congratulations to Team War. But now it's time to get down to business. North America Losers Finals. The unlikely story of Carnage Gaming, the number 9 seed, a squad that's made one total roster change all year long in Challengers. They've got a very lofty goal in front of them going up against Parasite and the 5-star boys.
Oh, Shift, it's good to see you, brother. I've been here for a couple hours. I didn't have any coffee. I'm just drinking straight water because health is wealth in 2020. I'm having a great time. That was a great way to end the European region, like you said. And now, again, we move into the lower part of North America. This is the Losers Finals. Very simple. Winner goes on to the Grand Finals. Loser goes home. 5-star was undefeated yesterday, the perfect bracket one, but they lost 3-0 last night to Triumph. And here they are again looking to hopefully replicate some success.
It's one of those things that you go from a very hot Saturday. It could be a little bit difficult to carry that momentum into Sunday, and obviously things have not quite gone as expected. But for the domination, map number 3, we're already tied up 1 map apiece, and so far it is an A-B setup for 5-star, nearly replicating exactly what they want to do in this domination. The only problem here is you have Gunzi, who's already slipped through and could potentially play spoiler over by the A flag, wins 1 good gunfight. He's going to have some support as well. There's a player outside Woods trying to watch over this A flag as Carnage looks to make a play for a flip.
Well, the pressure now for Carnage, they funnel into the A flag. Like you said, they're going to be able to grab it for the moment. Spokes down, but Noisy and Fire doing a great job of heads-up awareness, able to move in, pick up a couple of kills. They do have B locked down. No one putting pressure there just yet. But Carnage will make their way back through mid-map, and Pirsama on your screen could cut down Noisy if he elects to look the right way. He does find spot. Oh, not going to find the second, but the damage might have been done just enough as it gets Genzi inside of green.
There's the good news for Carnage. Yeah, okay, you don't get the A-flip that you were setting up for, but you don't give away a lot of mid-map pressure. So coming off of your respawn, you never really lose any influence towards your home flag at C, and you have a chance to potentially make a play up the middle of the map again. Goonjar, though, he's been electric all challenge years long. He's been playing the main AR for this 5-star team. He finds himself a double, and right now 5-star are really kind of putting the pain onto Carnage as they're pretty trapped behind the C flag at the moment.
Now, I know we've talked about the storyline a couple of times, and Noisy and Fire, you know, the 2 young guns on this 5-star team who we've had high praise for. I think it's also important to look at Carnage, their journey here, and talk about some of the standouts. Ryza, Gunzi, Nightmare, Pirsama. Like, these are relatively new players, not to the scene, but to our eyes this weekend. And the fact that they have been able to walk through some of these brackets and walk through some of these teams, and they're holding their own. I think that's the key takeaway. Shift, what does it tell you about the strength of the North American teams?
No, I wouldn't even be don't be afraid to say that these are newcomers to this level of gameplay. Yeah, they've been competing, but this is the first time they've tasted this level of success. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. A lot of people talking about Nightmare in the challenger scene have said that this guy is being slept on heavily as a main AR player for Carnage. So we'll see if he can get things going. Not having the greatest of starts here, just 2-5, but his team is able to help collect the B flag, holding onto their home flag at C the entire time through. Actually, over to Nightmare's POV, big role for him to find 2. He's going to be able to do it, and that was a big threat for 5-star, looking for a C neutral. Now they essentially have to hit the reset button as Carnage starts to dig into this deficit pretty quickly.
And the backline offense from Carnage just really slowed the pace of 5-star. Of course, they're do hold on to the lead for the moment, but you can feel the tide starting to shift. 5-5 for Hun and the same for Nightmare, as Parasite trying to put some pressure over towards the tracks, but he gets shut down in the back of Minecart, and Exotic's going to work through the back. B still locked down for Carnage, some pressure over to C. There's a fight currently ensuing, and I believe that Carnage might walk away with a victory. 2 players will fall. They're still rotating around each other, but yet again, back and forth these teams go. Chaotic on the A flag. Guncy holds strong. They're going to have A lockdown and B. C kind of neutralized, but not really, still in possession of 5-star. Everyone just kind of vying for position.
Yep, Carnage do get a little bit of a spawn closer towards the A site. Big gunfight right here as Goonjar is already working on a handful in a row. He's going to be able to track down Gunsy. 4 for him, but Hunt coming off the respawn is able to keep the A flag neutral. While this has happened, number 3 off screen is Pure. He's actually going for a C neutral while this gun ensues. This is a moment for triple capture for Carnage with a minute left to play. If they can win these gunfights at C, this could lead to a triple cap, which will absolutely allow them not just to get back into this game, but they could retake the lead.
Well, Parasite behind. He can get the neutral if he's so elects to choose so. He should. Gunsy's in the challenge. Gunsy not going to win, and a massive win from Parasite. We've seen that so many times this weekend. He's come up so big that Ram 7. They're going to get A back locked down. Pressure on C. And Nightmare holding down this B-Dom if he can. The nades are out, but nowhere close to him. Able to pick up one in the minecart. Great shots there. Can he stay alive in the process? They hold on to 2 caps. And comeback from Carnage is looking very good with 30 seconds to play.
69-69. Nice. Now a 71-70 score for Carnage as they take the lead back. Watch out for the spawns on your minimap from 5-star. They spawn behind the C flag. This is a big decision-making moment for Carnage. Do we go back for C? Do we push forward for A? Losing their member of Hunt over by Woods will likely lead them to make the decision to head back towards the C flag, and that seems to be the case. 10 seconds left to finish off the half. And all things considered, this is a dead-even game, and it will likely finish as such with the last 5 seconds coming to pass. And now we take a moment to just look over the kill death ratio. It's just kind of back and forth. And it is a couple of just members that were slow to start, but everyone's playing a pretty even game. Yeah, you have a couple of members that have absolutely been the influence X factors for both squads, leading to a couple of these big plays that we've seen. But with the K death ratios being pretty much 50-50, dead even from left to right, top to bottom, you expect to see a pretty even scoreline, and we got that at a 1-point margin favoring Carnage at the half.
And Nightmare's starting to feel himself. You can see it. And man, if history repeats itself, I know that 5-star hadn't had the great start, or I guess to say great ending to last night or this morning as they dropped 0-3 to Triumph. But look, Carnage are no pushover, and that's one of the things we said even though they got knocked out into the losers bracket yesterday. We said very specifically, don't underestimate this team.
Yeah.
And if you do, you're going to get punished for it. And Nightmare at 8-7, 12-9 for Hunt. They work together, Gunsy and Ryza. Ryza's had some insane clips on Twitter that we've been able to all over, but off the start, still an even game. 1 flag apiece for both sides. Some pressure on to B. It's Fire who shuts down 1, and his teammates will come in for the trade. Pure Sama and Nightmare working together. They take down 2. And no one able to get B locked down just yet. Goonjar trying to find the kill, not able to do it. Pistols out. It's not going to do anything, though, as Carnage work their way in.
Nightmare, remember, was 2-5. He's now 9-8, and has been a major reason why Carnage has done so well, especially over the B flag, both at the back end of the first half and as well here in the early parts of the first part of the second half. But look at this coming through the minimap. 3 members from the side of 5-star making committal for the A flag. Nightmare is going to have to rotate back and try to watch over this. Good patient. He's going to be able to find one, but the trade is there. Now over to Ryza. He's the next one up, and he realizes that, okay, I'm by myself, can't take this challenge. Very wisely on your minimap, he backs up to the middle of the map. He's going to be able to watch any rotations going from A to C. Doesn't get the gunfight win, but the information is there. Expect to see Carnage making a pretty full rotation over to guard their home flag. They've done just that, but unfortunately, the gunfights just aren't turning up in their favor. A big moment for 5-star to take some good map control away from Carnage in the portion of the second half.
And they really need this home flag here because they were sending some numbers over and they weren't able to win the fight. It looks like, again, just the rally from Carnage onto their flag will slow the momentum. It's 2 kills for Gunsy. He will drop. Nightmare challenges and wins the fight on Exotic, and back and forth these teams go. Noisy now onto the point, 102-96, a flag apiece, but Fire working water side. I guess he won the fight. Yes, he did. Exotic now at back boxes. He'll get shut down. Both teams vying for position at the home flag. They're trying to overextend every now and then and get it neutral if they can, but it's Fire once again winning a big gunfight inside, and now the pressure on to B flag.
Every single proactive moment that 5-star have had in the last 5 minutes, Carnage have dealt with extremely well. For a moment there, 5-star was in an AC hold, and you keep seeing them trying to go to C, go to C, go to C. And eventually, because Carnage keeps dealing with them, they get a favorable spawn to where they can actually make a play to hold B and then wrap back over to A. They get the setup that they want. They want to be on this A side. They have done very well through Cole to dominate over the B flag from the backside of the coal mine entrance. You're seeing that again here as both Nightmare and Hunt are able to find a couple of kills. They're there are numbers for Carnage as they try to get back to the B flag, but unfortunately a team kill comes through, and now Ryza has to decide what he wants to do. Tries to make a play towards Boiler, and it comes up empty. 5-star, only a couple of seconds away from tying the game up again.
And at some point, Carnage is going to start sending numbers through mid-map. Here, Salma does take down one, and he falls quickly in green. It's now Gunsy's turn as he's the next man up. How can you follow into B? Opens it up with a kill. The hip fire works perfectly. They're going to get the neutral there. Nightmare will be in, and here comes the trophy, so that'll stop things for now.
Big play from Hunt. He picks up the pinch through Boiler, and now Beer is going to move forward to take that Boiler Room control away from 5-star. Again, just so much good control in the middle of the map. I always say, look at the middle of the map and those 3 buildings in the middle. You want to hold on to at least 2 of them. You're going to be in a great spot to hold 2 flags, and they're doing just that. You've got a player in Boiler. You got a player just outside of the green room in the form of number 2, which is Gunzy. It's making life very difficult for 5-star as the lead will start to grow more and more for Carnage. It's 132 to 125, 90 seconds to play, and 5-star have to make a move now. And the decision has to be, are we going to go for an overextension to A, or are we going to try to flood the middle of the map and make a play for B?
Exotic trying to work through showers. His teammates behind. Noisy suspects one around crates. Suspects it correctly. But still, a 2-cap lead for Carnage. They have now extended the lead to 12 points. Pressure back on 5-star to make a play. It's fireworking his way through. He gets cut down. If you're someone you can thank for that, but it just seems like they're a little bit too timid to go for this B hit. Finally, they make their way forward. They do get the cap, but how long will that actually hold? It's up to Goon to make a play in the back. He gets cut down, and the pressure from Card now collapsing in.
Yeah, they make the right steps. It is a little bit slower than you would like if you're 5-star, but you're hitting the B flag correctly. The problem now is you're down to 35 seconds. You're down 10 points. You need a triple capture in the next 10 seconds. And, well, you take a look at how the minimap is currently reading. It doesn't look likely that that's going to happen. Big 1v1 on the backside. Hunt winning it will pretty much lock the game up. So Carnage, they should secure this one, considering that they have the 2 flags set up, and they're actually flexing to try to go for a late triple cap just to add insult into injury. So Carnage, like we mentioned, the Cinderella's by far, I would say, for the tournament. Granted, they have had a number of great recent home series performances, which do include a couple of finishes in the top 8. So you can't exactly rule them out. They finished 4th at Toronto, 6th at London, 3rd at New York in the last 3 weeks. But still, I think going into this weekend for the finals, I don't think a lot of people had them in potentially the top 2, depending on how things go with the rest of the series.
Woo! Carnage Gaming looking to make a Cinderella run here, folks, as they get off to a 2-1 lead here in this series, man. Guys, if we look back on this one, okay, between these 2 rosters, Carnage Gaming and 5-star met up once before yesterday, and 5-star mopped the floor with them. Okay? And I'll tell you guys the exact scores of what that series was when they came across each other. And actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back a little bit, because I don't want to say mop, because it was 248-250, 6-2 to 146 to 163 in a 3-0 5-star victory right there. Shit, what's the difference between yesterday and now? Is it just Championship Sunday vibes?
It's hard to just say that is the one indicative measure of why things are looking different in this repeat matchup like you mentioned. But one thing that we're definitely seeing, at least in that small sample size, is Noisy and Fire are not being allowed to pop off as much as they were throughout the games we saw from 5-star yesterday. Remember back when we were watching this 5-star team, we mentioned in the fact that special players are making special plays. And we saw a lot of Jar, Parasite, and Exotic, but there is some favor to be thrown around to the young guns like Spaceman was mentioned. These guys have come through this seed in what is their first attempt to play at this level, and they have really taken the North American scene by storm. That said, things are looking a little bit more dire today, at least based on what we saw right there. We're not seeing the same kind of special plays that are opening up opportunity for 5-stars to take advantage of the map, with only a couple of exceptions to that same sentiment. So for Carnage Gaming, I would say they're looking more calm, more complete, and more collective as a whole.
Okay, Carnage Gaming may have a little remedy for that jungle fever we were speaking about yesterday. If you guys know what the hell I'm talking about, well, you should have been here watching the stream, all right? Now, Space, we got Triumph there sitting on the winner's side.
Yeah.
Between these 2 teams here we got in the losers, who do you think has the best chance of taking down Triumph Gaming or Triumph?
I mean, that's kind of like a short-term answer for a long-term decision. Right now, Carnage look like the better team to 5-star, so I would say Carnage probably are the best team to go up against Triumph and give them a run for their money. I have always felt that Triumph can kind of neutralize Parasite like they've done throughout the year, and they've played each other multiple times. So Triumph being in the finals is no surprise to me. But look, with how this entire bracket, how this entire weekend has played out, I honestly have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know if Carnage are about to win. I don't know if they're going to go to the finals and beat Triumph. I have no clue. I'm just here to enjoy. So who knows?
Well, hey, let's take a look at Carnage stats here for the weekend, because we do got those for you out there at home to see how these guys have been playing, how they have been stacking up. We'll get those to you in just a moment. But so far, man, when it comes down to our matchup here, hey, we're about to go into map number 4 soon, and it's been a great one, though. But, when it comes down to, looking here towards the finals, oh, here go your stats right here on your screen. Yo, break this down for me, Chef.
Yeah, you're looking at this, again, a lot of the stats look very similar because this has been a group of 5 pretty much all the way throughout the year. The only exception to that rule is Huntsman, who joins just at cup number 5. They only finished top 16 there, but for the rest of the 4, they have mostly been together throughout the entire year. Nightmare's up top, 6.4 average placing, Pure 6.4, Rise is 6.4. That combination of those 3 have been playing together for quite some time. And I am a big proponent of, if you stick together with a great group of guys, maybe they're not the perfect 5 out there, but they're a great group of 5. If you stick together, you work out the kinks, you don't just sell the farm every time you lose, you're going to get collectively better by the end of the year. And they have absolutely realized that image here with this win.
Man, it's crazy, right? Stick together as a squad, you get better as a unit over time.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Okay. Yo, Space, why is it that we see some of the players just, they gotta go find a new squad. They gotta jump ship. What is it, man?
Look, I've yelled for years at Call of Duty amateurs who have always gone to an event, not done well, and then jump ship, right? And I've always wondered, why do you guys always think you're never getting anywhere in terms of the ladder and the seedings? It's because you guys jump ship all the time. I understand that there's this pressure to find a better teammate and move yourself up the ladder, but even the best pros in the back days, right? Like, they never had to constantly jump to different teams. They would come up with a good squad. If they got realized, they would get picked up. If not, they would keep grinding. I always try to tell amateurs, look, I understand that the pressure is high to do really well, and if you don't have a good placing, it sucks. But you have to stick together with a good team, because I promise you it will pay dividends down the line.
It definitely will pay dividends down the line. And folks, upset alert, or you guys may or may not have known, but guess what? Carnage Gaming, they won 3-1. Yeah, don't worry. We just hopped forward to the future. They smacked them in the last map. We saw it. You didn't. You guys may have saw it. But boys, now we know what type of final in which we're going to be getting. It's Carnage versus Triumph here. Now, let's talk about that one. Let's talk about that one overall. Now, Shiv, break down this matchup for me. Who do you think has the edge here?
Man, you can't pick. Right now,
Enjoy
Cinderella story for Carnage Gaming. They've got the glass slippers on, looking all ready for the ball, which is going to be this grand finals. But here's the big thing, I think, when you look at these two teams. And again, I have to keep hitting it because I think it's so important to the North American culture. These are the 2 organizations, outside of with the third being Atlanta FaZe Academy, that have stuck on to the same roster for the majority of the year. Huntsman gets in for Carnage late, and you've got Diamond Con who fills in for Triumph late. But outside of that, you can look back. All the other 4 players have played with each other really dating back to the first Challengers Cup that we had. There is something to be said for trusting in the process of, we're going to work, we're going to get better, we're going to just break apart the things we do wrong, patch them up for next week, and come back stronger. There is a reason that these 2 teams are in the grand finals, and I honestly believe that that is the specific reason why we're seeing these 2 teams in the grands.
Talk about a beautiful segue right there, right? Because we were just talking about it a second ago, about how awesome it is when these teams stick together and just kind of work out through those kinks. Because as we know, not all the time we're going to have a great tournament, but it's about communicating as a roster, having respect for your teammates, having respect for leadership and the coaching staff, and just making small adjustments every single week so you can be the best team you could be and possibly make it to this final moment, which is the Challenger Finals here in NA. We've already saw 2 teams win from the losers bracket in APAC and EU, but NA is a different ball game, okay? And Shiv said, Carnage Gaming, they got the glass slipper zone and they sparkling. We can all see it here.
Yeah.
They've made some upsets already this weekend. But the question is they going to be the ones that's left standing after this last dance here in the Challenger Finals, man? Space, talk to me about Triumph. What makes this team so great, and what has gotten them to this point here on that winner's side of the finals?
Look, well, the same issue that we've had with a lot of amateur teams, Triumph actually has done really well with. They've kept the core group of guys throughout the majority of the year, had success early on. They even took home a title, and I think that it's the trust that Fellow and Nagafen have in Standy. And Standy has been one of the upcoming amateurs and one of the best subs I've seen with my own eyes in the North American bracket. And this whole team, how it's gelled together and how they've stuck it out. Like, this is a core group of players who have been here, tried and tested all the way throughout the majority of the year. They've had questionable decisions about whether we should make a team change, whether if they're going to, how does it work out? But at this point, at this part of the year, there's a reason these guys are here. I understand they weren't the number one coming in. They weren't UIU. They weren't Atlanta FaZe Academy. That's nice. But now they're here, and they're showing why you can't underestimate Triumph for any reason whatsoever. And the same can be said for Carnage. Both these teams deserve to be in this grand final.
And on the other side of that same storyline for Carnage, we talked about who our favorites were at the beginning of the year. Carnage has taken down all of them. They're able to essentially beat UIU in the winner's bracket. They drop down to losers. They take care of Western. They take care of Atlanta FaZe Academy. They take care of 5-Star. I think in a lot of people's minds, those were the majority of the favorites coming into the weekend. So now, can you get past Triumph from the losers bracket? Ramaza, venue number 1 for what would need to be 2 best of 5s for Carnage Gaming. And they'll be starting off looking to not only put some influence on the bridge, but they're going to need to find a way to push through construction and get over to the electronic shop bottom left-hand side of your mini-map.
And Diamondcon has been such a great addition to this team. They had Paul in the beginning of the year, and they had great success with him. But I think Diamond brings a different level of S&D prowess that Paul just has to get to, right? He's a young player. Diamond's been around for a while, such a grinder, but we know what him and Standy can do together. I'm looking at the veterans, the big guys, Nagafen, Royalty, and Felony. They need to step up in this grand final if they want to take it.
Royalty, a little shaky here, gets absolutely destroyed by Pure using the pillar to his advantage, but there is a trade. While all of this has occurred, there is a scrappy battle taking place on the bridge itself, which Carnage is able to take into their favor and likely secure the back 10 seconds of scrap time, leaving us what is essentially an even game, but still kind of adjusting and taking status of what's happening on the map towards our second hard point. Carnage not quite in a position to hit this initially, so have to find a way to really take control of the middle of the map or find a way to set up a flood. Standy takes care of the middle of the map. So now it's down to Carnage to regroup, set up, and find a way to coordinate and hit this hill.
One of the hardest things is going to be happening to take down Royalty. While they slide in, they're able to make it work, but thank you very much. Triumph, Diamondcon, and Standy just about them a little bit, and they're able to make some kills happen. 48 now make it 50 points in counting. As off the start, Triumph coming out very, very hot. Carnage just came out of that losers final, so they have had plenty of time to warm up shift. But at this point, it's a very different team than what we saw from 5-Star. These guys can shoot back very quickly, and there's a lot of explosive power and capabilities for Triumph.
Watch the back here. Royalty is going to be trusted to go for the backside of P3, but there's already a member here. It's Ryza. He doesn't really anticipate the other member to be there, though, so Triumph will have the numbers on the backside, but Nightmare, he has to really value his life. Coming into the back, he'll find 1 kill. That's information on his position. Looking for the second, a massive win. Everybody from Triumph has fallen, but they still spawn up. They actually have Felony, who's able to grab the spawn off at the timing of the kills that come in front of him. And just a little bit of unfortunate timing for Carnage, who thought they maybe did enough. But it's going to be Triumph who get the spawns in their favor, and they immediately turn that into P3 hill control.
So the first part didn't work. What's the next strat? Punch your way in. Now you got to pick up the kills. Ryza and Gunsy open things up, but all purple in the kill feed. Look at that. And Triumph who holds strong. Hunt able to find 2 kills, but still 30 seconds, not contested just yet. I mean, they really haven't been pushed in. It's been all of Triumph who have held down that time. And Shift, the rotational fight, still going to Triumph. I mean, look at your kill feed. Nothing but purple.
Yeah, Triumph has really taken advantage of the situation at hand. You get blessed with a favorable spawn, you get a good majority of the P3 hardpoint, and you are able to exit. Usually going from 3 to 4, it's very difficult to get through the middle of the map, but Carnage weren't really in position to watch over those exits. So now you're going to see on your mini-map, bottom left-hand side is where Triumph are spawning, which is the proximal spawn for this construction site. So now Pure has to read this and deal with members flooding in from the back. He's in a good position to at least do the former of the two when it comes to reading these spawns, but he doesn't have the help to really contest the hill. So Triumph, they will very comfortably break past the 100-point mark here early.
with all the chaos currently ensuing on the hill. Just the trades going down back and forth. It's Ryza who's able to even things out. Felony comes in for help. Royalty up top, and well, once again, the break comes in for Carnage, but the hold's still there for Triumph. You can just see the spread that these players have on the hill, and one by one, Carnage will try to funnel in. Gunsy's attempt basically shut down, and again, the purple feed lights up. It's all of Triumph, and they have the lead. They're getting set up for new. Nagafen wins an impossible gunfight. Royalty gets cut down in mid-map, but hey, you're getting control of Ruins, and that's essentially what matters.
For Carnage coming forward, you need to look at this next hill as needing to be at least a 45-15 split, and you have to win the rotation to P1 to get back this game. If Triumph can find a way to win this upcoming hill, they'll be in a great position to essentially sit there and play 30-30s on the hill, where you could just split them half to half. Royalty sliding through the backside. He's going to find 1, 2, maybe able to finesse the third. Not going to get there. Not enough HP to hold on to his life as Rise will put him down. A big kill for Carnage as they do secure the backside spawns, and they'll be in position to start to dominate this hill. At least that's the hope.
And right now, a shift, I think they just kind of have to slow Triumph down. I don't know what that's going to entail. I don't know how the plan will be, but Triumph are flying into these hills. They're picking up kills that are necessary, and they're holding on to the time. At this point, you just have to find a way to slow down Triumph and get them out of the hill.
Royalty still trying to do special things. It will be shut down. 20 seconds to play with, and maybe you defend one more hit, and then Carnage need to turn their attention to the rotation to get to P1. Ryza is actually going to go for the long route around the back. Diamond Khan's number 9, I believe he saw him, and you can see on your minimap, there are a number of Triumph members that are trying to get to the backside saying, we don't want him to have these construction spawns, but the effort might be a day late and a dollar short. Ryza for 2 Carnage dominate the backside of construction, and more importantly, your spaceman, they took every second worth of scrap time. So if you can find a way to break this P1 hill, you have reset the entire game, and you'll be sitting in a tie, essentially.
Well, off the back of Ryza, it's going to look pretty damn good as they're able to work their way in. Hunt helps out too. Ryza on a 3 spree, and you can see that Triumph are just trying to fight the fight, basically off those back steps, but it's all of Carnage with the opening kills. Nightmare sitting inside the hill, just putting shots down at long range. Now a funnel in from Triumph. Standy's going to be on the outside, and here comes Felony behind. Royalty in there with Pursuit. Hunt up top. Can he shut down more? Not going to happen, so the pick from Triumph successful, and they get about, what, 20 seconds to fight over.
And it really just comes down to the question for Carnage. Do you want to throw numbers at this? Gunsy looks like he wants to play for exits, and this is a good spot for him to be. He's going to read one player in the back, that's Royalty. Essentially raid boss down as he's 15 and 13. We also have to deal with Standy, who's coming with the same hit. And it looks like Triumph, they'll be able to successfully exit through construction, trying to make their play over to P2. The next question, though, is how do you deal with this if you're Carnage? Are you just going to bunker up in the hill, or are you going to try to secure the backside of the spawns? It looks like they're going to do the latter, as Pure is able to find himself to. Ryza looking to clear off the platform for construction. He'll be successful on that feat. And now it just comes to turning your attention to the front door. Triumph are going to be spawning by BS&D, and they need to wait and group up. This is a little bit too individualistic. They'll find a way in, but Nightmare's still in a good spot to hold his life. So a temporary flip for Triumph, but Carnage are in a position potentially retake on this next hit.
Standy is 24-15, leading all players in the lobby, having a phenomenal game 1. If he's getting hot, it's going to be a very long day for Carnage. They're doing their best to funnel in and fight the teams up front. But at this point, Triumph have basically done damage that's been dealt. They throw a couple more bodies in there. Carnage do retain the possession of the time, but now we look at rotation. Bottom side of your minimap, look at all of Triumph. They spawn near Ruins. If they win this first opening engagement, if they win these first 2 kills, they can really start to set up for their next hill and get those spawns in their favor.
Ryza with 3 dwindles the numbers, and you can see Carnage, they don't win the spawns, but they're already top rug shop, so they can use this as a setup point to essentially establish how they want to hit this hill quickly. You do need to deal with Stady, who's being a nuisance inside a cafe. You really can't successfully go for a break until you deal with the middle of the map, and you see Hunt tries to make a desperate play, but he gets shut down in his effort. So 197 to 158 tally. Triumph in a good spot for the 30 seconds worth of hill time, but here comes Carnage. Royalty, first one up, watching the side door. He'll find one, not able to get a second, and just like that, with Nightmare watching over the top, it'll be Carnage who break the hill. They flip the spawns, and now it just comes down to how do you hold the top side of the rug shop, and Diamond Khan for Triumph will make sure he controls that position as they look to rotate to P4.
They got to keep up this pressure going into our next hill. They have to continue to play each hill like a money hill. If they're able to do so, well, we could be looking at a very drastic game 1 win for Carnage, but Triumph now in your driver's seat. They're going to rotate back. They're number 7. That's Royalty. He's already ready, waiting, and set up. And he has done basically the hardest job possible. Get out early, find a couple of kills, and just wait for everyone else to funnel in. It's Triumph with the early time.
Really, for me, comes down to what can Felony do mid-map. Royalty's watching up top, but Felony's in a position to where if he can time this, he might be able to find a pinch, but Hunt's able to sniff him out. It's a big kill. Yes, you're looking a little bit dire on the scoreboard. It'll be 220 to 188, but the hit is coming. Here's Carnage, full flood. It's coming from multiple angles, but Triumph are doing a pretty solid job of holding on to it. Royalty for 2 of the exchange is looking good. They are still spawning to the backside, so you have to still be clean here if you're Carnage. Royalty from a very devious position on the side stairs is keeping his life and putting a lot of damage in. Now the retake. Triumph off the respawn, able to get here. Not enough time in the bank, though, for them to win here. So Carnage, can you find a way to contest this? Scrap time you do, but for Triumph, you're in a position for the early rotation. You need to take this initial gunfight win if you want to win here.
They're going to work their way through ruins as Royalty on your screen. A teammate comes in, so it's not going to be too differential. But for right now, again, just a great plays all around. Like, these teams are going back and forth. It's Triumph who were able to hold on for a bit of a wave, but now they set up for ruins, and you can see on your screen the hits are starting to develop. It's 2 from the back, 2 will drop, but still controlling the hard point for Triumph.
You've got numbers, and you've now got the spawn. Carnage still need to set up this hit. 240, 211. Triumph are only holding inside and from the Godheady, and that might just be enough. Contest still coming through. Trophy's just trying to get plays for Carnage to keep them safe, but Royalty, it says there's no safety to be found here. He found himself too, but is it going to be enough? Triumph are still on the outside looking in. They're not able to fully grab the time as of yet, and we're still going to get a late contest. Carnage, one more hit. Can they find a way to break this and send it back to P1? They need to hold. They need to get the kills cleanly, and Nagafen says no. 247, but it still stalls. The cleanup is coming through off the respawn. Last attempt, 1 second needed. Carnage, you have to be perfect for the next 5 seconds. You've got rotation on lock. Ryza is there. Carnage cleans up the scrap, and we're going to go to the bridge hardpoint.
It's all it takes 1 second, but they have the hold. Here comes Carnage and the waves that follow. Triumph, do you have the numbers to break in? Diamondcon opens up with 1. Nagafen now trying to funnel in as well. The numbers are there, but the hold is perfect so far from Carnage. As Royalty picks up a kill. Ryza takes down Felony. Everyone funneling in. It's Nagafen with a couple of kills. Can he make them land? Pure Sama takes down 2. 240, 249 shift. This could come down to the wire.
You have to wait for numbers. Don't get for Triumph. You're coming off your respawn. Diamondcon gets in, but he's got an AR. He's not going to be able to clean things up. Carnage, they've been perfect. Standy's trying to be that young wonder that you were mentioning, Spaceman. He finds himself too. He's still alive in the hill. Can he find a way to find more? No Hunt with the blade. 245, 249. But Triumph just barely able to strike into the hill, and they strike first. 250, 245.
Whoa, what the heck? What an ending to a map! I thought Triumph was gonna walk away with this one. They walked away with it, don't get me wrong, but man, it's 30 seconds earlier, Carnage, they had him scared there for a bit at the end. But in the end, it was Triumph that got it done there. Oh man, Standy early on in that map had about a 2.0 KD, got Triumph off to a nice little lead early on in that matchup shift in space that allowed them to kind of have some time there towards the back end of the map to really get into those positions and contest for those hills. And it came down to just a few seconds there. Can you break down that action for space at the end on that final hill just a bit more?
Yeah, well, look, so Triumph rotated out, and they unfortunately lost the last bit of scrap time thanks to Carnage's relentless push onto Ruins Hill, right? Like, Carnage didn't give up any bit. Then they have to fight through top of Rugs, and they hold basically a nice defensive line. Hold the line at Rugs. They put a couple players forward so they don't get pushed out. And it's essentially just up to Triumph and the stragglers from that front line of Carnage to funnel in and try to find the kills. It's all up to Standy. If Standy doesn't stay alive in that position and allow the rest of Triumph to move forward, Diamondcon and the crew probably don't get that win. I was just so surprised with how Standy was able to stay alive. It allows Triumph to get more and more time, but credit where credit is due. Carnage put up a hell of a fight at that final hill.
Yeah, man, Standy was such a big map. What you gotta say there, Shift?
I was about to say, I didn't really get the chance to read based off the first-person POV how exactly the final kill came through, but it looked like the Ram 7 just kind of lit up at the end and found the last two kills over towards Secret on the backside of the bridge. So it's just one clutch kill. The reinforcements for Carnage were nearly there. But man, Triumph, I mean, there's so much you could say about this squad. I mean, you look at their average placements over the course of the year, it's still incredible. And it's one of those things that I go back to my initial point that you play with the same group for so long, You get so many reps. And when you get into these very chaotic moments at the end of games, you trust your rehearsal, you trust your experience being in these spots before, and you're seeing that out of the core group before. And when you add one of the better AR players in North America, the DiamondCon, to this roster in an AR meta, your team only gets better from there.
Woo, it only gets better from there, man. That was if that's the first map here of our grand finals, oh man, I cannot wait to see what S&D, Dom, and the rest of the series is gonna deliver. Now, folks, this is a look at our winners bracket. If you're just joining us to see how these teams got into this point, well, Triumph's run from the round 16, they 3-0 built by gamers, 3-2 versus Forever Lucky, they 3-1 to Atlanta FaZe, and 3-0 to 5-Star to make it to this point from the winner's side. But when it comes down to the losers bracket, how did Carnage get here? We see that they failed a 5-star 3-0, but we also see they got revenge there in the losers finals, and they beat them 3-1 on the far right side of your screen. But before that, they had a few 3-0s to get them there. But now it's time to get to map number 2. As some say, championships are won in S&D. Well, who's going to be the better between these two teams? Boys, take it away.
Yeah, Four won their championship through an S&D. I mean, the fact that Carnage 3-0'd so many teams, including Wester and then 5-star, and now they're here. I know how I feel about Triumph. I think they're a great S&D team, but I gotta tell you, with how close that game one was, Shiv, I know for a fact this one will be even closer.
Both these two teams have been incredible in Search and Destroy in this tournament specifically. I was trying to track back to check the scores, and I believe, if I saw it correctly, they've only dropped 2 Search and Destroys total for each of them, which is pretty darn impressive considering that Carnage are coming out of the losers bracket, which means that you probably lost one in the winners, and that was actually against 5-stars. So very good Search and Destroy gameplay has gotten these guys to this point, as you're going to see Carnage on the attack first. They're posturing towards B, but keep your eye on your minimap. Number 2 is Pure. He's watching the flank with the bomb, and really, if you find a kill in the middle of the map from Hunt or from Ryza, that might just be an instant rotation back to A. Triumph has fully stacked their cards over to the B side, and they could get caught off guard if Ryza can sneak through.
Hunt playing very aggressive with that snipe, and Ryza checking all the angles necessary. Only one player at A so far for Triumph.
This is an A hit.
It's just taking a little bit to develop.
We're going to see Hunt probably toss some of his utility over the top. He's going to be stuck here with a sniper rifle, but yeah, this is all an A hit. The entire time, this is an A design. Ryza dead silence. He sneaks into the A house. He's got 2 members with him, but it's Nagafen with the sniper. He's trusted to hold this by himself. He finds the bomb carrier, and he's able to read the numbers. So now Royalty, big gunfight over the middle. He's able to at least establish that, yes, Triumph can rotate back. The bomb gets planted, but the numbers are not good. A 2v3 situation where Carnage have to find a way to survive this post plant.
Well, they're working up against Felony. He's got to be careful. He turns to the right. Standy's there's the Guardian Angel. Standy for 2. Make it. That's it. That's everyone's dead. The bomb's still down, but you can defuse. All good. And everything works out. And just a little bit of a tactical crowd. You know how it be. Felony, again, blessing and counting them because, well, Standy was there and picks up 2 kills and they'll get the defuse.
I love that attempt, though, from Carnage. It's one of those things that the
First time
entire
we've seen
design... Yeah, 100%. I mean, the entire design was going to A, but it was trying to hinge off Ryza or Hunt finding a kill mid-map. Hunt's picked up the sniper rifle, and he's playing very aggressively on those missile launchers, looking for somebody to rotate from A to B. The reason why it doesn't work is to simply say that John Madden commentaries, they don't find the elimination in the middle of the map. But the reason why is because Triumph actually gambled by stacking the B site, so they don't get the read on info. They nearly make it work, but again, that kill from Royalty on the rotation out of B was really what's secured for Triumph. If he doesn't win that gunfight, Triumph is in a weird spot trying to retake that A site.
And once again, Shift's references rocket him towards the #1 caster in North America. John Madden for the win. Well, Royalty is relatively tagged up, I guess you could say, as the smoke's going to come out. Standy up and close and personal. Felony trying to win a fight, not going to happen. He's going to have to back up. Much more standard A hit that we've seen so many times today, but that sniper's going to be a little bit too much. Hunt shuts down Standy.
And Royalty is trying his best to hold down the middle of the map, and DiamondCon is just beyond him, but there's no counter at all to Hunt right now. Gunsy unfortunately sprays down a teammate while also catching Felony, but the number is still good for Carnage in this 4v3 situation. And number 9 is DiamondCon. He's still lurking over towards B. Nightmare's in the ballpark of being around him, and the timing might be everything off of screen, as Nagafen looks like he's going to knife rush this. He's going to just full commit, and he's not going to get Hunt's going to shut him down.
He was alive when we saw him, and now he's gone. Nightmare just around 1. Not going to get the timing. Diamond Con will get shut down. The collapse from Carnage starting to come in. Royalty gets absolutely smoked. Carnage take their first round.
Good hold from Carnage, and a lot of it is you saw no sniper counter this time for Hunt. He is absolutely comfortable with scope, and you're seeing exactly why, especially if he goes uncovered like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like leaving LeBron James unguarded. He's just going to take advantage of it every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So 1-1 will be the tally. Couple of interesting openings for the attack so far, and I'm mostly curious to see what Carnage wants to bring for their second hit. Will we see more cheeky strategies come out here in this grand finals?
Nagafen with the snipe. 0-2 for Diamond to kick this one off. Gunseeker bomb carrier. So the smokes and nades will come out to mid. There they go.
Still a lot of attention from Ryza in the middle of the map. They're actually using their smoke to free him up into this position, so you can see that Carnage are very cognitively forcing this as part of their strategy. This will be a B hit most likely, unless they find kills over the middle of the map, but Felony's in a position to really do the monkey wrench here.
It would
Ryza
take too much to go back to A.
still has not sound anything. Yeah, it really would, especially with 50 seconds, and now that Felony's taking care of Ryza mid-map, you have to full flood. Hunt does find a pick. It will open things up a little bit, but the problem here is dealing with Felony.
Yeah, Gunsee's on the lower half, and I think Felony's right in front of him. So if that bomb goes down, like it just did, now bomb's out in a precarious spot. I believe they know it's down as well. And Triumph can just play this in the number disadvantage. Felony in a great spot. Takes down 2. Pressure on Carnage to go grab bomb and try to rotate back if they can, but they're going to go ahead and try to fight it. Felony takes down a 3rd in the process. And 1v3, Pure Sama has so much to work with.
Yeah, this is going to be around here for sure for Triumph. And okay, so here's how we kind of recap this as far as what Carnage has attempted to do. They're putting a lot of investment into the middle of the map. They use a smoke that round to get Ryza forward into that little L hall just past the statue that Standy finds the final kill on. And so far, they've come up empty in both attacking rounds. So we'll just kind of keep that in the back of our mind, put a pin in it, and see what they want to do for their 3rd attack. But now we turned over and see what Triumph is able to do, as they have a 1-round lead. But as typically kind of goes early on while these teams are feeling each other out, it usually leads to Arklov Peak being a very defensive-sided map. And so far, we've been treated to 3 very good defensive rounds.
Out on the island is Nightmare for Carnage. So expecting a possible flood to be, not going to happen. Smokes out of A. Should see the rotation come in momentarily. Trade back and forth. First blood really to Triumph, but it doesn't even matter anymore. Nagafen going to cook that nade. Won't connect.
Felony in a good position, but doesn't have a lot of help. He's going to have to make a solo play come through. No dead silence. He can't get too aggressive. He's just looking over the top. That's kill number 6 for Felony. He is incredible on this map. A lot of people in the community said that this is Fellows Peak, not Arklov Peak, and he finds another one behind that. 7-2. Nagafen with that freedom will move forward, get the bomb down, and now you're looking at Nightmare. Number 4 on your mini-map, I was about to say, he's really the only one that could salvage this round for Carnage, but watching the flank is Diamond Con in a very passive role. Pierre's going to have to find a way to clutch up a 1v4. His position's been scouted out as he finds the first kill. Has dead silence if he wants it. Does get a second pick. This is still possible. 25 seconds. He's got an idea on what the 3rd is. The shots are good, but not good enough for the full kill. Royalty has gotten him down to right around 1 HP. He still finds the kill, though. Now it's just the 1v1. Goes to the reload, and unfortunately, the issue was forced by Royalty, who was able to clutch things up and Triumph take the 3rd round.
Oh, God, I thought it was going to happen. If he just backs up and reloads and maybe attempts, possible, but he was running out of time. I think he only had, what, like 12 seconds left on that bomb, so he had to force the issue. And, wow, that was kind of scary for Triumph to kick that one off, but hey, a 3-1 lead is a 3-1 lead. We'll see if they can extend it, but Carnage not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, especially with Pure shooting like that.
There are only a couple of players that you can really assimilate like their search and destroy performances on certain maps. You got like St. Envoy Grad, you've got the construction worker and bands over at Ramaza, and this map, if you've been following along with Felony and how this Triumph team is played, they are incredible, and a lot of it is on the backhand of what Fellow is able to do, especially in the middle of the map over towards A. Ryza will shoulder peek and will catch more damage than he was anticipating, so he'll back away. Hunt with a set nade lead will take down Diamond Con. Here comes the push through the trench. Felony existing in some smoke will find kill number 8. Although the trades are looking good. Carnage on a very good attempt to just flood through the A site. Last one left alive, Royalty in a 1v4.
They were forcing the issue, and I love that play just to get right up and close. And they'll close out round number 5. This Carnage were hesitant to push up at first, but once they found the opening pick, they forced issue inside, they push up trench, and the snappers all came out. Nightmare with your final kill cam. Back and forth we go again in game 2. If you guys are just joining us, well, where have you been the entire day? But welcome to the North American Finals of the Challengers Division. This is the end of the year, and these are the 2 best teams in North America through the bracket. They're here for a reason. Carnage with a stunner of a Cinderella story to get here from the losers bracket, and Triumph, who had success early in the year, but now again find themselves in the grand finals. Triumph took map 1.
I was going to ask the question if Nagafin's going to try to pull out the sniper rifle again. He's just 1 in 5, not finding a lot of favor, but he's also carrying the bomb, which not something you often see because essentially he's not going to be able to sit up in this position for a post plant. He's got to move forward. So this is kind of a weird situation for Triumph's attack, which seems to be lending towards a B hit. Stun will open the double doors. Nagafin will try to hopefully find some timing, but he's not going to catch any intel as Carnage are in a pretty prime position to at least respond to this B hit quickly, as there are 3 members leaning to the B site.
Don't move, Raza. For the love of God,
Yeah, for
don't
real.
move. They're going to back on up, and it looks like the late call is going to come out to A. The only person in the position shift really is Hunt. I mean, I don't know if he's running the snipe, but he does have an angle towards that A bomb. So should something get called out, you can see the numbers begin to crunch in.
This position from Standy that we swap off of is going to be everything for Triumph, because Carnage, I'm sure with 3 members at B, they're going to at least probably attempt to go through the middle of the map for a flank hit. Well, maybe not. I'm not really feeling the favor to do that, as First Blood does eventually come through with just 13 seconds in the round. Pure desperately trying to even things back up at a 4v4, not able to do it as the bomb is planted. Clock resets now down to 37 seconds. Gunsy awkward mantle, that's tough. Flank coming in behind from Standy. He's found 1. Pure, you can find as many kills as you want from the front, but you're going to have to spin on somebody at some point. Not going to happen. Triumph take another successful offense. They find themselves still up 2 rounds, 4-2.
Not sure how Ryza was able to stay alive for that long. With Diamond sitting in the back, this should never, ever be an issue for Triumph. You have Standy coming in for support. And credit to Nagafen for getting that bomb down immediately and trying to hop off the site and just play the team fight while it was there. 4-2. Triumph just 2 rounds away from going up 2-0. I've said that 1,000 times today, and it's never worked out. So we'll see if that's the case again.
You got to be successful here if you're Carnage on this attack.
Well, this is a must-win round.
Yeah, 100%. You do not want to go down 5-2. And they've thrown away the strategy of trying to hit the middle of the map. This is going to be another hit over towards A. Early smoke in the trench. Ryza's got a trophy if he so chooses to use it, and it looks like this will be a pretty concentrated effort through the bottom side of this trench area. Late Setonate over the top will not connect. And Ryza does not have the bomb, so he's just playing tip of the spear here. He'll be the vanguard for this entire approach, but watch your minimap. Triumph are throwing a lot of numbers from B into the middle again, so Carnage very well could be trapped. You've got 1 watching the flank. It's going to be Hunt, and he does find the counter pick onto Royalty. That'll keep things safe for now. Gunsy making the play over to the bomb site. It'll start to be planted. And Triumph have given up their middle approach, and now they're going to full flood into the trench. Ryza for 1, but the kills quickly in tandem come through for Triumph. Now it's just down to Hunt, 1v3.
Does have the weapon to work with, but it's a sniper from Nagavan you have to worry about, and you also have 32 seconds. So someone's going to hop, but hey, I mean, listen, it's entirely possible if he gets the peak. I think they know where he's at. Standy definitely does. And they should cut him down in a minute. There will be good challenge from Standy. And Triumph go up 5-3. And I think it was the start of that opening round where I think it was Royalty who was hunting for a kill at mid-map, or maybe it was Standy who rotated through. But either way, once that kill opened up, you could just kind of see that Carnage realized, okay, we need to get bombed down. We've lost First Blood. And from there, Triumph just played numbers, and they did it right.
And I love the fact that when Royalty falls on the flank, they don't commit to the middle of the map anymore. They realize that it's not safe to hit through the A site from that back broken building. So you essentially turn around, get over towards the front side of the hostel, and then full flood together, and they do that very, very wisely. So Melody's slowed down a bit. He's 8-6 from what was, I believe, 8-2 at one point in time, but Standy's picked things up. 7-3 for him, and Nagafin has found a little bit more favor with the HDR. This time opening First Blood by way of frag grenade from Gunsy over the top. Nagafin not able to connect what would have been a good shot. And the opening exchange will tilt in favor of Carnage defensively as they look down a 4v3.
Royalty in a very cheeky spot. Have to be careful about the time. Ryza has had the gunny on his name the entire time this game. Oh my goodness, what an angle from Royalty. And the challenge, Royalty is absolutely snapping in this S&D. Can you find the third on the bomb? Possibly. Still hunting. Nightmare does take down Nagafin. Royalty still roaming around, doesn't spot him.
Oh.
And that's a big win.
Diamond Khan's going to be running out of his dead silence here as well. The expiration's going to come out, but he does find the kill. That'll reset things. He can actually move a little bit more aggressively. Has to track back to grab the bomb, which was dropped just a moment ago. Pure is in a position to where he can't fully commit to a B rotation because Diamond could hit either of these sites, and oh my goodness, he's guessed correctly. He's watching for the wrap through middle. He's leaning towards A, and he's going to get blessed. He's going to get blessed here. The bomb's going to be allowed to be planted more than likely. He's actually going to check this aggressively. He catches him off the post. What a heads-up play from Pure. Gets his 7th kill and allows Carnage to stay in the game. They'll still be down heavy, though. They'll be looking at a 3-5 as soon as he decides to defuse.
Yeah, take a victory lap. Certainly earned it there. Not much you can say about that. Just heads up around. Pure keeping Carnage in this game too. I mean, Royalty kicked things off with 3 kills, able to work around the site, but the collapse around, I mean, like you said, Shift, so many times, you need heroics from specific players, but right now, Pure Sama is stepping up for Carnage.
Yeah, that's a big moment right there. Really, again, you were in a 4v3, it gets turned around to a 2v3. Both players on opposite sides of the map have to navigate a couple of odd man situations, and they both do it brilliantly. A good controlled play, again, just showing a lot of expertise and a lot of rehearsal into how they mitigate those situations, but still a lot of work to be done. It's going to have to be 4 in total in a row, and this time it's going to be an outer B hit.
So
as
impressive.
Hunt's going to watch over this from the backside of the church. Everything is coming cemetery, and you see on your minimap, Fellows number 8, he may have scouted this, but he doesn't get away from the set nade from Ryzen. It's okay, though. Royalty, peeping Tom from the side window, takes down 2, and now Carnage is in a terrible spot. They're completely caught outside in the cemetery.
11-5. Royalty was like, what the hell are they doing over there? And he picks up 2 kills in the process. Now Hunt, not a weapon to work with. Well, he pulls out the M4. Does he not see Standy sitting up in that corner? I guess not. But the nades won't connect. Diamond has to back on up. 40 seconds. That bomb is yet to advance. Royalty picks up another kill on Hunt. So Sniper down for Carnage. 2v4. Royalty is just absolutely shredding every single person. Royalty gets it done. Standy closes it out. 6-3. It's close for a minute, but wow. You look at Royalty's performance, a dominant win in that S&D.
Woo! Triumph. Cruising through the finals with a 6-3 win there on S&D. They are now 2-0 up in the series. And folks, this could be over with in one more match. Triumph, they're getting it done here. Now, my question is to you guys here. I'll kick this one off with you first here, Space. Is that Royalty? For the folks at home who don't know about him, what type of player is he and what does he bring to this team?
This is nothing new. Royalty is an amazing S&D player. We saw some brilliance of it back in Black Ops 3 when he really started getting going. I believe he was with Parasite at the time. But Royalty is a phenomenal S&D player. He works really well with Nagdeven, who, again, is an also phenomenal S&D player. You put that in with Fellow, who's known to have great respawns, and he even subbed in for E United during World War II, and he helped carry them through some respawns. Like, this team was built from the ground up to compete in S&D and have capabilities in respawn off the back of Fellow. You added 2 young guns with Steady and Diamond Khan, who's a, I guess you call a veteran of the AM scene as an AR. This team is stacked from head to toe, and right there, I mean, Royalty's doing Royalty things. This is no surprise to anyone.
No surprise there. Fellow definitely established in a respawn. Got to put some respect on his name there. Now, Shift, when it comes down to Carnage Gaming and the fans out there, what should Carnage Gaming have done differently in that map if they wanted to tie the series all up 1-1?
I will say this much. I love the creativity we saw from Carnage off the rip. A couple of really cheeky strategies on the first 2 attacks through the middle of the map. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. And that's kind of the risk versus reward of trying to make those plays happen. If you're going for a lot of investment to free up a player like Raza through the middle, but he's not allowed to find a kill, you're in a really weird spot. And you saw the same thing there at the very end when you take the long wrap around the B cemetery to try to hit the backside of the B site. If you don't find those opening kills or you get intel gathered against you, it's a very difficult spot to rotate from. So just unfortunately, they weren't able to get the job done on those cheeky offensive strategies, and Triumph, with the punishment, able to come on top and put themselves up 2 maps to 0.
Yeah, trying some new strategies here in the finals. It's a big risk and it could be a big payoff, but right there, it didn't really work out too much. But folks, we're gonna throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna see what risks does Carnage Gaming need to take to get back in this series. We'll see you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your Challenger Finals. It's been a crazy weekend of Call of Duty action. We've seen amazing matches from yesterday to today, but now we just got possibly one map left in the Challenger series, and I got the experts here to help me break it all down. It's Shift and Spaceman. Folks, Triumph are up 2-0 in the finals, and they just need to lock in this gun runner domination. Shift, what does it take to be a dominant gun runner domination team?
Its domination as a whole this whole year can be categorized by ebbing and flowing, reading when you have an advantage and when you need to give something up. It's okay to give things up as long as you're also simultaneously taking things away. It is an ebb and flow balance. It's all about basic tempo, being able to control yourselves when you're in a bad position and knowing how to reset. And right now, Carnage down 2 maps. They are literally in the definition of needing to reset here, as they'll need to find a way to reverse sweep just to get to that second best of 5.
Oh, if you're a Triumph fan, you're feeling pretty good right now. I know for a fact this is one of their better maps and better map game mode combinations. So we'll see if they're able to close out and become the champions. If not, well, plenty of time for Carnage to bring themselves back in this series. Off the start, a nice knife, but it's an opening kill and then the opening break for Triumph as Diamond Con is flying in, finding 2 pieces left and right. The only is there's the Guardian Angel over the top. They almost get B locked down, but the pressure from Carnage very good onto this B flag. No one able to grab it just yet.
Interesting strategy to roll out for Triumph. It's essentially a 5 SMG start. As DiamondCon doesn't pick up the AR, he starts with an SMG, and I say basically a 5 SMG because, let's be honest, the way that Nagafen's going to be using this Ram 7 is to actually play from the mid to up close range. Now that DiamondCon loses his first life, he comes back up with an AR. So we'll see how this dynamic kind of shifts. Carnage doing what they can to try to win over towards B. The last one left alive, though, is Pure, and this is a smart play. He knows that he's not going to be able to single-handedly neutralize nor flip the flag, so he gets a little bit further forward, reads what's in front of him, and even though he does fall, he'll get the intel gathered for Carnage, and instead of going for a full B hit, knowing that there are multiple members here, you're actually going to send Nightmare on the long flank to try to play for a neutral at C first.
Yep, I was just going to say, Shift, take a look at Nightmare, look where he's at, he gets shut down, but hey, look, it's a decent push. It doesn't really spell out into a cap, but it at least gets you the ball rolling, right? It keeps that in the back of Triumph's mind that we're not afraid to overextend and go for a hit. That's 5 dead. One was a team kill, but enough is enough. You have 2 caps to your name. You're getting yourself back in the game, and now you can start thinking about neutralizing C should you put that reinforcement forward. Can you get the mid-map pressure? Nagafen wins a big one. Following in behind is Royalty, and all of a sudden, Triumph are starting to get mid-map control.
This could fall apart here for Carnage very quickly. Triumph are throwing everything they have down the middle of the map over toward A, and there's really nobody here to deal with it with the exception of Nightmare, who has to kind of passively mind over the flag from the backside of the coal mine entrance. So DiamondCon is nearby. You've got Felton who's going to be playing from the backside of boxes. He finds himself 1. With reinforcements pouring in, he will get himself a 2nd, and that should be enough to start to go for a neutral at A. It's not going to be a confirmed one yet because Carnage off their rotation are quickly funneling back, and brilliant kills coming through. Carnage able to maintain the A flag. They retake the middle of the map, and now they'll take the lead for the first time.
And right now, this is Triumph's thinking. Do we think we've applied enough pressure to A where we can push the dam open and let the waters flow, or do we send numbers back to B and continue to fight this CB setup? At this point, I think they want to commit to B. They understand that A is always a possibility, but you're worried more about the neutral, less about the cap. Now it's about flying in for Royalty, able to pick up 2. The snapper from him, he's been able to light things up and get into final form here at Champ Sunday, and he's done it in a very quick fashion.
He knew that the hourglass on his life was running out of sand as he saw players running at him through boxes. And for him to find 2, that's pretty great, but Pure is able to find the exact same value just off of a Semtex. And so the numbers turn right back around again. A momentary flip of the B flag for Triumph, but Carnage will rue the day as they actually get a little bit bounced back on here. Standy able to get his Semtex off for another double. Very good value off of all the utilities so far. And as Triumph, they actually make a play from C to A. I don't think they're going to expect that Carnage will actually spawn top right-hand side of the map. So you're going to send 1 player for Carnage to the C flag to capture it individually, while the rest of the numbers fall over to B to defend the B flag. Good response off of a weird spawn for Carnage to hold 2 flags.
Yeah, and this is a lucky break for them. Standy was actually able to alleviate pressure with a double kill from the nade. He found 2 more kills, and the fact that they have able to hold strong on this B flag, pick up 3 kill in succession, now following in with reinforcements, they are shutting everything down that Triumph has managed to throw. This has been a phenomenal hold from Carnage. It looks so dire for such a short amount of time, but they've been able to flip this and completely rewrite script.
Careful on this play. You've lost a couple of members if you're Carnage Gaming. You need to wait for the respawns to get there before you can try this again, and they do that so perfectly. I mean, the discipline that we're seeing from Carnage right now is immaculate. Triumph think it's a little bit more safe to get out of their spawn. Little do they know they have to deal with Nightmare sitting on the B point. He's going to find a couple with Ryza in tandem. So, yeah, you're going to go for a potential neutral for the moment, but you still have to win a couple gunfights, and they're not going to come through. The final 30 seconds of the first half, looking like Carnage will be able to hold on to at least the CB setup. Are they going to try to give one more good college try to the A flag for a late triple?
Hunt is 16-6, Pure at 16-7. They have been able to team wipe time and time again all that Triumph are throwing at them. They've held that CB setup for what seems like 30 seconds closing out this first round. It was a very impressive start from Triumph, but what a break and what a flip from Carnage. An absolute masterful execution of domination on this first side.
It's just the way that, and if you're really kind of watching the minimap and the macro of how the game is flowing out there in the audience, you can kind of read that Carnage are waiting for intel, and then they're deciding what they want to do. That play from Ryza in the middle of the half, he reads that, oh, I've got 4 players of Triumph running at me at the B flag, so you're not going to realistically hold that flag off of a respawn. So Carnage, they play it very wisely. The 3 that come off respawn essentially hold on to the coal mine area. You send 1 player deep to put some influence on C. Now Triumph can can no longer push through that B flag, and once they start to pay their attention to their home flag, then you execute towards B. Beautifully read from Carnage, and that's why they're enjoying an 8-point lead.
Ryza might have one of the most impressive negative KDs I think I've seen this weekend, so 7-12 really means nothing if we talk about it. But off the start, both teams grabbing their home flag. Now the push comes in. It's Royalty and Standy working together. Standy had a massive 4-piece to almost grab B Dom in the closed seconds of that first round. It didn't really catapult the team forward, and well, you saw the results of it. It was Carnage gaining the lead, and for right now, a bit of a stalemate as both players are going to vie for position. It's Diamond and Felony again. They're going to move their way forward. Ryza with a challenge. Ryza will drop. They should get the B-Dom control for Triumph.
I was about to say for a moment there, for Carnage, you're okay letting the B flag stay neutral for an elongated period of time. You're winning by a very healthy margin, and the longer you keep a flag neutral where Triumph is not allowed to get a second flag, I mean, that's the obvious statement there, is you're going to be in a better position to win the map in full. So good macro gameplay coming through, but now that they've lost the B flag, they'll have to try to reset up and aggress themselves over to the coal area, and they're going to have the numbers to hit this, but these devious positions for Triumph can be difficult to sneak these players out of, but it's nightmare. There's a reason why players are out there saying that he's one of the more underrated ARs in the North American scene. It's moments like that we don't necessarily see on screen, but the ability for him to win 2 gunfights on some very unfavorable gunfight headies that Triumph are holding is pretty immaculate, and Carnage with that kill spree will be able to retake the B flag.
Shift, I've shouted you out a couple of times this weekend and said the Shift strat is simple. Either we're better than you and we're going to bully you off of whatever objective there may be, or what's your decision making? At this point, with how many resources Triumph had thrown at B, and it hasn't really worked out, do you think they need to start going for a split A and C hold, or what do you think the thing is behind these pushes?
I think that what you're seeing right now is an exact exemplification, pardon me, words are difficult, exemplification of that. Triumph was realizing, okay, we're not finding favor at B, let's throw a couple members over to C, and it is possible on Gunrunner, one of the only maps that we have where holding on to A and C is not an impossibility. So as they're getting some split spawns going back and forth, you're trusting individual members to read the flags at A and C, and then you converge to eventually take the B flag. This is a good adjustment for Triumph. Let's see if they can make good on it, as DiamondCon will get a trophy system down, likely a full stack to come through for Triumph to flip this flag around, trying to play spoiler is pure. He gets one, not anticipating the second though, and the B flag for now will be neutral.
And this might have bought them enough time that B gets neutralized and taken back by Carnage. They then put reinforcements over to B. They grab it back, and the 2-cap lead for Triumph is they're going to try to work their way back into the second side. The opening kills do favor Carnage. Pure Sama shuts down another. DiamondCon will see you in a couple of seconds, and Felony will take down Ryza. It's all good for Carnage for now, but they still have to worry about that B flag and whether or not they will commit to A. It doesn't look like they're going to. Royalty with another snapper in the burn. The movement just a little bit too much. Not going to get the kill. Hunt takes down both, but hey, it's still a 2-cap lead for Triumph, and they're slowly but surely coming back in this game.
Hunt is trying to watch the reinforcements and contest them coming off spawn. This is the moment that Carnage has to take the B flag back into their favor. 128, 131, mid 45 to play. You've got a couple members of Triumph are realizing, okay, B again is not safe. We found success making the OE hit from A to C last time. Can we do it again? The problem child here is Pure though. He's waiting for it this time around, and he has help. The trade comes in. C flag stays in control of Carnage, who now with just a 4-point lead will see that grow every 5 seconds by 1. So Standy and the rest of Triumph have to find a way to get a flag, and really you feel like you would like to get that flag now.
Standy has no business winning that gunfight, but this push might have been just absolutely thwarted and halted from Nightmare. If he takes out DiamondCon, this push is essentially dead, and now you're looking at, you know, panic time for Triumph. They have to start flying in. They have to win the kills. It's Nightmare in the back, and Nightmare picks up both. Helen is going to try his hand and challenge, but he gets taken down. Nightmare on a 4 spree, and he has completely locked down the B-Bomb flag. There's nothing that Triumph can do. Now it's panic time. You only have 53 seconds. You have got to make a play.
I don't know if Carnage are going to read how many numbers are here at the C flag, though, for Triumph. Got a couple of individual gunfights. Triumph is going to flip this C flag. This mathematically is going to be darn close. 9 points in the differential. They're not able to get a neutral onto A. Carnage are under threat. They know that B is going to be under pressure here. You need to get this C flag back now, and you can see number 7, Pure, is going back and forth. He doesn't know where to go. 148, 156. It's 30 seconds left to play. It needs to be a triple cap, though, for Triumph. There's just not enough time mathematically for them to fully come back into this. Big 1v1, DiamondCon will be locked up by Hunt, as mathematically it would be a sheer impossibility for Triumph to come back in. We'll see you in game 4.
He's right there. coming down to the final moments. Carnage comes out on top. And I'll tell you this, man, if you're not afraid of the dark, you better at least be afraid of nightmares, man, because that guy over there on the B side, y'all called it perfectly. If they couldn't get him off this heady, this is the play of the game we were talking about. That double kill right there, that's what locked it in, because we saw some fantastic rotations there out of Triumph, but in the end, Carnage, man, they had the recipe to success, Space.
Yeah, no, Stanley picked up an impossible win in Showers, and then he rotates around with Royalty. They get another kill, and I'm thinking, okay, here comes the push from Triumph. All of a sudden, they're going to get B-Dom, and they're going to come back in this game. But what happens? They run quite literally into a nightmare at the back of those cards, and he just mows them down one after another. And that's the play of the game for a reason. He shut down that push. That secured the game in my mind. It didn't matter what happened on C-Dom. There was no chance Triumph had at getting at that B flag.
Man, shit, when you have a player like that who's just on his back foot, AR out, ADS, and how do you break through a setup like that when he has it locked down?
That is face up AR VAR. Who's gonna take the day? I mean, those are two very nasty headies to deal with, and Nightmare this time around was just better at navigating it. He did a really great job a couple of different times, not just find one, but to find two from those cold cards that are on the backside of what is normally that third hard point on Gunrunner. Yeah, I think that overall there were some great moments for Triumph. They're making the correct adjustments late into that second half as far as, okay, we realized that B is not an option for us. Let's try to make a play over to C. Just unfortunately, a couple of key gunfights turned up in favor of Carnage, and they're just able to barely hold on to that two flag setup for long enough.
Now, where we're seeing now, Carnage is picking up their production a bit here, and they are back in the series, getting that map win here on Domination. Now we're about to move on over towards the hard point. Now, Carnage, they have woken up. We've seen some life out of them. Space, what do you want to see them keep producing on from that last map? What do they keep building off of?
You got to keep building off of the momentum you had from each and every gunfight. There was a couple of team wipes that Carnage was able to rack up that forced them into flag, and they played each gunfight appropriately. They got in, they got the objective, they got out. I know it sounds simple, but sometimes it's true. You just have to keep up the production. Nightmare has to stay the same. Ryza's confidence in his gunfights against Standy was something that stood out in that game 3. That's what's going to come in here for Carnage. You're in this series. You're still in this grand final. Keep playing that way.
And I mean, what, 5-point differential in the first hard point? Yeah, it was a 6-3 surge, but really it's because a couple of your cheeky strats don't pay off. This is a close game. Ryza's going to be able to open up for 2 as he pushes right through the first hard point, trusting his teammates behind him to hold on to the spawns, and they do just that. How slippery is Ryza being right now? A cat on 9 lives has definitely seen at least 3 of them go away, but now that Carnage have won the opening gunfights, they'll reinforce the warehouse and look to take some good points away from this first hill.
I just smiled looking where Nightmare's position. Of course, he'd be back here ready for the spawns and ready for P2. He's going to move up towards the top of the ladder, and he'll watch that AC cross. So anyone who funnels in, they're going to meet his AR, and well, there you go. Bye, Royalty. It was nice having you here, but you're going to have to RSVP next time. Hunt inside. No one's going to be able to touch. Triumph have had no success, and the hold from Carnage has been damn near flawless to kick this game off.
This is a great opening for Carnage. They're still not done with this first hard point yet. They're going to go ahead and just concede the final 15, which is really a mere consolation prize. You've done the work, and actually Nightmare is feeling a little bit favorable. Him and Ryza are trying to actually influence the scrap time one more time. Gunzy's not going to give it up either. This is risky, but they do find a number of trades, allowing them to still safely spawn up at P2. Now you just have to deal with the next opening hit, as Triumph are looking to flood from the exit out of warehouse to try to break into this very elusive tire shop.
And off the early start, Carnage, who do have time, all the pressure is off their shoulders. It's up to Royalty and all of Triumph to make a play. Royalty will escape by a couple. If he wins against Hunt, it would have been big. Diamondcon's going to try his hand at it, and they will fall as well. Just the defensive hold from Carnage, not allowing anyone from Triumph to step foot in this hill. I don't care what the team trades look like in the kill feed. Triumph have not been anywhere near this hard point.
Well, they're still kind of posturing for maybe a bit of contest time, and I guess we'll go ahead and say even a second worth of stepping on the hill is a marginal success. We just don't often see it. It's just the way it goes. I'm sure it's no strange for you if you've watched throughout the CDL this year, but looks like the last 13 seconds will have no problem going into the back pocket of Carnage. He will be sitting just above the 80-point mark to just a slim 18 points that Triumph have found. But now the next step, how do you exit from 2 going to 3? Carnage trying to clear things out from the warehouse. This is the correct approach, but you've got to deal with Nagafen, who's got the AR position top window. He's been shrugged off the angle, And now we've got numbers for Carnage to try to take him off of this spot. They do just that. Next step, try to get into the...
Nagafen burned a little bit too much time. He had no help. Hunt is casually 11-2 on a 5-speed. Felony trying to work some magic from the back end, but they shut down. And once again, Triumph looked like they had the early spawns and hold, but it's Carnage who break in. They have the time. Royalty able to snap on one, playing his life at top L. A beautiful bit of shots and a bit of footwork. He's going to work his way around some of these angles. And once again, you need some help here. Royalty's trying to do essentially Superman heroics and bully his way into the hill, dipping and diving, but it gets cut down in the process. Felony is late to the party. 16 seconds left to fight over. It was a decent hold for Triumph. Shift, it just seems like their gunfights aren't coming near the hill. They're just coming around it, and it's not building any time.
Yeah, 13 seconds on the hill in total is not really what I think you wanted for. And even in that last 20 seconds when you were calling out Royalty's position, you saw that Triumph was conceding that hill in favor of sending most of their troops over to the screen office. Will be a 1v1 inside the hill. Pure able to get the beat down as Standy only had the pistol in hand. So Carnage win this rotation. You see all the X-ray. That's coming through the back parking lot. So with that spawn knowledge coming up, Pure turns his attention to the front door. He takes care of two. Needs to win a couple of more. Nice little bounce pass off the side, but too many guns looking at him, and Triumph will find a way to re-break in.
God, this is looking very, very dangerous. I don't care who you're a fan of. If you're watching these players hit their shots, it's unbelievable. Hunt and Ryza, I said, the confidence from Ryza needs to continue into this game. We saw it off the start of the hard point, 116-53. Finally, Triumph get themselves in the hill. They're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination, but Shift, it's just been a very rough start for Triumph. Carnage have taken the fight to him on each and every hill.
You didn't get it as you wanted off of 3. I would look at this 4th hill for Triumph as a success. The problem is you're holding on to the rotational hills going back to the Doc's warehouse. So the job is by no means done. That said, Ryza falls. Now it's down to Hunt. Last member left in the hill. He's actually going to leave it, trying to find the kills front. He deals with one, snaps over. He's going to find a second, but Nagafen will eventually put him down. Has he gained enough space? Carnage off the respawn, trying to contest a little bit longer. The numbers aren't here, though, and Gunsy's realizing he just needs to play a cheeky spot to save his life. Nightmare doing a lot of the same. Peeks the side window for one, but it won't be enough. Triumph have officially broken the 5th hard point.
Can't ever count them out. Here comes Triumph. The comeback is entirely possible, and it's happening. Gunsy able to work through the smoke, finds one kill. Royalty shuts him down. The reinforcements are there. Royalty is snapping. So is Ryza, and Nightmare shuts down Royalty. Ryza dropping players as quickly as they're able to funnel in, but the time's still in favor of Triumph. No one else from Carnage going to come in for the contest. So again, now we look at the rotation, and now we look where the spawns will be. I believe number 5, that is Gunsy. He's actually towards mid-map and trying to work his way through the back. And actually, he gets shut down and cut off of respawn. So once again, Triumph now try to play through P1.
Smart play, heads up play for Nagafen. You concede the spawns, you didn't win it, your team's not there. Try to stall the reinforcements from getting into the warehouse. Successfully done. He finds one kill. Maybe he would have liked a little bit more, but his teammates are all here in the warehouse trying to soak up some great time. Not just good time, but great time here on P1. Carnage, we know how much they dedicate to getting here. Royalty for 2. Give him number 3. The only thing putting him down is a teammate, unfortunately, from Standy, but it's okay. The rest of the members of Triumph get through. They'd make good on the kills, and they will control the better part of the first 30 seconds.
And Diamondcon is in a power spot. He takes down Gunsy at mid-map. It doesn't look great for the moment, but hey, it's working dividends, and this is exactly what you wanted to see. Triumph are now back in this game. They're starting to hit their shots. They're starting to feel comfortable. Shift, you can see it's a completely different team than what we saw prior.
This is a big scrap time fight for 10 seconds. It's going to feel pretty marginal, but it's the difference of Triumph being able to be up by 30 and the difference of having a tie game, essentially. Good attempt from Carnage to take some of the scrap time away. That's a lot of freedom gained for them to essentially satisfy what needs to happen next, which is hold on to P2 with everything you have. If you can find the full 60, you will be knocking on the door, if not just at or above the 200-point mark. Royalty's been freed up, though. He's in a position to maybe test this early. He's going to find another kill inside the hill. Heads outside. He's got help from Diamondcon. Is this going to be a full break? One more spawn comes through, though, for Carnage. They're able to get here, but Royalty reads it beautifully. It's going to look like a break. One more contest to come out from Carnage as they still somehow spawn in.
I don't know how Royalty survived throughout the majority of those 10 seconds, but that's why I'm not playing. That's why he is. And everyone's trying to funnel in. It's Felony who can't connect with the kills, but guess what?
Oh my
Royalty
God.
is right behind, 23 and 20. The stun doesn't matter. He's able to tag up a couple, and they might have bought themselves just enough time to contest for a bit. Now we look at the rotation. Trophies are out. Standy wins a big gunfight at top L. The nades come out as well. Felony in a position to set up early for the hill. This is looking perfect for Triumph if they can hold on for the first couple of waves, and it looked like they're doing just that.
That is a massive moment in this map. If Triumph wins this championship map, that was the reason why. Royalty with a massive play to not just block some of the spawns, but to get some good time on the second hard point. Now you can see on the minimap, Triumph are positioned all over the middle of the map, trying to zone off Carnage. Can they grow this lead to a point where Carnage are going to have to make some desperate plays? Here comes the hit, 4 down in the feed, all of it favoring Carnage. They get the trade on Nagafin, and the break for P4 will not fully be there, but at least they're able to let some of this time go to the game clock instead of going to Triumph.
Royalty again on your screen. Just playing around, player after player gets shut down. And at the top of your mini-map, I believe that's Felon, who's ready and waiting at back green alley, and they've already started thinking about the next rotation, and there they go. It's Triumph set up early, Felony inside, trophies are down, so a good hold, and they rack this up into a ton of time, but here comes the break from Carnage. 3 players inside, it's Felony who shuts down 2, a team nade does come in, and the favorable shots from Felony have let this one fall open, and all of a sudden, Triumph do have the hold.
This is not good for Carnage. They're spawning in the warehouse. This is not where you want to be. You have to make the decision. Are we going to try to play for the spawns for P5, or are we going to play for the hill? You need to play for the hill. The Triumph can't win it here, but they will be darn close. So here comes the break attempt. It'll look good. The SMGs for Carnage show some signs of life. Royalty dealt with by a Semtex. So now with 30 seconds to play, I'm really curious to see what Triumph want to do. This is looking like it very well will come to a P5 ending, depending on how the score influences here in the next couple of seconds. Carnage will take the back 20. They spawn a couple of members for Triumph out. This is brilliant, Carnage. They may have just done enough. Nagafin's going to take one last challenge through the hill. Hunt deals with 1, not able to grab the second, but you're okay giving away these 10 seconds for Carnage. You want this setup in favor of P5, and they're already there.
Shift, I think it was Pirsama who worked his way to the back, and he took out DiamondCon, who was holding that back angle to give them the spawn for New. So it was the break from Carnage in the hill, yes, but it was also the overextension from Pirsama to have the heads-up play of trying to grab the back out. He does it perfectly. They're able to flood on in, but hey, here comes Standy, the man. He's able to work side, pick up 2 kills, and all of a sudden, all the work that Carnage just did to get those back spawns, it's essentially nullified if they can't win a break.
Ryza finds 1 pick. It's going to open up a little bit of space. The hit from Carnage coming from the back has to be successful. DiamondCon not able to find 2. Pure is going to be able to work his way into the hard, but not able to take the 3rd. Next up is Nightmare. He can't contest because he's got an AR. He's still going to throw his life at the hill. Felony deals with it. 20 seconds. You've got to contest for a little while longer if you're Carnage and want to see this extend to P1, but they're spawning all the way out towards Tire Shop. Championship moment for Triumph. It was Challengers Cup 3, the last time that Triumph was able to boast a victory, but this is the one that matters. Triumph, your North American champions, 250 to 207.
What a series that was there. Triumph comes out on top and get it done from the winner's side of the bracket. Congratulations to them, as they are going to be your North America Challengers winner. Wow, what a series.
Wow.
What a year, boys. Man, yo, and you know what? I wanna talk here about this last map. I wanna break it down.
You
want to
talk about royalty? Okay, we can talk about royalty if that's what you want to talk about.
Let me set you up for the royalty question though, first space, because check this out. In the first half, Carnage had about a 100-point lead to kick this one off. Then when I look back, when we saw it was about 144, all tied up there. So space in the first half there, how did they manage to make this comeback? And I mean Triumph, make the comeback being almost down 100 points.
It was the Royalty show. Royalty slipped through the middle of the map and he worked his way up towards Tire Shop. As soon as he gets inside, what does he do? He plays his life. Instead of trying to play down in the bottom of the basement and pick up a couple of kills, he dips out. It gives his teammates time to rotate in. Royalty staying alive for 15 seconds gave all of the reinforcements that Triumph needed to at least contest the hill and get somewhat back in the game. As soon as that happens, immediately off spawn, they rotate to P4, they get set up, Fellow wins 2 kills, and everyone else follows suit because of that. If Royalty doesn't win those 10 seconds of just living, the entire game is different. And I know Shift can talk more about it, but Royalty was literally the MVP of that entire sequence just because they won that map.
And then, I got to throw it over to Shift next, because then we saw the second half of that game, and it was still all Royalty. So give me your perspective there on how that ended, Shift.
I mean, it's just one of those things. You go back to that second P2, and there's something to be said because Carnage are considering hitting the contest time on P1 so late. They're not actually able to set up an aggressive zone of P2. They're giving away space that allows players like Royalty to look at the hill when it opens up. And when you give Royalty space, he's absolutely going to take a mile, and he was able to punish right there at the end. And I don't know if it's one of those things that he realized after the first time through the rotation, like, hey, Carnage likes to hit this scrap time. I might be able to sneak up a little bit sooner than we might anticipate, or if it's just him just kind of instantly reacting. But no, Sean hit it absolutely correctly. For that map, and I would argue for the series, Royalty, I think 100% MVP just based off that play alone, plus a number of moments on the Ramaza. Keep in mind, he was able to keep that P5 scrappy. I mean, he's just such an incredible player, and one of the reasons why I was so baffled that he wasn't picked up by a CDL roster after what he had. It was a great year at championships for Black Ops 4, and he's been electric all year long. Incredible display. Man,
I guess we can say there in this finals, Royalty was playing at a championship tempo, and some players know what that is like. And if you've never been in that type of position, it's hard to match it when you're in the moment. You either got to be there before, or you got to just get that practice, that perfect practice, because not all practice is the same as some teams learned this weekend. And man, it has been a crazy year it's been here for the Challenger Series, and we're gonna end up wrapping that one up at the end of the show in a bit. But when it comes down to it, give me you guys' final thoughts here on this series between these two teams. Space, I'm going to start with you.
Listen, I had the great pleasure of being able to open up the series for the Challengers events, and we got to see Triumph do what they do best, right? And in the beginning of the year, I would have picked Triumph to be my #1 team. I know Atlanta FaZe Academy looked very, very good. I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh, yes, I could have predicted them winning this, but to me, this really was not a big surprise. Triumph had always had the capabilities of being a championship level team. They've always had the opportunities to be it. They just needed to execute. They needed to show up and do their job, which was kill and find the objective. It sounds really dumb, but when they've been able to do it, and I've talked to Fellow about this specifically, I've said, hey man, when you guys literally shoot straight and you do the right thing on the objective, you guys seem to smoke everyone. And I'm very, very impressed with what we've seen, but more importantly, and to close out like my weird statement, I'm very impressed with all the amateur Call of Duty players we've seen. We've been asking for a dedicated league and dedicated team play for so many years, and for finally this to become a thing, for so much money to be on the line, and for so much dedication from the CDL, first and foremost, thank you.
Give them the one screen.
I'm just so happy.
Talking that mic.
I'm just incredibly happy. Like, I have been following and commentating amateur Call of Duty since 2014, and this has been one of the first times ever where it really feels like amateur Call of Duty has taken another step, and it's finally made its way towards the forefront of the discussion. And I am very, very grateful, and I'm very thankful that the league has put up so much money and so much support for these guys. And I'm so happy with all the future superstars we have just seen this weekend. I'm very, very happy right now.
Yeah, and we see when they got something to play for, we see the effort in which our young superstars are putting in here, and we saw the fruits of their labor this weekend in several different regions here. Shift, give us your thoughts.
Well, I'm just going to say ditto to what Sean had to say. I'm not going to try to price this right and one-up him, but this has been an incredible year through and through, and I couldn't be happier to see teams like Triumph and Carnage, who have, as an organization, invested into a core group of players, get to a point where they're rewarded for their diligence and their hard work. Massive congratulations for Triumph, but definitely hold your heads high if you're a Carnage member or a fan out there, because they put together an incredible year.
They definitely did put together an incredible year, and they gave us an incredible match. But folks, this weekend we learned that Renegades, War, and Triumph is the perfect combination for a championship. But the weekend isn't over just yet. Me and the boys gotta put a bow on this sucker. But next is coming up, your PlayStation Instant Reaction with Standy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. And the player that we're about to be interviewing is going to be Standy from Triumph. Standy, where you at, man? There you go. I see you. How you doing, man? You just came off. You won the NA Challenger Series in the inaugural season. You and the boys got it done. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, proving to everyone that we're the best NA Challengers team, even possibly in the world, and it feels great.
Talk to me about you and your team's journey up until this point. What struggles and hurdles did you guys have to overcome to be champions?
So we had 1 to 2 roster changes, and once we figured out our roster, then we kind of solidified like how we want to build, and we actually want to start building, improving on our mistakes, getting on every day, looking over VOD, stuff like that. So we just really put our heads down, grinded, focused on what we had to get better on, and shout out to the veterans on my team, Royalty, Nagafin, Felony. Those guys really put their head down, helped me improve, and made me a great player. So shout out to those guys, and shout out to my 5th teammate, DiamondCon. He's a beast. He's our newest pickup. Guy played great. I'm so excited right now.
Yo, hey man, why wouldn't you be? You just won the Challenger Finals, man, and now it's only up from here for you and the squad. Two things. One, talk to me about what those vets bring to your squad, and then tell me what was some of your favorite moments this weekend from your teams.
Playing with veterans like that is they always give you another eye for Call of Duty. So like if I think about a situation a certain way, they always say like, hey Eli, like, which is my name, hey, maybe you should think about it this way. Hey, maybe you should look at it this way. Like I can't really argue with them. They're the veterans, like I'm not gonna sit there and argue. I'm gonna take their help, and they really helped me improve as a player this year. And
well, hey Eli, now that we're on a first name basis, I'm Guy, if you did not know. All right, and
nice
when you are in those moments, especially playing with those veterans, especially as a new and upcoming player, hey, sometimes you gotta be able to just listen to the information in which they're giving you, because we know those guys have been through some pressure moments throughout Call of Duty matches throughout the years. But Eli, man, what shout out do you want to give out there to the fans, to your family? Who do you want to give some love to?
Shout out to my family, they're supporting me. I wouldn't be doing this right now if it wasn't for them. Shout out to my teammates, they helped me improve. Shout out DiamondCon, kid's a beast. Love playing with that guy. Shout out to the people over at Triumph. There's some great group of guys, Sean, all those guys, they helped me, and overall great organization. I'm happy to be under them, and it was a great run. It was fun, a lot of great moments. A lot of nice S&D clutches.
It was a great run indeed.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys were the only thing to come out and win it from the winner's side of the bracket.
Yep.
Show dominance in class throughout the entire weekend. And I'm just going to congratulate you for one last time, Sandy. You guys played phenomenal. Now, folks, that's going to do it. That's going to do it here for us at the Instant Reaction, brought to you guys by PlayStation. But when we come back, me and the boys are going to wrap this whole event up and let you know about everything that you missed and what to look forward to. We'll see you guys then. For the last time, welcome back to the Challenger Finals, folks. If you guys are still here, you guys are the real fans, and we appreciate you for watching all weekend long. Now, let's wrap it all up. I brought the experts here with me. It's Space and Shift, because, boys, we had a crazy weekend of action. And, we got to let the fans know what's up. But, man, talk about an ending, right?
I mean, you kidding me? Wow. We have two teams that come out of the losers bracket to win their series, and then an absolutely nail-biting 4-game series in the North American Finals. And this is everything we could have wanted and more. Maybe not how we expected it to happen, but we're fine with that. We love those little surprises to keep things interesting.
Yeah, we definitely do love them. All right, folks, now let's get you guys up to speed and let you know anything that you may have missed. Now it's time to start with the APAC region. This was the first one where we end up crowning a champion. Let's take a look at our losers bracket. As we see, it was Renegades and Les who made it towards the losers finals to then progress on towards the winner side. But Shift, when it comes down to the APAC region, you did a great job covering it all season long. What do you want the fans to know from the losers bracket?
Renegades is a surprise to be there, I think, in losers finals. Chiefs, for the first time in the APAC region, were able to send them there from the winners bracket. But we know how that goes. Sometimes you feel a favor one day, you don't have it in the next. Renegades coming back were able to take 6 of the most dominating maps I think we saw all weekend long, in not just the first, but also combining with the second best of 5. Flawless execution for Renegades in that grand finals.
Man, dominant indeed. You talk about a team who won 18 events over the entire season. And they said, you know what? How can we make it a little bit harder? How can we get another accolade? Well, we could win from losers and do it in a 6-0 fashion. Now, let's hop on over to the EU region. Now, boys, this was one of our closest ones, right? Space. What do you want the fans to know here from the losers bracket?
Well, unlike North America, EU is known to have 4 teams that relatively could switch between first and second place, given the fact that War is one of the best. And here we go. Train Hard lost 3-0 to Team Moon. They were working their way through, and they dropped. Connect 5 beats Koana, but all of a sudden, BDS loses as well. Hyperboom beats Connect beats Hyperboom 3-0, and then we move on, and we found ourselves with War sitting in basically the losers bracket because they ended up dropping to Singularity. Like, I don't think anyone really expected the way that Europe had played out to play out the way it did. That was a sentence, and that's all. Whatever. It all works out in the end. But yeah,
no, man. It does. It all works out. And War, they had some close series all weekend long. Like, you saw it was a 3-2 victory against Connect 5. In the semifinals, Hyperboom pushed them to the wire, but Singularity had their number in the winners finals. But in the end, when it came down to Championship Sunday, War showed us why all season long that, hey, you know what? We're going to be a team that you need to watch out for. And from the Paris Open, the last time that they won, they were able to double up and come out with the big prize. Now, let's shift on over towards North America. Shift, we're going to be looking at the losers bracket here. And I already know kind of what you're going to say first. One of the first takeaways that you want the fans to know. Atlanta FaZe Academy, what?
Well, I mean, we kind of framed up the entire weekend. They were having a couple of issues in their search and destroy, and that plagued them near the end, not just in the winners, but also in the losers bracket here. But I think it's also a bit of a surprise to see UYU's name pop up so early on in this losers bracket, but that was Carnage who sent them there. And then as soon as Carnage was placed into the losers bracket, they take down teams like Atlanta FaZe Academy. They take down 5-Star in a rematch. They actually took down Wester before all of that. So they were going through major opponent after major opponent. But as, of course, we just recently learned, one more opponent in front of them was just too formidable to take down. Triumph just too much this day.
All right, now let's shift on over towards our winners bracket. And for me, my how to take away on day number 1, we were gassing them up. The 5-Star boys, man, they didn't drop a map there. They played 5 series in day 1. They 3-0'd everybody. But we saw that somebody had a prize waiting for them in the winners finals space.
I spoke way too soon. I said the Dream Bracket was going to come out, and then immediately the next match they play, Triumph beats them 3-0. And again, the prizes here in the winner's bracket was that Carnage 3-2'd UYU. That was the start of the Carnage run we now saw into the grand finals. 3-0 from 5-star to Carnage, and back and forth these teams went. Triumph wins 3-1 over Carnage in the grand finals. I mean, it was literally that. Once 5-star was out of the equation, it was Carnage and Triumph, the top two teams in North America, and they're the exact reason we saw them in the finals. I mean, hats off to both these squads. They played absolutely phenomenal Call of Duty this weekend.
They did play phenomenal Call of Duty. All weekend long, each one of these regions put on a show for their fans and Call of Duty fans as a whole. And we saw it was Renegades, War, and Triumph who came out victorious in our first season of the Challenger Finals, boys. You guys said it a little bit after our N8 Grand Finals about just how awesome this season has been. You guys got to call it all, and just not even just how awesome the matches were and all the storylines, but the fact of the support that the Challenger scene got this season was something that we've never really seen before at this level of Call of Duty gameplay. Schiff, give me your final thoughts on the season.
All I can say is thank you to everybody who put the investment into the season, whether you're someone on the back end of Activision Blizzard, of course, the production team at Esports Engine for putting all these broadcasts. They've done an incredible job. It's everything that the community asked for at the beginning of the year. And I think if we were to go to day one, today, whatever this is, the very end, I think everybody can look and say that this was a very successful year through and through. Of course, there are 15 specific players who are going to say that more than others, but regardless, a massive thank you to everybody who has been there either tuning in, supporting, playing, in any capacity if you supported the Challenger scene. A massive thank you for me.
Oh man, yo, nice words there, Schiff. Nice words there. I agree with you, man. Shout out to everybody and much love there. Space, what about you? You already gave us one fantastic speech
you can't
already.
Make me follow
you don't
that.
gotta try to top it, okay?
You can't make me follow that. But like seriously, real quick, just to quickly wrap up my closing thoughts. Just like, look, thank you to the players. Thank you to everyone who believed in Tier 2 Call of Duty. This is a community and a Tier 2 team that has existed for a decade. And it's really the first time we've had an actual chance at giving everyone orchestrated league and money to play for. You're no longer playing for just hotel spots and fee fares at an event. You're now actually playing for a chance at some real money and recognition for the future. So thank you to the league, like Schiff said, to Activision. Thank you to the players for believing in yourselves and coming out and playing in these events. And thank you to all the fans who gave us the incentive to continue to come back to broadcast each and every week and gave you amateur Call of Duty. This has been one of the best rides ever, and I'm so thankful that Call of Duty gets this pleasure.
Oh man, thankful indeed. We all are. But folks, that's gonna do it for us here at the Challengers Finals. It's been a wild weekend here. Thank you to everybody who tuned in and watched and supported your favorite teams out there. But if you was watching, if you think you got what it takes to make it here on stream, well, hell, now is the time for you to make a team in practice. Folks, the playoffs are coming up soon, but that's going to do it for us here. We'll see you guys next season.